The development you predicted in the Kastner case happened unexpectedly. Please come back immediately.
How can it be unexpected if I have predicted it?
Poirot! My friend! Is that you? Poirot, it is I, Book! Poirot! Is it truly you, my friend?
Book, it is indeed me.
What brings you so far from home?
A little affair in Syria.
An affair of the heart?
No, a modest affair of recovering stolen artifacts. But now I am summoned home to England and must leave immediately.
This evening? You travel on the Orient Express, I hope.
I have made no arrangements yet, as I just learned that an emergency has arisen, and I must return to England immediately.
Very well. It will be my pleasure to secure you a sleeper on the Orient Express.
If the director of the line insists, I accept with pleasure.
And we'll dine together, for I too depart this afternoon. We'll have plenty of time to catch up. I'll have the hotel transfer our luggage.
Excuse me, sir. You are the director of the line? The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if she may keep her mina in her compartment on the train.
Good morning, Princess. It is an honor to welcome you aboard. There is absolutely no problem for your pet.
You will ask about his food?
Oh, yes. The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if there is food for miners on board. Insects, small amphibians, baby rodents.
Baby rodents? Of course, Princess. Don't worry. Your bird will be fed as you demand.
You there, desk clerk.
One moment, sir.
Listen to me. Call the police. My train ticket has been stolen.
Stolen? Oh dear. Oh dear.
You travel by the Orient Express, monsieur?
Arbuthnot. Captain Archibald Arbuthnot, formerly British Army, now retired. And yes, I'm taking the Orient Express to Paris. But what business is that of yours?
My name is Book. I am the director of the line at your service. And perhaps this gentleman could assist you. He is Hercule Poirot.
But I must make that train.
A train ticket. Yesterday I recovered artifacts worth several millions.
Please, my friend. It's not just any ticket. It's an Orient Express ticket.
Very well, I will investigate.
Thank you, Poirot. I will arrange a car to Cirkeci station for us.
How do you know your ticket has been stolen, monsieur?
I put it on a table in my room. I came down here to breakfast, and when I got back, my ticket was gone, and other things were on the floor as if they'd been tossed about.
Alors, monsieur, I suggest we begin in your room. Will you lead the way?
That was easy. The Hotel Tocatlian is a perfect prelude for my journey.
Floor, Captain Arbuthnot?
4th floor.
Oh, one mystery solved.
I suppose I can exercise my powers of observation while we wait. Et voilà.
My room's along here. 411. In a hotel of this quality? A thief? Come on, don't dawdle. It'll be a disaster if I miss that train.
You have locked the door, monsieur?
Naturally. This is a foreign country.
You have the key card?
Of course.
We will enter.
The lock has not been tampered with. A perfume bottle. Empty. Suggestive. A perfume bottle.
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
This earring, it is not the first time I've seen it, but where? The wallet is somewhat worn. It contains just over $200 and the usual cards. A stamped reservation for the Bosphorus ferry. A fact sheet from a tour of Saint Sophia. A brochure for this fascinating city.
Another golden moustache to treasure.
A conspicuous gallantry cross for meritorious service in Iraq, yet he only retired as a captain. A list of travel expenses, but how did these papers end up on the floor? A list of... The bed is skillfully made. Water with traces of soap. The water is scented.
How long were you at breakfast, Captain?
A half an hour or so. Just a roll and some coffee.
Go away, please.
A brief word, sir.
I will give you 2 brief words. Go away.
Monsieur.
I've been traveling all night from New York. Must I call the management?
Pardon, monsieur. I do not believe we have awakened a thief.
You can never have too many of these. The room is apparently empty. I will leave it for the moment. Four floors. It's impossible for a thief to have exited through the window. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Why was there an earring in your room?
An earring? A previous guest, I suspect. I don't wear them.
Did you leave the window open?
No. That must be how the thief escaped.
I think not. Unless the thief had wings. The bed is very neatly made, but the corners are not military style.
The price we paid for this hotel? I'm not going to make my own bloody bed.
Interesting pronoun, that. We. No, not good. I must admit I'm not right this time. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. No. The wind probably blew the papers on the floor as it came in through the window. Moreover, the door is closed, and I found an earring on the bedside table. The captain invited a woman into his room. Maybe she is our culprit. Et voilà. That was easy.
Captain Arbuthnot, I have examined your room. Much was revealed, possibly more than you expected. Rest assured we will soon find your ticket.
It's about bloody time. I have a train to catch.
As do I.
You are traveling on the Orient Express?
We? If you will be good enough to answer a few questions, we may both make our train.
Ask away.
Please give me an account of your movements yesterday.
I spent most of my day in Istanbul, sightseeing. I returned to the hotel as the sun was setting. The desk clerk can confirm I was alone when I picked up my key. I spent the night alone. I had no visitors in my room.
Have you told me the entire truth, Captain Arbuthnot?
Of course. I want you to find my ticket.
Can you explain the earring I found on the bedside table?
An earring? Yes. Forgive me, Mr. Poirot. I had some business correspondence that wanted answering. The hotel provides help for business travelers. They sent up a secretary. I dictated a letter, and she mailed it for me. I hadn't noticed that she had lost an earring.
And when did you invite this secretary? This woman may be the thief we are looking for.
That was yesterday evening. My ticket was still there when I went down to breakfast. She can't have taken it.
I see. Never mind. It is easily checked. And there was no other person in your room?
No, I swear there wasn't.
Ah, well, never mind. If it is not her, there is only one option left.
Fine. Please finish your job quickly. I'll be downstairs in the lobby.
Pardon, monsieur. May I inquire when the staff begins cleaning the rooms?
Every morning at breakfast time, sir. After making certain there are no guests in the room, of course.
May I speak with the chambermaid who cleaned room 411 this morning?
I hope you don't think that one of our staff stole the ticket.
No. Do not distress yourself. We seek only information.
I will summon her at once.
Oh, I'd ask her to bring her laundry cart. Do not be frightened, mademoiselle. Did you clean room 411 this morning?
Room 411? Yes, that is one of mine.
Did you see a ticket on the desk when you entered the room?
I'm sorry, I didn't notice a ticket. There was a wallet, but of course I did not touch it.
Did you open the window?
Yes, we always air the rooms. Oh, but I forgot to close the window. While I was making the bed, the person from next door was pounding on the wall. I wondered if he needed assistance. I tossed the dirty sheets in my cart, quickly finished mopping, and went to see, but it was nothing. But I'm afraid I left the window open. I'm so sorry.
The window left open, papers scattered on the floor. The chambermaid cleaning the room. I believe I can now visualize what happened. Poirot is not going to touch the dirty laundry. My little gray cells did not let me down.
Mademoiselle, would you be so kind as to look in the sheets from room 411? And so the missing train ticket completes its strange journey. An open window, a laundry cart, and an annoying neighbor. But chance is the only guilty party in this dark mystery.
Mr. Poirot, I apologize. I believe my concern got the better of me, and I forgot myself. Thank you.
It was a case of great magnitude. I'm glad I was up to the challenge. And that, I think, is that.
Our bags are all packed. I have my ticket and papers. If you give me yours,
I'll hang on to mine.
but as your secretary...
As my secretary, you see to the bags, Hector.
Yes. Yes, sir.
That man, I have a curious impression of him, as if I were observing a wild animal, uncaged.
We must leave for the station. Our bags are in the taxi. Did you find the ticket?
It was a case most difficult, but somehow Hercule Poirot managed.
I knew you could do it. Now we can sit back and enjoy a relaxing train ride. You are in luck, Poirot. Of course, no journey on this train is ever ordinary, but this is a special occasion. To celebrate the 140 years of the Orient Express, the engine will be none other than the splendid Pacific 231G558. There she is, Poirot. The most celebrated train in history. Oh, my eyes fill with tears of pride. It is time we were aboard, my friend. Follow me. The wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel, will direct you to your compartment.
Lead the way, Book.
It was built in France in 1922 by the Compagnie Batignolles-Châtillon. At the time of its purchase by the SNCF in 1938, it could reach speeds up to 130 kilometers per hour. Wait until you see. It is like traveling back in time. Today, the train is limited to 100 kilometers per hour. I assure you, that will be more than fast enough to get you to Paris in time for your connection to London. In the meantime, you will bask in the magic that is the Orient Express.
Good evening, monsieur. Your compartment is number 202. However, I am afraid that all the others are already full.
Full? But how can that be?
It is incredible, monsieur. All the world elects to travel tonight.
All the same, you must find room for this gentleman here.
I can exercise my powers of observation while they try to find me a bed.
He is a friend of mine. He can have number 201.
It is taken, monsieur.
What? Number 201?
Yes, monsieur.
We are full. Full everywhere. The 140th anniversary, perhaps.
Michel, listen to me very carefully. You will leave us now.
I will?
Most assuredly. And when you return, a bed for my friend will have appeared.
But, Monsieur Bouc,
You will find a bed.
but there are none.
You do not but book.
Notice the young woman from the hotel. She again wishes to watch the old man with his little friend, but not to be seen herself.
Is everything aboard the train, Hector?
In your compartment, Mr. Ratchet. I'm having them disinfect the room again as you instructed. I also got a call from the Indians. The sale is going through as you expected.
There was never any doubt. No other phone calls, Hector? From Geneva or Venice?
No, sir. Who were you expecting?
Never you mind. Check our tickets. We're not going in until everything is confirmed.
The young man seems quite agreeable, but the other, the older man, is something quite different.
Is everything aboard?
In your compartment. I'm having them I also got a call from the Indians.
There was never any doubt. No,
sir. Who were you
Never you check our tickets.
The young man, but the other.
Mary.
Not now. Not now. When it's all over, when it's behind us, then.
Darling, we have to get aboard.
I know, I know.
I have heard of the phobia of fear of flying, but fear of trains?
Now you're making fun of me.
Never, my love. We'll board shortly, once our compartment is ready.
Why did you order so much lobster, Hotaru?
My dear Freya, I need it for my specialty on the second night. And if the lobster a la mori isn't fresh, the passengers will know.
We don't have enough space for my desserts. Tonight, molten chocolate cake. Tomorrow, my specialty.
That is not my concern. They will not have room for them anyway.
Serve your lobster tonight.
Chicken a la mori must be the first night dish for the travelers. It is easier to digest.
Ugh, you really are the egomaniac everyone says you are.
I have every reason to be. I am the engine. You are just the caboose.
Poirot, I am mortified. The 140th anniversary, perhaps, but such a plague of passengers.
Good job.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Well done. That was easy.
Poirot, we have a solution. A gentleman has not yet come.
An Englishman, a Monsieur Harris.
A name of good omen.
It is already time to leave. What do I care for Mr. Harris?
As Monsieur pleases. I had your things sent straight to your compartment. Unfortunately, you will be with another traveler.
No.
Only for the first night. It cannot be helped.
I will survive, mon ami.
Monsieur Book, we can't find enough space in the kitchen refrigerator to store all of my ingredients.
How is it possible?
His recipes are extravagant. We need to leave something on the platform.
If my lobsters don't go, I don't go.
And have the passengers of the Orient Express go hungry? Never.
Must I intervene? The problem is unworthy of Poirot, but I do not intend to starve on the most luxurious train in the world.
Thank you for coming to help us.
It is impossible to fit everything into the Gary's refrigerator. Obviously, my entrees are more important than dessert.
If Mr. Mori delays his lobsters for a day or two, we can restock at another station.
Delay? You ask me to delay? Freya?
Calm yourself, my friend. I'm sure we can find a solution. Is that a diagram of the refrigerator? May I see it?
Yes, he refuses to look at it.
아, 와, 마이크가 나 여태까지 안 나왔어요? 야, 씨, 말을 해줘야 될 거 아니야. 나 계속 엄청나게 떠들고 있었는데. 마이크 왜 안 나왔지? 아니야, 분명히 아까 레이 형은 나한테 대답을 했는데. 마이크 설정이 제가 이거 하드 끼우느라고 그저께 다 뺐다 껴가지고 지금 초기화된 것 같은데. 근데 아까 전에 대답은 어떻게 한 거야? 아까 어떻게 내 말이 들린 거야? 나 지금 지금 처음 건드렸는데? 아니, 이 사람들 마이크가 안 나오면 대답을 얘기를 해줘야지. 인사를 했는데 내가 대답을 안 하면 마이크 안 나온다고 얘기를 해줘야 될 거 아니야, 이 사람들아! 내가 아까 저 표 찾는 게임 하면서, 표 찾는 사건 하면서 내가 이 존만 게임이라고 막 그랬었는데 게임 자체가 부실하다고. 나의 생각이 하나도 안 나왔구만 이거. 아씨. 아무튼 파티시에로 하고, 얘가 미국인인지 모로코인인지 스페인인지 어떻게 알아요?
My little gray cells did not let me down.
그럼 여긴 뭐야? 뭐 하는 거야 이게? 아, 이렇게? 이렇게? 뭐 하자는 거지 이게? 아니 내가 뭘 알고 해야지 이거를. 이게 뭔지도 모르는데 지금 이 퍼즐을 맞추라고 그러고 있으면은 이게 지금. 어디 같은 존만 게임 아주. 아 뭐야 씨 처음으로 되돌려. 아니 이거 어떻게 돌려? 못 돌려? 야 이거 아니잖아 이거. 아 맞네. 모자란데? 모자란데? 아니 이게 퍼즐이 뭐가 뭐야? 뭘 하는 거지 이게 지금? 잠깐만 뭘 하라는 거야? 냉장고 도면이라며? 아 어떻게 이 물건들을 넣어야 꽉 차게 넣을 수 있을까? 잠깐만요 그러면 나 중간 레이 형 저 중간에 빨래하고 온 거예요. 그 시간 멈춰있던 거 빨래 끝났어. 야 얘랑 비슷한 모양. 이걸 중간에 한번 놔봅시다. 이게 아니야. 이렇게 놓고 아니다. 아 잠깐만 아이씨 실수했어. 아 이거 키가 헷갈리네. 야 이거 이렇게 놓고 이렇게 놓으면 이렇게 된다고? 아이 이렇게 놓고 아무리 봐도 이건 여기가 맞는데 그죠? 이것도 이건 아닐 수 있고 얘가 여기일 수 있어. 아 얘 아니네. 이렇게 놓고 일단 얘가 여긴 거 확실해. 그 다음에 얘가 끝이냐 아니면은 이 초록이랑 합치냐인데 얘 여기다 놔볼까요? 그 다음 얘를 딱 올렸을 때 얘가 일로 가고 얘가 일로 들어가서 얘가 일로 들어가고 어째 모양이 하나씩 나온다.
Et voilà.
You saved tomorrow night's dinner. Mr. Poirot, I will reserve the finest lobster just for you.
I look forward to it, monsieur. And to the dessert, mademoiselle.
Hopefully. That will be the last mystery you face on our journey, my dear Poirot. Your compartment for tonight only is at the back of the second-class carriage, number 102. Tomorrow, you move to a private compartment.
자, 그러면 뭐 하라고 그랬죠 이제? 아, 핸드폰 보느라. 백씨를 찾아라? 응.
Welcome, Monsieur Bond. I apologize for the delay.
Thank you, Monsieur Michel. I am delighted you could accommodate me.
아 근데 이 게임 망게임인 게 아까 전에 그 표 찾을 때 짐을 뒤져야 되는데 뒤져서 거기에 표가 있는지 없는지를 보고 확실하게 해야 되는데 짐을 못 뒤지게 하니까
Wrong compartment. I need to find number 10.
204호겠고 생긴 걸 한번 보자.
These first-class rooms are very spacious and luxurious.
와 저런 기차가 외국엔 있어?
Wrong compartment. I need to find number.
Pardon me?
Oh, my apologies.
Pardon me? 우리나라에도 있나요?
Wrong compartment. I need to find. Wrong compartment.
그러니까요. 아 저런 거 한번 타봐야 되는데. 여기 랍스타 나온대요 저녁에. 야씨 저런 거 타고 랍스타도 한번. 아 그래요? 아 저런 기차 한번 우리나라에도 저런 관광 사업을 한번 해야 돼. 와 미쳤다 씨. 지린다 지려.
This lady has a style of her own.
아 근데 우리나라 땅이 너무 좁아가지고 좁아서 좀 중국은 그 막 20몇 시간씩 가야 되고 막 이래갖고 침대 버스도 있고 그러던데 우리나라 땅이 좁아서 이게.
Wrong compartment. I need to find.
저런 데서 이제 다음날 밤에 옆방에 있는 여자 손님하고 이제 한잔 하고.
Wrong compartment.
다음날 이제 나왔는데 옆방에서 나오고.
Wrong compartment. I need to. Wrong compartment.
새로운 인연이 시작되고. 아 재밌을 것 같은데.
Excuse
아,
me, I think you made a mistake.
You are Mr. Harris?
이런 거 타기 전에 허세를 좀 적어놔야 돼요. 준비를 해 스토리텔링을 해놔야 돼요. 허세를 떨기 위해서. 왜냐면 요번에 보고 말 사람들이기 때문에 나의 일대기를 한번 그 스토리텔링을 좀 해놓고 타야 돼. 이거 탈
If
때.
you'd rather have the lower berth, easier and all that, well, that's all right by me.
No, 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 no. You are too amiable. It is for one night only at Belgrade.
Oh, I see. You're getting out of Belgrade.
Not exactly.
야, 1933년도 원작이래요. 야, 씨. 과연 그 시절에 이 스토리를 얼마나 대단하게 잘 썼을까? 아니 이게 마이크가요 제가 이틀 전에 그 하드를 하나 사가지고 중고로 500기가를 5,000원에 팔더라고. 그래서 하나 샀어. 상태 측정하니까 건강 양호 떠가지고 뭐 만족하는데 뭐 그거 끼우느라고 이제 본체에서 선을 다 빼버리는 바람에 뺐다가 다시 연결하니까 이 OBS가 마이크를 이제 기본 장치로 잡아놔갖고 마이크 안 나왔어요. 게임 옮겨서 들고 가야 된다고요? 어디로요? 왜요? 아직 지금 오후 7시였나?
Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. You may join the rest of the passengers in
이
the dining car.
사람하고 대위랑 왜 얘기하지? 아, 그 왜 US입니다만 그 닌텐도? 레스토랑 칸. 잠깐만 이거 한글인 것 같은데? 1등석. 야 한글. 아 뱃일 하세요? 아 한번 가면 한 6개월 있다 오시나? 배에서 플스5 어떻게 해요?
Excuse me, monsieur. Pierre asked me to inform you that a passenger left us, so his room is yours.
배터리로 하는
Monsieur
건가?
Book instructed that your things be transferred to room 202 during dinner. You will be more comfortable in first class.
It is true what you say. Thank you.
Mr. Fauché, monsieur.
아 근데 건물은 땅이랑 연결돼 있으니까 전기가 이게 되는데 바다에서는 그거 어떻게 합니까? 수력 발전의 원리로 전기를 생산을 하나?
Where will my new compartment be?
Room 202 is at the far end of the previous car.
I see. Thank you. What is your position on the Orient Express?
I manage the bar car, and I also do the restaurant car service.
Well,
무슨
then do not
배예요?
let me keep you.
뭐
Lobster
여행용
tonight,
크루즈 같은
isn't it?
건가?
Yes, indeed.
발전기 돌려서 만들어진 전기로 모터 돌려서 쇠빙 연구. 와 그러면은 그거 타고 북극 갑니까?
I'll leave you to it then.
See you soon, monsieur.
아 잠깐만 다시 대화하자.
Where will
Room 202.
I see.
202호.
What
I
is...
manage the
Well, then.
Yes, indeed.
오케이. 이제 남극을 간다고요? 와 추워서 어떡해? 그 무슨 특제 옷 같은 게 있어요? 남극이나 북극 갈 때? 남극은 따뜻해요? 그러면 빙산이 녹을 거 아니야? 한국 겨울보다 아 진짜로? 오. 펭귄도 많이 보시겠네. 영상 1의 썬도. 야 남극이 그 정도야? 그래서 빙하가 녹는 건가? 펭귄들 어때요? 사람 봐도 막 안 도망가요? 아 해가 지면 그래서 겨울에 남극 가는 거고 이제 그렇게 피해서 가는 거구나. 아 사람한테 걸어와요? 졸라 귀엽겠다 씨. 아 멀리서 형체를 보고 그 왔다가 도망가요. 사람인 거 알고 너무 커서?
Please, my friend, join me. I have taken the liberty of ordering you your lobster.
Thank you.
아래 위로 쳐다.
Yes, our fellow passengers are all gathered here again tonight.
아 펭귄 졸라 귀엽네.
If I had but the pen of a Balzac, I would depict the scene.
Oh, it is an idea then.
재밌겠다 펭귄이랑 노는 거. 와.
It has not been done, I think, and yet it lends itself to romance, my friend. All around us are people of all classes, of all
아 그렇겠죠.
nationalities,
잡으면 벌 그래야지.
ages. For 3 days, these
아 근데 왜
people,
벌금이야 근데? 아예
strangers to one
저기
another,
더 크게
are
해야 되는 거
brought
아니야?
together. They sleep and eat under one roof. They cannot get away from each other. At the end of the journey, they
때리는 건 또 상관이 없어요?
They
아
go
그건
their
아직
several ways,
법으로 안 정해져
never
있는 거구나.
perhaps to
때리면
see
안 되는
each
거긴
other
한데
Certainly,
안
it
정해져 있네.
interests
도덕적인
us,
문제네.
inviting us to watch and wonder about their lives.
아, 펭귄이 그렇게 많아요?
Even now, your mind, it is at work. Let us
그러면은
test
막
it.
펭귄 한
For
가족이
example,
그 동네
what do you
막
make of those two?
그 부족 마냥 막 단체로 막 와갖고 아래 위로 쳐다보고 단체로 떠들고선 도망가겠네. 아니 그러면 북극곰도 봤어요? 북극곰?
I was visiting my daughter. She works at the American Embassy in Istanbul. I told her she'd never find a husband there. Since I wanted to see Paris on my way home, she told
사람
me I
해칠
should
거
take
아니에요.
this high-class
애초에
trip.
육식인데
I can't
북극에
wait
있으니까.
to see Paris. It looks beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful
씨,
than
그건 좀
Schenectady
무섭겠다.
in the good old US of A.
빙판이라 뛰지도
That's where I'm
못하고.
living now. And you, Miss Debenham, was it? Where do you hail from?
I was born in the UK.
Oh, that's in England, isn't it? What do you do for a living?
I teach English to children in other countries.
I see. Oh, I wish I spoke a foreign language. My daughter speaks several languages. Let me tell you about her work. It's very important.
이 사람 40이야. 아, 북극곰이 거기로 내려가서 북극곰은 헤엄도 치겠네. 그러면 얼음이 녹았다가 생겼다 하니까. 영어 교사라고 했나 방금?
I'm right again. That happens to
하긴
me a lot.
그것도 저기 천연기념물에 속합니까? 그것도? 북극곰이니까 천연기념물이겠지?
Listening. For example, that lady is reserved. She reveals little. She is self-contained. Some secret prompts her to allow her dinner companion to carry the conversation. I confess, in this case, what I
그러면 얼음
witnessed in
위에서
Istanbul
연구하는
suggests
거는 이제
more, but I
빙하가
will respect
왜
her
지금
privacy.
점점 녹고 있는지에 대한 그거를 연구하는 거예요? 야, 그걸 우리나라에서도 하고 있구나. 아니면 북극 생명체에 대한 뭐 박테리아 뭐 이런 거, 아,
Climb into
미생물.
the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
그거 하다가 이제 북극에서 이제 뭐 하나 도굴 우연히 도굴하게 되면 대박이겠는데.
And model trains are one of our
아,
biggest
하긴 근데
items,
단체로
and not
가니까
just for
도굴해봤자
children
의미가
either.
없겠다.
You sell model
뺏기겠다.
cars too?
Sure.
원래
I'd give me a
도굴하면 좀
train any day.
숨겨놨다가 공소시효 10년 지나서 팔아먹잖아요, 도굴꾼들이.
Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson. We are producing the next generation of electric cars, the Fortuna Firenze. Like the city, it is beautiful. We got the competitors looking over their shoulders so much they're going to hit something.
Didn't mean to be insulting. It's just that there's
아,
something
그럼 화석
magical
같은 거
about a
나와요?
train.
화석? 유성이 나와? 와, 씨, 미쳤구만. 미쳤어.
We climb into the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train. I'll give you that. I sell toys. And model
나이는
trains are
생긴
one
걸로
of our biggest
가늠하고.
items. And not just for children either.
You sell model cars too?
아, 근데 우리나라도
Give me a train any
그거를
day.
미생물 조사를 하는구나. 야,
What do
씨.
you have against the cars? Now I work.
그럼 배가 엄청
at
그
Fortuna
큰 거겠네요.
as a
타이타닉 코
spokesperson.
마냥.
We are producing the next generation of electric cars, the Fortuna Firenze. Like the city, it is beautiful. We got the competitors looking over their shoulders so much they're going to hit something.
목적이 어디야?
We climb into the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train. I'll give you that. I sell toys. And model trains are one of our biggest items.
약도.
And not just for children either.
You sell model cars too?
Sure, I'd give me a train any day.
Oh, my friend. What do you have against the cars? Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson. We are producing the next.
No.
야, 나이가 이게 아니야? 야, 너 35이야? 말이 안 되는데? 면상은 59세인데.
Et voilà.
The loud gentleman.
아, 그런 거.
Master of his
그래,
own
그런 걸 해야 돼,
It is as
우리나라는.
much in the
우리나라에
inflection as it
딱
is in
우리나라
the
환경에
words.
그
It believes in winning.
미래에
Also,
필요할 만한
that
거를
he
해야
is
돼.
The one who will win.
You are a magician.
Oh, it is not a power
날씨가
trick, my
계절이
friend.
점점
It is simply
올해도 봐봐요. 이게 지금 같은 11월인데 불과 지난주까지만 해도 반팔이었어요. 근데 지난주 수요일인가 이후부터 갑자기 패딩이잖아. 갑자기 이게 날씨가 이게 미쳐가지고 지난주 월요일까진 반팔이었단 말이야.
My friend,
수요일부터 갑자기 패딩이야 그냥.
desserts I have ever
11월인데
You have always had the sweet
여름 계절도 아니라서 반팔도 아니거니와 패딩 계절도 아니야.
masterpiece.
요새 날씨가 이르기 때문에
I can't understand how the
미래에
dessert
이제
is
추운 데서
so
지낼
good.
때
I would love to know what
그런
the
거에 대한
recipe
생각을
is.
미리 해야 되는 게 맞는 것 같아요. 그럼 매번 일하러 갈 때마다 그런 거 없어요? 좀 소용돌이 같은 거 만나갖고 좀 재난 일어날까봐 막 두렵거나 뭐 이런 건 없어요? 태풍도 뚫고 다니는 배. 와.
I couldn't tell what flavor the ice cream is.
근데 언제나 그 불안하지 않아요? 아무리 옛날에 타이타닉의 전례가 있어서 그 이후 문명이라서 이제 발달된 배라고 해도 얘가 얼마나 버틸지에 대한 그런 두려움. 생명수당이 이제 그 정도 10억 정도 나와요. 아, 그래도 나란 일인가 보네. 다음 중 이 아이스크림 맛은 이걸 누가 봐도 레몬이라고 생각하는 사람은 없지 않을까?
Given the color, I think it's vanilla ice cream.
Of course.
네, 뱃일은 비싸다. 그 급여 많이 준다고 하더라고요. 갔다 오는 게.
What is the red fruit?
많이 줄 수밖에 없지. 많이 줘야 되는 거고. 여러분 이게 딸기로 보입니까? 체리로 보입니까? 아, 베리구나. 라즈베리? 이거 어떻게 알아? 생긴 거는 그냥 딸기가 아니라 산딸기인데? 둘 다 딸기인데 그러면은 뭔 차이야? 아, 이거 한국인들은 이런 거 어떻게 맞춰? 자,
It
라즈베리.
looks like a raspberry.
You have a good eye, Poirot.
가 있는 동안 월 700인 거죠? 가 있는 동안. 원래 파견 형태니까 그렇게 돼야 되거든.
The biscuit is the foundation of the dessert.
야,
All else is built upon
고생하시네.
it. What do you think?
핸드폰은 잘 터져요? 이건 초콜릿 무스는 아니고
It
비스킷이야.
looks like crushed biscuits, my friend.
Finally observed. Indeed.
그럼 연락이 아예 안 되는 거예요?
Poirot, I am embarrassed to ask you a great favor.
My friend, I am on this train due to the great favor you have
카카오톡으로
done.
해야겠네.
How may
노트북
I
같은 걸로.
assist you?
This dessert is sublime. If only I had the recipe. Unfortunately, the pastry chef, Miss Nielsen, she will guard her secrets. But you, my friend,
아, 속도가
I am
느리고.
sure you could make her
요럴
confess.
때 좋은 게
You
이제
wish me to
스타링크.
persuade the pastry chef to give up her recipe.
You are
일론
expert
머스크의
in
스타링크가 또
interrogation.
요럴 땐 좋잖아.
Look, it is a dessert.
It is the pinnacle of desserts. You, my friend,
그
as you
후기 좀
said,
알려주세요.
are on this
스타링크.
train.
나 엄청 궁금해요. 그 스타링크. 왜냐면은 제가 옛날에 코인을 했더래서 코인에 한번 미친 듯이 한 적이 있어갖고 제가 일론 머스크라는 인간에 대해서 굉장히 궁금해하는 사람이기 때문에 그 스타링크가 과연 어떨지 굉장히 궁금하고 지금 지구 바깥에 그 위성을 엄청 깔아놨잖아. 스타링크 위성을. 그래갖고 막 지금 말이 많잖아요. 막 쓰레기 더미를 쌓아놨다고 막 지구를 아예 그걸로 둘러놔가지고 태양빛을 막아가지고 지금 지구가 이 모양이네 어쩌네 막 하면서 별소리 다 나오잖아. 지금 막 음모론이랑 막 일론 머스크 인간에 대한 궁금증이 엄청나서 제가 그 스타링크의 그 성능이 어떤지 굉장히 궁금합니다. 아 그러니까요. 그것도 그렇고 여러 가지로 불편하대잖아 지금.
Good
이게
evening,
있어.
sir. How can I help you?
That was a magnificent
근데
dessert
그게
you served us tonight. I wanted to tell you
지구의
personally how much both
환경에
Monsieur
미치는
Book and
영향을
I
주는데
Thank you very much, sir.
허가 없이 위성에 그렇게 맘대로 쏠 수 있는 건가?
insists on knowing how you
아니면은
made
그걸
it.
허가를 내준
Sir,
정신 나간
I'm
곳이
sorry.
있나?
You must know
그거를
a chef never gives away their
그게
recipes.
가능한 건지가
Well, you helped with the refrigerator.
지구 바깥에
and
그렇게
without space in it for
2,000개인가
me,
되는
there would
그
have been no
위성을
dessert.
까는 게 그게 가능한 건지
Very well.
참.
To prepare tonight's dessert, first
그러니까요.
I melt sugar to make caramel. Then
일론
I
머스크가
spread
거기다가
this
어떻게
caramel to make
쌌는지
tweens.
그게 의문이에요 저는.
Between two
그게
tweens, I add
가능한가?
a small scoop of lemon ice cream, and I put the whole thing on a strawberry crown.
Poirot, you are suspicious even now. The pastry chef gave up her prized recipe a little too easily. I sense she wasn't entirely honest with me.
배치? 튠이 뭡니까 튠? 이거 같은데?
Thank you for sharing your recipe with me, but I doubt those are strawberries you're using.
Oops.
바다
You
위에
have a
많이
good eye,
없어요.
Monsieur Poirot. Very well. What fruit do you think I used?
확실히 돈 되는 거 먼저 하려고 바다 위에다가 깔지는 않았구나. 뭐야? 문제가 뭐였지? 자, 레이 형, 이거 문제가 뭐였어요? 근데 아마 나중에 비싸질 겁니다. 왜냐면 독점 되잖아요. 일론 머스크가 아예 독점을 해버릴 거 아니야. 이게 스타링크가 이겨버리면 분명히 그때쯤 가버리면은 아예 지구 전체의 인터넷을 독점해버리기 때문에
You used raspberries, not
나중에는
strawberries.
가격을 올릴 거야 분명히 이놈이.
You're right.
왜냐면 얘도 코인을
Mr.
했던
Wu,
놈이라서
you
이게
couldn't tell the
돈
difference.
욕심이 엄청난
Let's
놈이기
move on
때문에.
to the bottom part of the dessert.
My favorite part of the dessert.
First, I melted some butter. I crumbled pieces of chocolate into the butter. Then I placed the mix in a circular mold. Finally, I let the
저거
whole
근데 아이스크림
thing
맛없을
cool
것 같아.
down to let it harden.
우선 버터를 넣을게요. 초콜릿 우선 넣고요. 와 잠깐만 이거 다 진실 같은데? 자식 눈빛 봐라. 자 기다려봐. 여기서 말이 안 되는 게 분명히 있을 거야. 아이스크림이기 때문에. 자 버터를 녹인다. 녹일 수 있어. 우선 버터를 녹일 수가 있어. 녹였다가 식히면 되니까. 맨 밑에 초콜릿이 있었기 때문에 부셔서 넣은 거 맞거든? 혼합물이 아니야. 혼합물이 아니야. 따로따로 있어. 이거 같아.
She may be
아이씨.
telling the truth, but I
아
cannot
틀렸네.
be certain.
그래 버터
That
녹인다.
does not
아
prove
씨.
she's lying.
그러게. 이게 진짜 다 진실 같은 말인데.
know there is a clue somewhere to prove she's lying.
야, 찍어도 제가 어릴 때부터 이제 학교 다닐 때도 찍기를 그렇게 못해요. 나 진짜 찍기를 그렇게 못해.
It's certainly not chocolate that you've crumbled.
I see you do have an excellent
그러니까
palate.
이상한
Do
추리를
you know
시키네.
what ingredients I
열받게.
used?
근데 제가 그래서 망게임이라고 한 겁니다, 이거. 무슨 비스킷이 아니고 콘플레이크. 아까 그 생긴 게 얘네들은 이게 게임은 이런 게 문제예요. 지들이 만든 그래픽이 정확하게 묘사를 할 수 있냐 이 문제가 있는데 지들이 만들어 놓고 와 이거 콘플레이크처럼 생겼으니까 콘플레이크로 하자 한다고 해서 모든 사람이 그 그래픽을 콘플레이크로 볼 수 있어? 아니잖아. 이게 항상 추리 게임은 이런 게 문제야. 아까 그 표 찾는 게임도 표 찾는 사건도 웃긴 게 창문에다가 종이가 날아갔대. 내가 그거 이거면 말도 안 되겠지 하고선 딴 걸 했는데 틀렸어. 그래갖고 다시 창문하고 종이를 했더니 맞더라고. 그래갖고 내가 어이가 없어갖고 머랭이 뭐예요, 머랭? 진짜 추리하려면은 음식도 잘 알아야 되고 뭐 몰라서 모르는 게 있으면 안 돼 이 세상에서. 비스킷.
A clever pastry chef might mix crushed biscuits with butter to create this delicious base.
That's it. You're getting closer to the entire recipe.
아, 저 아이스크림 먹고 싶은데.
I've caught murderers with less difficulty.
날씨
than
겁나
this.
추워 근데.
I'll give you one last challenge.
머랭이
I'm
뭐야,
sure
머랭?
you will be able to figure out the order I mix my ingredients in. If you can, you will have earned my recipe.
Mademoiselle, solving the murder of Roger Ackroyd was easier than this.
계란 흰자를 겁나 섞어서 만든 크림. 아, 그게 머랭이에요? 설탕 넣고. 뭔지 알았어. 그렇게 얘기하니까. 그게 머랭이구나. 이게 뭐 추리를 왜 이딴 걸 하고 있어? 음식을 왜 추리하고 있어? 정신병 아니야 이 정도면? 음식을 왜 추리를 하는 거야? 바닐라는 밀가루를 넣기 직전에 추가한다. 달걀은 처음 또는 마지막에 추가한다. 오렌지 껍질은 밀가루를 넣은 이후 시기에 넣는다. 이거 알리바이 깨는 거 그거랑 진술 분석하는 거랑 비슷하네. 오렌지 껍질은 밀가루를 넣은 이후 시기에 넣는다. 설탕과 우유는 연이어 추가하면 안 된다. 설탕은 바닐라를 넣은 이후에 넣는다. 달걀과 오렌지 껍질은 레시피 순서의 맨 오른쪽에 서로 붙어있다. 자, 맨 마지막 문장이 전 이해가 안 되는 게 레시피 순서에서 맨 오른쪽에 서로 붙어있다라는 의미가 레시피를 그러면 위에서 아래로 쓰는 게 아니고 1번 왼쪽에 쓰고 2번 가운데 쓰고 3번 오른쪽에 쓰고 이런 식으로 쓴다는 얘기야? 그래서 3, 6을 맞추라는 얘기야 이게 달걀 껍질을? 이게 지들만 알 수 있는 그렇게 안 쓰는 사람도 있잖아. 이게 게임의 문제예요. 이게 추리 게임의 문제입니다. 현실에서는 전혀 추리할 때 이런 전혀 쓸데없는. 자, 밀가루 넣기 직전이기 때문에 무조건 바닐라 다음 밀가루입니다. 그 다음에 밀가루 다음에 오렌지 껍질, 달걀을 맨 처음이라고 가정을 하고 가정을 하면 안 됩니다. 바닐라 어딨어? 이게 밀가루고 이게 바닐라입니까? 이게 우유, 설탕, 오렌지, 달걀. 얘가 바닐라야? 바닐라 꽃이구나. 나 이게 처음 알았어 지금. 자, 밀가루 바닐라하고 달걀이 처음이나 맨 끝이잖아요. 그럼 일로 가야 돼요. 그다음 오렌지가 일로 가고 설탕과 우유는 연이어 추가하면 안 된다고. 그래? 그래. 설탕은 바닐라를 넣은 이후에 넣는다. 바닐라를 넣고 이후에 설탕. 그럼 이 뒤에가 가능하다는 얘기잖아. 설탕을 여기다 넣어요. 달걀과 오렌지 껍질은 맨 오른쪽에 서로 붙어있다 그러면 이게 이렇게 되는 걸 수 있겠는데? 연유 추가하면 안 되잖아. 잠깐만. 연유 추가하면 안 돼. 이거 봐. 이것 때문에 지금 못 풀잖아. 지금 이것 때문에. 이거 봐. 이게 내가 짚은 곳. 저 마지막 문장. 저것 때문에 못 풀고 있잖아. 지금 이것 때문에. 이게 제가 궁금한 건 이런 거냐는 거예요. 이런 식으로. 이게 아니고. 자, 이렇게 1, 2, 3. 그 다음에 4, 5, 6 하면 오른쪽에 맨 끝에 붙은 게 이렇게 두 개잖아. 요런 얘기인 건지. 레시피를 이렇게 쓰는 사람이 이렇게 쓰는 사람도 있겠지만은 위에서 아래로만 쓰는 사람도 있잖아. 레시피를 적을 때. 6번이 문제란 말이야. 자, 맨 오른쪽에 달걀이면 얘가 달걀 맨 처음이나 마지막에 넣어야 되니까 6번이야. 설탕은 바닐라를 넣은 이후에 넣는다. 자, 일단 얘가 바닐라니까 바닐라는 밀가루 직전에 넣어야 돼. 이거 1+1이에요. 이렇게 둘이 같이 당기고 넣은 밀가루 이후에 오렌지를 넣어도 되고 설탕을 넣어도 된단 말이야. 근데 그러면은 답은 요건데 저 달걀과 오렌지 껍질은 레시피 순서에서 맨 오른쪽에 서로 붙어있다. 이게 뭔 소린지 모르겠어. 그러니까 이것 때문에 안 된다니까 이게. 이것 때문에 안 돼. 그러면 마지막 문제 이런 게 게임의 문제예요. 게임의 추리 게임의 문제가 항상 이런 거. 이런 그 허점이 있어. 그러면은 서로 붙어있으면 이게 이렇게 돼야 되는데 얘네 둘이 연이어 추가하면 안 된다며. 오렌지는 밀가루 넣은 식이니까 이거 상관없고 설탕은 바닐라를 넣은 이후에. 근데 넣기 직전에 추가한다며 밀가루를 바닐라를. 그렇지. 아니지. 이게 1+1이라는 말이야. 설마 이거 아니겠지? 진짜 이거면 죽여버린다 진짜. 오렌지가 맨 끝이고 오렌지 맨 끝이 아니지. 우유가 맨 끝. 설탕이랑 오렌지 자리 바꾸고. 달걀과 오렌지 껍질은 레시피 순서에서 맨 오른쪽에 서로 붙어있다. 아니잖아. 이거 아닐걸? 아니야.
But I'm never far from the truth.
자, 되돌려봐. 자, 바닐라는 밀가루를 넣기 직전에 추가한다. 맞죠? 자, 오렌지 껍질은 밀가루를 넣은 이후에 넣는다. 자, 여기라고 치고 설탕과 우유는 연이어 추가하면 안 되지. 설탕은 바닐라를 넣은 이후 시기에 넣는다. 나 알았어. 자, 봐봐요. 이게 우유에 대한 설명이 없어. 그러니까 설탕 다음 우유라는 얘기는 없어. 그냥 우유가 먼저일 수 있다는 얘기야. 근데 이거 두 개가 맨 끝에 붙어 있어야 되는데 설탕과 우유는 연이어 추가하면 안 된대. 근데 이게 붙어 있어야 된다며. 어쩌라는 거야 이거. 이거면 진짜 말이 안 돼. 틀려야지
not
정상이야.
think that's the right
틀려야
answer.
정상이야. 이게 붙어 있다는 게 이 말이 달걀과 오렌지 컵 이게 자꾸 마지막 문장 때문에 안 되잖아. 이거 봐. 아 이게 게임의 문제라니까.
No, no, no.
내가 그림을 잘못 보고 있나요, 제가? 제가 그림을 잘못 보고 있는 거 아니죠? 이거 바닐라 맞죠, 이거? 이게 바닐라 맞지? 이거 밀가루 맞고 우유, 오렌지, 설탕, 달걀 맞죠? 바닐라는 밀가루 넣기 직전에 추가한다. 맞잖아. 달걀은 처음 또는 마지막에 추가한다. 달걀과 오렌지 껍질은 레시피 순서에서 맨 오른쪽에 서로 붙어있다. 이게 뭔 말이냐고. 천재네. 북궁님 천재네. 맞아. 우유가 바닐라보다 앞에 갈 수 있어. 맞아. 됐어. 정답. 씨.
Et voilà.
As promised, my recipe is yours. Give me 5 minutes to write it down for you.
Thank you. I am in your debt.
이걸로 제가 요리를 못하는 게 뽀록이 났네요.
I can take advantage of this moment to resume my little observations of the...
Did you enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
You do not
요리
have good restaurants in
된장찌개랑
Kenya?
Actually,
떡볶이밖에 안 해봤어.
this is in the 1930s.
I did not mean to
된장찌개랑
offend.
떡볶이밖에 안 해봤어.
Like the meal?
The lobster it was
부침 이런 것도 안
undercooked,
해보고.
and the potatoes were too dry.
I expect, being Princess Dragomirov's assistant, you must be used to eating well.
Cooking is an art. You do not need to wear the chef's hat to be an artist.
What is your favorite dish?
Currywurst. It is a specialty of mine.
프리브스트는 또 무슨 음식이야? 지들만 하는. 이런 거 왜 한국에다가 팔아먹는 거야? 이런 게임을 지들밖에 모르는 음식을 요리 음식 지네나라밖에 없는 건데. 자
Did you
다시.
enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
You do not have good restaurants in Kenya?
Actually, we do. This is in the 1930s.
I did not mean to offend.
You didn't like the meal?
The lobster it was undercooked, and the potatoes were too dry.
I expect, being Princess
공작
Dragomirov's
부인이라고.
assistant, you must be used to eating well.
Cooking is an art. You do not need to wear the chef's hat to be an artist.
What is your favorite dish?
Currywurst. It is a
여기서
specialty.
공작 부인의 공작이라는 게 있는 나라가 어디예요? 공작이라는 직급이 있는 나라? 영국인가? 그 신분이 공작 신분이 있는 나라가 영국인가? 33살일 거고 보좌관 얼굴이 33이 아니 76은 아니지 23 아니다 이거 나이 틀리면 진짜 때려버린다 지들이 게임 이렇게 만들어 놓고 야 요 그래픽은 23살에 적합해 하면서 우리 23수로 하자 이렇게 해놓진 않았기를
I must admit,
아이씨
I'm not...
독일인가 보다
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
I made a lot of progress on the expenses last night, sir. I should be done by tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to be a fast worker, Hector.
Sorry, sir. Working here is not as comfortable as in our office in Boston.
You're lucky to ride in a train like this.
뭐요? 뭐 이렇게 하고선 신분
I made a lot of progress on the expenses last night, sir. I should be done by tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to be a fast worker, Hector.
Sorry, sir. Working here is
보스턴?
not as
자, 보스턴이
comfortable
어디더라?
as Boston.
You're lucky to ride in a train like this.
보스턴, 야, 이거 배경 지식 엄청 요구하네. 보스턴 어디 있는 도시? 미국이에요? 감사합니다. 얘 22은 진짜 오반데. 이 게임은 왜 이렇게 나이가 문제지? 이거 22은 오반데. 아까 나이 하나 틀렸거든요. 야, 이거 이 얼굴이 22? 근데 머리는 투블럭 그랬어? 그러면 잠깐만, 이마에 맞박에 주름으로 봤을 때 한 40 정도로 봐야 되는데 22살인데 눈이 저렇게 푹 파이고 저렇게 골격이 저렇게 나올 수가 없어. 요거는 30대가 넘어가야지 나오는 저 골격이기 때문에 40.
That was easy.
Here you are, sir. My recipe. Please tell Mr. Book he should not expect my recipes for the other desserts.
야, 아까 50 몇 살 골랐더니 50 몇이 아니고 40 몇이더라고요. 야, 씨, 그거 어떻게 맞춰? 야, 게임에서 중년을 표현했는데 그 중년이 50대인지 40대인지 어떻게 맞춰? 야, 나 진짜 깜짝 놀라가지고. 잠깐만요. 혹시 불면증 있으신 분? 불면증 있으신 분? 제가 불면증이 있는데 어플 하나 굉장한 거를 회사에서 추천받았고 써보니까 효과가 너무 좋아가지고 와이파이가 갑자기 안 되네. 잠깐만요. 컴퓨터 껐다 켜서 그렇구나. 컴퓨터로 와이파이를 쓰니까 이제 그 메인보드를 와이파이를 사가지고 컴퓨터로 와이파이를 쓰니까 이제는 공유기가 필요가 없어. 너무 좋아.
Yes, sir?
뭐 하라고? 이게?
Poirot, you were gone such a long time.
It proved more challenging than I expected.
This is wonderful. Did it require the use of your little grey cells?
More the exercise of my little taste buds.
Thank you so much, my friend. Eat your dessert. You've earned it.
날씨가 근데 진짜 너무 춥다.
Good evening. My name is Ratchet. I think that I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Hercule Poirot, is that so?
You have been correctly informed, monsieur.
Your exploits are well known on my side of the Atlantic. In my country, we come to the point quickly. Mr. Poirot, I want you to take on a job for me. Are you interested in earning a lot of money?
My clientele, monsieur, is limited nowadays. I undertake very few cases.
Why, naturally. I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, means big money. Big money.
잠깐만요. 다시 봅시다.
Are you interested in earning a lot of money?
My clientele, monsieur, is limited nowadays. I undertake very few cases.
Why, naturally. I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, means big money. Big money.
미국이겠지 뭐. 같은 사람이니까. 같은 비서니까. 보스턴 사무실에 있을 거고.
What is it you wish me to do for you, Monsieur Ratchet?
Mr. Poirot, I am a rich man. A very rich man. Men in that position have enemies. I have an enemy.
Monsieur, in my experience, when a man is in a position to have, as you say, enemies, then it does not usually resolve
어느
itself
정도
into
성공하기
one
전에도 적이
Yes, I
생깁니다.
appreciate that point.
적이 생겨요. 한
Enemy
집단에서
or
1등을 하고
enemies,
있어도
it
적이
doesn't
생겨요.
matter.
저절로.
What does matter is my safety. My life has been threatened, Mr. Poirot. Now, I'm a man who can take pretty good care of himself. But as I look at it, a little insurance wouldn't hurt. And remember, big money.
I regret,
그
Monsieur, that I
1등이
cannot oblige
회사에서
you. What's wrong
없어져야
with my
자기가
proposition? If you
돈을
will
많이 벌 수
forgive me
있다고
for being
착각하는
personal,
그런
I do not like your face,
그런
Mr. Ratchet.
존재들이
Now,
있어서
if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to
성공하기
finish
전에도
my
적이
coffee
생기죠.
peacefully.
아 이제 잠들고 일어나면 이제 살인 사건이 간밤에 일어나지나? 야 현실에서는 살인 사건 났다 그러면 씨 기분이 들어온데 게임에서는 살인 사건 났다 그러면 이렇게 기대가 되냐? 씨. 이거 인간은 내가 볼 때 인간은 성악설이 맞아. 아 피아노도 있어 이거. 야 이런데 와가지고 이거 피아노 연주 딱 하면은 여자랑 딱 있는데 나 피아노 좀 치는데 딱 연주 저기서 딱 웃으면은 진짜
I'm sure you will find it to be
하긴
most
근데 저런데
comfortable.
솔로가 오진 않지. 저런데 솔로가 오지는 않아. 커플들이 오기 때문에 필요가 없다.
We have stopped?
Yes, sir. Belgrade station. If you'd like to go out and get some fresh air, now is the time. The train leaves at
사무적으로
9:15.
업무적으로 저 열차를 타야 되는 그런 사람들이 있어야 돼. 그래야 그 중에 솔로가 있을 수 있어.
May I suggest a chocolate to
자꾸
accompany your
뇌구조가
coffee?
이렇게
It is
헌팅
produced
쪽으로
by
가냐?
my father, the best chocolatier in Switzerland.
I would
불순하구만.
never refuse a chocolate with such high recommendation.
I know you will enjoy it, and please let me know if there is anything else you require.
넌 28살 인정해줄게. 너 근데 어느
May I
나라야?
suggest a chocolate to accompany your coffee? It is produced by my father, the best chocolatier.
That's the right answer. Everything was perfect. Thank you very much.
근데
My
이
pleasure. Is
열차
there anything you
안에서요
require, monsieur?
살인 사건이
No,
일어난다
merci.
그러면 제일 유력해 보이는 캐릭터가 누굽니까? 이 열차 안에서 살인 사건이 일어났다. 제일 유력해 보이는 캐릭터 바로 너야. 너. 네가 제일 범죄자상이야. 너가.
Why, I thought you'd left us.
원래대로면
You said
얘가
you were
유력해
getting off
본데
the
얘가
Belgrade.
대위이기 때문에
You
일단 제껴졌어.
misunderstood me.
But, man, your baggage, it's gone.
It has been moved into another compartment, that is all.
Oh, I see.
오, I see. 아니 이거 왜 이렇게 헷갈려요 길이?
I wish you a good night, Monsieur Poirot.
Good night.
수전증이 있어. 저 아저씨 수전증 있고 오른손잡이에요.
I hope you'll sleep well and that your head will be better in the morning.
It is just the cold. I'm now making myself a cup of tea.
I hope it'll warm you up.
I hope so. Good night.
Well, good night, my dear.
온화하게 생겼네. 목소리는 겁나 세 보이는데.
What a brave girl. On the other hand, that man there in the next cabin, Monsieur Ratchet, he scares the hell out of me. There's something wrong about that man. My daughter always says I'm very intuitive. When Mama gets a hunch, she's dead right. That's what my daughter says. And I've got a hunch about that man. He's next door to me and I don't like it. I put my
그래,
bags
그 직감이라는 게 근거가 없는 게 아니야.
I thought I heard him trying the hand.
그 사람과의 대화 속에서 뭔가를 느꼈기 때문에 이 직감이 오는 거거든.
Good night.
이렇게 말한다고 해서 이게 허풍이라고 생각하면 안 돼. 저기 뭐가 있는 게 확실해. 앞빛나리에다가 뒷빛나리네.
Monsieur Ratchet seems very upset.
레치시 근데 좀 사기꾼 같긴 해. 근데 여기를 지금 들어가면 안 될 것 같죠? 더 확인할 수 있는 게 없네요. 자, 이거를 여기가 201호부터 101호부터 7호까지, 여기는 5호까지. 밑에 레스토랑에다가 여긴 바. 맨 밑엔 뭐야? 아, 저기 301호랑 2호가 있어? 직원인 것 같은데 승무원의 그 방인 것 같고.
Finally a real bed fit for a king or a very tired detective.
아, 차이나 옷이잖아. 갑자기 이렇게 하니까 타오파이 같은 그런 느낌인데? 도돈파! 겁나 잘 어울린다, 이 옷. 자, 일단 세이브 좀 할게요. 와, 씨, 지금 세이브 못해. 영상 시작됐구나.
Monsieur Ratchet?
Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé.
아, 이거 왜 번역 안 해줘? 이런 망게임이 다 있나? 이거 추리를 하라고 그러고. 세이브 왜 안 되죠? 아, 세이브 왜 안 돼? 저 사람이었다. 다시 자? 이러고 다시 자? 12시 37분. 잠깐 잤다고? 이래서 탐정은 할 게 못돼.
Good night, madame.
빨리 문 닫아라.
The American lady?
Yes, don't worry. You'll know how Mrs. Hubbard is. Imagine to yourself the time I have had with her. She insists, but insists, that there is a man in her compartment. Just imagine it, monsieur. In a space of this size,
지금 사건 일어나나 봐요.
himself.
일어난다
I
이제.
argue with her. I point out that it is impossible. She insists. She woke up and there was a man there. And how, I ask, did he get out? And leave the door bolted behind him? But she will not listen to reason.
안에서 빗장까지 걸고
That
나온다?
one does not leave time to listen.
밀실살인인가?
The train has stopped, Mr. Michel.
We have run into a snowdrift. Heaven knows how long we shall be here. I remember once being snowed in for 7 days.
Where are we?
Between Vinkovsky and Brod.
Oh la la. It's time for me to go back to bed.
빈코브치랑 브로드가 어느 나라 도시야?
Or what is left of it.
야 25분 만에 또 깨요. 얘한테 어플 추천해줘야겠구만 이거. 오 모델링 다리가 아주 기가 막히게 뽑혔는데? 이번에 꽤 잤어요. 아니 이 정도 눈사태면은
The train is still stuck and the snow continues to fall. I should have taken
한
an
3개월은
airplane.
걸릴 것 같은데?
Well, I must make the best of it and join the other passengers for breakfast. The train still hasn't left.
와 근데 진짜 눈이 진짜 눈 같다. 진짜 눈 쌓인 것 같아. 와 저기 봐봐 입자 봐봐. 와 진짜 눈 쌓인 것 같다. 와 씨. 세이브 지금 처음 합니다. 1시간 50분 날라갈 뻔했어 이거. 야 게임하다 튕기면은 진짜. 아니 근데 내가 202호잖아. 2등석. 아 2등석에서 볼 수 있구나. 난 또 그러면 201호가 여잔가 했네.
Good morning, Monsieur Michel.
이 사람 불침번 속고서는 안 자네.
Please enjoy our special breakfast in our restaurant.
화장실에 누구 있나? 없네. 뭐 없지? 템 없고. 분명히 오늘 사건이 일어났다.
This delay is intolerable. I'm supposed to be demonstrating the Firenze in Paris in 2 days.
Ah, your electric car. Yes, that's bad luck.
Bad luck? If I miss that demonstration, I'll be in deep trouble.
Just text your people in Paris and warn them.
Of course I tried that, but there is no network service in these mountains.
My daughter said it would be the easiest way in the world. Just sit on the train until I got to Paris. And now we may be here
이
for
여자 다리
days,
모양이 아까
and my
그
boat
뛰어간
sails
여자인가?
the day after
볼 수가
tomorrow.
없네.
How am I going to
하긴.
catch it now? I can't even send
여기
an
수그리고
email
보면
to
그거
cancel
범죄지.
it. I'm just too mad to talk about it.
My colleagues were to meet me in Paris. They will wonder what has happened to me. I can get no words to them. What will they think? We have refugees to help.
Good morning, madam. The snow is a predicament, is it not?
I am Russian. Snow is no stranger to me.
Ah, the accent. Would it be St. Petersburg?
You are very perceptive. Monsieur Poirot, is it not?
And may I take it I have the honor of addressing Princess Natalia Dragomirov?
We dispense with the old titles these days. My husband, all of my past, was taken from me by these Stalinists. When they were gone, I became director of the St. Petersburg Museum of Antiquities to restore and preserve what I can of my country's history.
Still, the delay must be vexing.
If I must be late for my appointments, then they will wait.
I know that I would certainly wait, madame. It has been my extreme pleasure to make your acquaintance, madame.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
그래?
A beautiful piano. What a luxury. Pity there's no one to
그러게
play.
아 이거 내가 가서 연주해주고 싶은데.
Mademoiselle, you are not concerned about the train stopping?
What can one do?
Indeed, this does not make the train move. You have great strength to remain calm at a time like this.
I know one far, far stronger than I.
And that is?
Well, that old lady, for instance. You have probably noticed her. She just has to lift her little finger and ask for something in a polite voice.
실제로 이런 상황이면 저 냉장고에 식량이
It runs also for my friend Monsieur
한계가
Book,
있어서
but that is because he is a director of the line,
침착하기 힘들 것
not because
같은데.
he has a masterful character.
You don't have to have a strong will when you have power. But I suspect I did not need to tell you that, Mr.
Poirot.
Mr. Poirot.
조신한 여자분이군.
Good morning, Mr. Fauché. You have early
저
customers.
조심한 여자,
Yes,
조신한
I'm
여자를
stuck serving here as well at breakfast.
군인
Everyone's
녀석이 아주
impatient.
말이야.
They keep complaining that the train is not moving, as if I could get out and push it.
It's too early for me to order a boxcar. That is the appropriate drink, I believe.
A gin triple sec, lemon and grenadine mix. A drink for a train indeed.
But not perhaps for my breakfast. I think I will settle for an omelette.
Good luck, sir. Miss Nielsen is helping to serve in the dining car.
이거 뭐 창고 안에 막 들어가도 되는 건가 이거? 레스토랑.
How long are we expected to be stranded here?
It won't do much good complaining to me. That fellow there with the moustache, he may know something.
Excusez-moi, sir.
Yes?
Monsieur Book asks for you to join him in compartment 203.
Look here, Poirot. Can you tell us anything?
I can tell you the snow, it will not move aside on its own.
Of course, but you obviously have some influence with Book.
I am going to see him now. I will ask him if he has any information.
그 어디 있다 그랬지? 잠깐만 나 이 여자 아까 그 뛰어간 여자 아니야? 야 요리를 안 보고 해. 엄청난 셰프입니다. 아 월급 얼마짜리야 이 사람. 와씨. 그거를 왜 자꾸 볼 수 있게 할까? 바깥에 시체가 걸려있거나 뭐 이런 게 있나? 그러고 보니 부크 녀석이 오는 길이 없었던 것 같은데? 이등석에 있나 보다. 아 여기 있네요.
Ah, my good friend. Come in. We have need of you.
What has occurred?
A passenger lies dead in his bed.
와, 씨.
Stabbed.
시작됐어요.
Which
시작됐어.
In there. He's an American. A man called Ratchet. It was his valet masterman who was worried that Mr. Ratchet was not awake yet. Pierre Michel, the conductor, decided to break in and found
아,
the
레치시 다른 애야?
I see. Well, my friend, I think it is best not to touch anything and wait for the police to arrive.
Oh, I tried
자,
to call the
오리엔트
police,
특급 살인
but there is
사건이
no cell tower
시작됐습니다.
for many kilometers.
We could be stuck in the snow for hours. The murderer is with us.
203호였고
On the train,
어젯밤에
now.
계속
The sooner we
관찰했던
catch
데
him, the sooner
203호인데
we'll be out of danger.
레치
The
씨가
Dr.
했던
Constantine is
말이
already examining the body.
Mon ami,
남자가
this is not a
있었다.
missing train
그 다음에
ticket.
빗장을
We
치고
must
나갔다.
follow procedure. We must wait for the police to secure the crime scene.
Please, Poirot. I will take full responsibility.
Book, you ask. Well, if we cannot contact the outside world, then... Oh, you are going to drive me crazy. In truth, this problem intrigues me. I was reflecting not half an hour ago that
보통
many
탐정들은
hours of boredom lay ahead whilst we
끔찍하고
are stuck here. And
심각한
now
일이야
the
하면서도
problem lies ready
속으로
to my
좋아하잖아.
hand.
이제 내가 잘할 수 있을 때야 막 이러면서 내가 나설 때가 됐군 흥미로운데 막 이러면서 이제 그게 보통 탐정 아닙니까? 코난도 막 살인 사건 일어나면은 막 얼굴 표정이 막 기분 좋은 표정 막 나면서 막
Mr. Poirot, I am Dr.
콘스탄틴 이름부터 수상해.
Forgive me, doctor. You are a medical examiner?
No, but I have assisted in post-mortems at Nairobi Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am familiar with your excellent institution.
검시관
I do
아니고
not intend to
부검을
perform a
했던
full
그
autopsy,
의사구나.
but a
부검이구나. 부검.
preliminary examination should be of some use.
Of course. May I have a look? Then we can compare notes.
Please, if you need any help, I won't be far away.
사건이 일어나면 가장 기본은 시체부터 확인하는 겁니다. 얘 어디 산다고 그랬어? 의사고 아니 근데 89세일 수가 없는데 이렇게 건장해?
Mr. Poirot,
콘스탄틴 이름으로 알아야 돼?
Forgive me, doctor. You
출신들을?
are a medical examiner?
No, but I have assisted in
나이로비?
post-mortems at Nairobi
나이로비가
Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am familiar with your excellent institution.
나이로비가
I do not
어딥니까?
intend to perform a full autopsy, but a preliminary examination should be of some use.
이런 거 어떻게 알고 맞춰?
May I
이거?
have a look? Then we can
나이로비가 어디야?
compare notes.
Please,
실바
if you need any help,
나이로비가
I
어느
won't be
나라야?
far away.
아 나라만 검색 좀 합시다. 나이로비가 어느 나라야? 케냐의 수도래요. 야, 씨, 이거 배경 지식 없으면 게임을 못하네.
I must admit,
나이가
I not
그래.
like
나이가
this.
89라고 하기엔 너무 건장해.
That's the right answer.
자, 그러면 체를 확인을 잠깐만. 바닥에 뭐가 떨어져 있고. 야, 칼을 뽑았어? 이 사람 칼을 뽑으면 어떡해? 시계 깨졌어. 잠깐만요. 잠깐만. 야, 이거 시계가 왼팔에 찬다. 시계가 이게 몇 시가 몇 시야? 왼팔에 찬다. 이렇게 돌려봤다. 이걸 일로 돌린다고? 자, 오른손에 우리가 왼손에 차지 원래? 왼손에 시계를 찰 때 이게 이쪽으로 나 있단 말이야. 얘 지금 시계 모양 그렇지 이렇게 돼 있어야 되고. 1시 15분. 1시 15분. 내가 어저께 분명히 1시 25분에 깼단 말이야. 1시 25분에. 1시 10분에 한 번 깨고. 아니지. 1시에 깼나? 1시 15분에서 16분 가는 사이. 자상이 굉장히 많습니다. 이거 원한에 의한 살인이에요.
As you see, the victim has been stabbed many times. Several alone would have been fatal.
Yes, I agree. An attack most savage.
I will, of course, prepare a complete report on my findings.
Thank you. I'll take photos.
권총이 있네.
Last night, Monsieur Ratchet said he takes precautions. I see now what he meant. He knew he was in danger and wanted to be ready, yet it was no use to him. I will leave it here for the police.
창문. 천장 못 보네. 어? 반대쪽 창문? 없고. 자, 일단 컵.
I'm sure I will find some interesting things inside.
컵을 얘기하는데 금고 얘기를 왜 하는 거야?
This phone was deliberately smashed.
그럼 파손된 액정의 파편이 어딘가 있어야 되는데.
A handkerchief. There's a letter H embroidered on it.
필기체 H. 자수. 전자담배 액상인가? 바나나 맛의 전자담배
It
액상?
belonged to Ratchet?
잠깐만요.
Where can the killer have gone? The chain lock is broken. Monsieur Michel told me that he broke the chain on the door to get into the room.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but I must question you.
Of course. I must be considered under suspicion like everyone else.
May I know your movements last night?
I share compartment 101 with Mr. Book. He would not stop talking about his beloved train. I listened to him for hours talking about his Orient Express.
My friend Book will no doubt confirm this.
근데 이상한 게요. 어떻게 눈사태에 딱 맞춰서 살인을 저지를 수가 있지? 그러니까 열차가 멈춰져 있고 눈사태 이런 상황에서 어디로 갈 수 없는 이 고립된 지역 안에서 살인이 일어났다는 게 마치 눈사태가 일어날 거 알고 있는 거 마냥 이게 어떻게 이게 가능하지? 배그로에서
Of
보였다고?
course. I share compartment. He would not stop talking about his beloved train. I listened to him for hours talking.
My friend Book will. Did you know the victim?
Not at all. I noticed him last night at dinner, but I did not pay much attention.
Did you?
Not at all.
Did you touch anything in here this morning?
I checked for a pulse. There was none. Rigor mortis had commenced. The body was cool to the touch. I touched nothing else.
What can you tell me about the victim?
He died from multiple stab wounds of varying angles and depth. More than one would have been fatal. I would place the time of death roughly between midnight and 2 a.m. With more time, I hope I can be more precise.
I assume the open window complicates matters.
Indeed. Conditions are not perfect.
Thank you for your help, Doctor.
지금 이 사람들 벌벌 떨 정도로 지금 춥다는 건데 여기가
The snow is falling only lightly this morning. The murderer would have left tracks in the snow if he had jumped out the window.
창밖으로 뛰어내는 거 아니란 얘기고 이번은 어딘가 알아서 풀어야 돼. 그리고 난 이거보다 위에 게 더 궁금하거든. 이게 비밀번호구나. (1980)
Not exactly the reading material one would expect of a man like Ratchet. Expensive clothing, recently laundered. Not very surprising.
일기? 아, 일정표. (15시에) 오리엔트 익스프레스가 있고 폴 DC 체크 TV. 참 중요한 건 이거야.
Ah, a meeting place on the back of a postcard. Someone with the initials A.W. Ratchet had an appointment he will never keep. Ratchet. Unusual letter, this.
아니 이거 왜 번역 안 해줘? 아씨. For each person hunt, you will suffer the same harm. Your death is near. 곧 죽는다. 곧 너의 죽음은 곧. We never forget. 우리는 절대 잊지 않는다. 뭔 개소리야. 각 사람들을 헌트. 뭐 사냥하다겠지. You will suffer. suffer가 뭐야? 서핑보드 뭐 그런 건가? 아 여기 이렇게 나오는구나. 사신이야 저게? 과거에 죄를 지었구나. 수면제야?
Sleeping pills. Box of This door communicates with compartment 204. The latch is open on this side.
204호로 나갔네. 야, 204호 누가 있었지?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
아 일로 해서
I do
이게
not
아니지
think
맞지?
that's
이게
the
아니지.
right answer.
일로 가면 이게 그거니까. 폭수할 때면 멈춰 있을 때 일로 나갔다.
This is wrong.
아니네?
But I'm never far from the truth.
아, 두 개를 선택하라고? 요거 하나 했으니까 그러면 창문을 나갔다는 가정을 또 하나 하라는 얘기네. 맞네. 이거랑 얘긴데? 아닌데? 야, 미셸이 강제로 열었다는 걸로. 그러니까 난 이게 아닌데 정답이? 무조건 이거지.
So the murderer must have exited
객실로
through
나간 거밖에
Madame
없지.
Hubert's room. That was easy. I shouldn't leave until I have finished inspecting. This door communicates.
아, 지금 이걸 풀란 얘기야? 미셸이랑 하버드 부인.
That's the right answer. I shouldn't.
아, 왜 못 나가? 여기서라는 얘기야? 옆방이 있대요. 옆방 왜 못 가죠?
This.
아니 왜 못 가?
I shouldn't.
왜 못 나가? 이건 뭐야? 자 봅시다.
I wonder what could be in this photo. I shouldn't leave.
회전이 있어야 되고. 잠깐만요. 되돌려. 이쪽이 아닌데? 데이지를 위해.
For Daisy. Interesting.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
I shouldn't leave until I have finished.
아직 안 끝났다고?
Crime scene.
얘 아직 안 한 게 있어? 아 이걸 안 눌렀네.
The hands are stopped at 1:15 a.m. One would expect that to be the time when the attack occurred. I shouldn't.
아씨. 이게 아니라고?
That is not a good answer.
이거 아이템 합성을 하는 얘기 같아서 맞추라는 문제가 아니야 이거. 아이템 합성을 하는 얘기라서 이거 이렇게 하고 총은 상관이 없어. 이거랑 이 협박 편지. 얘가 이거랑 시계겠죠? 아니네? 시계랑?
No, 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 no.
아니야?
Not good.
그럼 요거밖에 없고.
I can't imagine Ratchet taking a sleeping pill if he feared for his life.
That was easy.
레치 고행했다고? 어? 나 이거 모르는데? 아 미셸하고. 레치 누굴 고행했지? 잠깐만 레치 고행했다고? 이 사람 그 사람이야? 그러면 걔 두 명 맞지. 아, 이 사람이 레슨 맞네.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
얘가 아니라고? 그럼 얘 누구지? 모리 마스터먼 얘는 누구야? 포스카렐리 얘는 누구지? 안토니오인가 본데? 정보가 없는 거 보니까. 아니네. 정보가 없는데? 아씨, 설마 부크일리는 없고 얘인가? 와, 얘 뭐야? 얘에 대한 정보가 없는데 진짜 어이가 없네.
did not let me down.
I think I've seen everything I need at the moment. I am counting on you to finish your analysis.
I'll have a more detailed report for you as soon as I can.
So, Poirot, did you find anything out?
It's a bit early for the handcuffs, my friend. Even for Hercule Poirot. Do not worry, mon ami. I believe our culprit has no plans to strike again. Monsieur Ratchet was the target. Of that I am convinced.
이게 말이 안 되는데 옆방에 하버드 부인이 있는데.
Tell me, Book.
어떻게
how did
글로
you
나가지?
spend last night?
This is a joke, I hope. Don't you trust your old
그리고
friend?
My friend, calm yourself.
잠들었을
I must
때이기
hear
때문에
your story in order to
여자여도
corroborate other
남자를
accounts.
제압할 수가 있어요.
Naturally. Let me see. I went to my compartment after dinner. Dr. Constantine was already there. We talked about his career. He's a Cambridge man, you know. After university, he returned to his country and has done much good there. He was so interested in the Orient Express. I told him all the anecdotes I know. I'm not certain when we fell asleep, but it was very late.
Here is what I have found out. Monsieur Ratchet was stabbed many times. I also found threatening letters in his safe. He had a loaded gun under his pillow, so he was on guard, ready to defend himself. However, there was an empty glass with white residue at the bottom. I suspect a barbiturate. Perhaps he was forced to take it. In any case, I am certain he was unconscious, unable to defend himself. I also found several other items at the crime scene, possibly related to the murder. They must be investigated.
By all means, Poirot. As fast as you can.
I also found
바닥에
liquid
떨어졌기
for an
때문에
electronic cigarette, but I could
가방에
not find
들어있지
a
않았기
vape.
때문에 얘게
This
아니야.
might belong to the murderer.
This criminal
누군가 건네주는
is
걸
an actor.
마셨고 잠들었을 때 제압을 했어.
I
그렇다는
need a
건
list of
여자일
the
확률이
passengers with their
높아요.
compartment numbers.
그러면
Pierre
나는
Michel will have it.
하버드
I must
부인이라고
interview the
1번
rest of the
생각할
passengers
수밖에 없는
and
게
the staff.
옆방이니까.
I'll be in the bar car if you need me. We are hours late. Soon I hope help will arrive.
Good morning, madam. I am Hercule Poirot.
Caroline Hubbard. What can I do for you, Mr. Poirot?
I am the bearer of unfortunate news.
It's obvious with all the commotion that something is
분명 이
happening.
여자가
Madame Hubbard, I am afraid your neighbor,
자기 집감에
Monsieur Ratchet,
안
was
좋다고
murdered
그랬잖아,
last
며칠이.
night.
Oh my god. I knew it. I knew it.
I would like to ask you some questions, but first, may I inspect your room?
Of course, yes, you must. I was visiting my daughter. She works at the American Embassy in Istanbul. I told her she'd never find a husband there. Since I wanted to see Paris on my way home, she told me I should take this high-class train. I can't wait to see Paris. It looks beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful than Schenectady in the good old US of A. That's where I'm living now.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Here is a jacket button. It bears the logo of the Orient Express. The luxury of the Orient Express is present in every detail.
뭐야? 아무것도 없다는 얘기야? 아닌데? 뭐죠? 아무것도 없어.
This door connects to Monsieur Ratchet's compartment. It was latched on this side.
좀 잠겨 있으면 뭐해? 그냥 열면 그만인 걸.
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
Madame, please tell me about last night.
The murderer was right here in my compartment. I woke up. All in the dark it was. I was just so scared I couldn't scream. I pressed the call button. I pressed and pressed. I heard footsteps running in the corridor, then a knock on my door. Come in, I screamed. And I switched on the lights at the same time. And would you believe it? There wasn't a soul there.
You think he went back into the other compartment?
How do I know where he went? I had my eyes shut tight. The conductor came in. I told the man what had happened, and he didn't seem to believe me. I asked him to search the room, but he found nothing. I told the conductor to look at the door between the compartments, and sure enough, it wasn't bolted. Well, I soon saw to that. I told him to bolt it, then and there.
How is it you didn't bolt the door between the two compartments?
But I had. Well, as a matter of fact, I asked that Swedish lady, Olsen, Greta, if it was bolted, and she said it was.
How was it you could not see for yourself?
I was already in bed, and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was.
What time was it when you asked her to do this for you?
Oh, it must have been around 10:30 or 10:45 p.m. She'd come along to see if I had an aspirin. But instead of opening my door, she opened Mr. Ratchet's door by mistake. He said something quite rude, like, "Not a chance, lady, you're too old." It shocked her. She came in. I told her where to find the aspirin, and she got it out of my toiletry bag. Poor girl, she didn't have a good night.
The same could be said for Monsieur Ratchet. It appears Mademoiselle Olsen may be the last person to see Ratchet alive. Is this your handkerchief?
No, not at all.
Yet it is embroidered with an initial H, like your name.
I don't care. It's not mine. And I would certainly never buy something so impractical as that frilly thing.
Are you a smoker?
No, definitely not. Filthy habit.
전자담배도 몇 개 아니고?
I found a jacket button on your table. It looks like it belongs to... a train employee. The button bears the logo of the Orient Express.
Well, of course the conductor came in last night, but he didn't go near that table.
Still, it's a safe bet that it belongs to the conductor. I'll check his jacket later, to be sure. I have not finished inspecting your room, if you don't mind.
굳이 이 방에 단추를 그럴 이유는 없는데.
Monsieur Michel, I must ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
I will do everything I can to help.
First of all, tell me about yourself.
Very well. My name, as you know, is Pierre Michel. I am from Calais. I've been with the company for over 15 years.
Thank you.
칼레가 어느 나라에 또 칼레 어느 나라인지 검색 좀 할게요. 프랑스. 배경 지식 없으면 뭐 할 수가 없네. 어떻게 모든 나라의 도시를 어떻게 알아? 열차장이 왜 여기에 앉아있지? 그냥 승무원도 아니고.
That was easy. Can you provide me with a listing of the passengers and their rooms, please?
Yes, certainly.
허버드의 말이 맞으면 남자야, 범인이.
Are you a smoker?
Indeed.
Do you smoke e-cigarettes?
No. Tobacco only.
I would like to reconstruct with your help the events of last night. Monsieur Ratchet retired to bed. When?
Almost immediately after dinner, sir. Actually, before we left Belgrade.
Did anybody go into his compartment after that?
His valet, monsieur. Monsieur Masterman. And then his secretary, the young American gentleman. Monsieur McQueen.
And that is the last time you saw or heard of him?
No, monsieur. You forget that Monsieur Ratchet rang his bell around 12:40 a.m., soon after we had stopped. I knocked at the door, but he called out in French, "Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé." I then left to answer another bell that had just rung.
Where were you at 1:15 a.m.?
I was sitting on my little seat at the end of the car, facing up the corridor.
Are you sure?
I left a little after 1 a.m. to speak about the snow with my colleague Jean in the bar car. I came back later. There was a call. I remember speaking to you.
Indeed, I remember. Carry on.
It was the American lady, Madame Hobart. She thought she saw a man in her compartment. Then, around 1:50 a.m., I made the bed for Monsieur Ratchet's secretary, Monsieur McQueen. He had spent the evening talking with the English Captain Arbuthnot. At 2 a.m., I returned to my place and stayed there until dawn.
What is the last station where we stopped?
Vinkovsky.
Could someone have come on board?
Possibly. I was very busy. Owing to the weather, we were a few minutes late. We left at 12:10 a.m.
I found a button from an Orient Express staff jacket. Did you lose one by any chance?
No, monsieur. As you can see, I have all my buttons. It is not mine.
뭐 미셸의 행동도 풀어야 돼? 필요도 없이? 쟤 범인 아니야. 이게 1시 20분이야. 이게 이게 어때고? 이게 맞겠지?
That's the right answer.
이 사람들 왜 신문 못해?
Please, do me the courtesy of leaving me alone, if you will.
알았어요, 아줌마.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can.
Oh?
The Orient Express bar is certainly well stocked.
하루 종일 요리를 하는구만 이 사람들은. 한 거 더 볼까? 긁으면서 오고. 응? 내가 취조하고 싶은 사람이 안 보이는데? 내 방인데.
Wax to preserve the perfect symmetry of the mustache. Wax. The mustache comb to tame unruly knots. The mustache. Finest of curling irons for the mustache.
저게 고데기라고? 야, 진짜. 내 방에는 뭐 이상한 게 없고. 지금 이게 그 여자 어딨어? 그 여자를 치조를 해야 되는데요. 어젯밤에 이거 나도 이거 보고선 은하열차가 생각나긴 했어. 너무 똑같이 생겨갖고 은하열차랑.
Monsieur Edward Masterman, I believe. May I ask you some questions?
I can barely talk. I have a terrible toothache.
We have a doctor on board the train. Perhaps...
I do not need a doctor. I use essential oils. If you can find my flask of clove oil in my box, I would be grateful.
Fine, if you insist. I will help you.
뭘 찾아가는 거야? 머리 아파. 한 10분만 쉽시다 여러분. 나 엄마 집에 캡틴 치바사 만화책이 한 박스가 있는데 이거를 어떻게 운반을 해야 되나? 갖다 팔아야 되는데 이걸 운반을 어떻게 하지? 아몬드, 일랑일랑, 레몬, 라벤더, 정향, 호호바.
By the smell, I think that the jojoba oil spilled on the other bottles, leaving their labels illegible. I must find another way to find which one is Masterman's toothache remedy. The weighing scale is soaked in jojoba oil. It's unusable. Ah, this old scale will do the job. To start, I must first arrange the vials from the lightest to the heaviest.
라벨이 지금 구별이 안 된다는 거 아니야? 노란색이 더 무거워?
Now that I know the order, I think that I can easily guess which one is the clove oil.
지금 호호바는 쏟아져서 없고 이게 레몬, 라벤더, 정량, 아몬드 일랑일랑이야? 이게 정량이야.
Here is your remedy. I hope it will help.
Thank you very much, sir. Ah, well, I can finally speak without too much pain. I'm ready to answer your questions.
바로 낫는다고?
You are Monsieur Ratchet's valet?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Were you told that your employer was murdered?
Yes, sir. A very shocking occurrence.
얘를 이거를 이제 파악하면 어떡하냐 운전기사를. 미국이고 39살이겠지.
I'm right again. At what hour did you last see Monsieur Ratchet?
It must have been around 9 p.m., sir. That or a little after. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m., same as the person who shares my room, Mr. Foscarelli. He almost immediately began snoring.
What did you do then?
I read, sir, and I spent a while soothing my toothache with clove oil and listening to the snoring.
Did you hear anything during the night?
Yes, my roommate snoring.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, sir. I have a cigarette now and then to
전자담배입니까?
relax.
왜 전자담배인지 왜 안 물어봐?
Tell me about your employer, Monsieur Ratchet.
I've been working for him for 9 months. I should not wish to speak ill of the dead, but he was not a gentleman, sir.
Did you know that he had enemies?
Yes, sir. I heard him discussing some threatening letters, sir, with Mr. McQueen.
Did he mention these letters to you?
He had been reading a letter when I came in. He asked me if I was the one who put it in his compartment. I told him that I had done no such thing, and he should report it to the police at the next station.
How did he respond?
He laughed, sir.
You're joking.
I do not joke, sir.
Forgive me. I can see you do not.
아닐걸?
Was he taking sleeping
평소에 안
pills?
먹었을걸?
Always when traveling by
먹었네.
train, sir. He said he couldn't sleep otherwise. Last night he asked me to give him
개꺼라는
two.
얘기고.
I did so
의뢰자는
along with a
다 맞은
glass
건
of
니고.
water. He dissolved them in the water.
너 결국에
Did you
마셨고.
see him drink the water?
No, sir. I left right after I gave him the pills.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
얘가 전자담배
He finds
아니구나.
smoke is
야,
disgusting.
Can you tell me again why you gave sleeping pills to Monsieur Ratchet?
Yes, I gave him the pills because when he takes the train, he has trouble sleeping. The letter must have worried him. He specifically asked me to prepare the sleeping pills. I didn't see him drink the water with the pills in it.
새끼 거짓말하네. 자, 이게 말이 안 되는 게 기차를 타면 잠을 잘 이루지 못하시거든요 라는 거는 평소에도 그랬다는 얘긴데 편지 때문에 걱정이 된 게 분명하다는 얘기랑 이거랑은 말이 안 맞잖아. 자, 그러면 잠을 못 자는 이유가 편지 때문에 걱정이 된 게 분명하다. 그래서 특별히 수면제를 준비해달라 라고 했다고 그러면 말이 되는데 기차를 타면 잠을 잘 못 잔다라는 거는 원래 그렇다는 얘기인데 이거 안 맞잖아 지금. 그리고 두 알을 줬다고 그러면서 무슨 약탄물이야. 이게 말이 안 돼요. 두 알을 줬으면은 입에 넣고 그 다음 물을 마셔야지 정상인데 아까 두 알을 달라고 그랬는데 분명히 약이 물에 타져 있었어. 컵 밑에 가루가 남아 있었기 때문에. 일단 이거
No way to
이거 아니야?
prove he's lying. I
이거겠지.
see
이거 아니야?
nothing to prove he's lying.
그럼 이거 두 개가 일맥상통하는데? 그럼 이쪽이 거짓말이면 이거지 이거.
Monsieur, I believe
아까
you
두
are
알을
not
줬다고
telling
그랬는데
me the truth.
약통째로 있었어 그 방에.
How can you say that?
뭐야 이건? 그치 권총이지
He
뭐.
received threatening letters. One, it seems, last night. Did you know he had a gun under his pillow? And even asked for my help to watch over him? I find it strange that he asked you for sleeping pills when he
그치
was
잠을 못
afraid
잘
for his
상황인데 어떻게
life and
잠자기 위해서
prepared
수면제를
to
하라고
defend
그래. 그것도
himself.
이상하지.
I'm sure I don't know. Maybe to calm his nerves, maybe out of habit.
It makes no sense.
Wait, please. Isn't it possible that Mr. Ratchet asked me to prepare the pills, but didn't plan to drink them for some reason?
It is possible. But I am a student of character, monsieur, and the Monsieur Ratchet you describe is not the man I met.
If you'll excuse me, my toothache is getting worse
새끼
again.
이거
I'm
범인이구만.
afraid this time you must prepare your own clove oil.
범인이 아니어도 이 새끼 뭔가 숨기고 있어. 자 이제 빨리 비서 만나자. 비서 어딨냐? 바로 옆에 있네.
I believe I am addressing Monsieur Hector McQueen.
Guilty as charged.
유죄를 인정한다고?
Oh, sorry. Just an expression. My father used to say it.
You must have had an interesting childhood. I am Hercule Poirot.
No need to be modest. You're a detective.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's secretary?
I am Mr. Ratchet's secretary. Just over a year. I mainly take care of translating certain texts.
얘는 범인 아니게 생겼어. 생긴 걸로는.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Your employer, Monsieur Ratchet, is dead.
So they got him after all.
What do you
그렇지.
mean?
그렇게 말을 해야지.
You are assuming he was murdered?
I know
그렇게
you
말을 해야
know.
정상이야.
What can you tell me about Monsieur Ratchet?
He was American. He was an antiques dealer. I don't know much more. Mr. Ratchet never talked about
골동품이야.
himself or his life. But I think Ratchet wasn't his real name. And he left the United States to run away from something. Or
그런 사람
someone.
밑에서 비서 일을 한다고?
He started getting letters threatening letters.
Do you still have them?
I have one.
Did you know that Monsieur Ratchet had asked for my help?
Asked you? No, I didn't know.
He knew he was in danger. When did you last see him?
Last night around 10 o'clock, I should say.
Did you like your employer, Monsieur McQueen?
No, I did not. He was,
안
I'm
좋아했구나,
sure,
너도.
a cruel and dangerous man.
그래? 그럼 너 질문이 많다.
Can you
나도
tell me
궁금한 게
your
많아졌어.
movements last night?
I went back to my compartment. I read a little. In Belgrade, I went out onto the platform to smoke, but it was cold. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's compartment to take some dictation for him. I left around 10
불고마, 너네 집에 안
o'clock.
춥냐?
I saw Captain Arbuthnot. We ended up chatting. in
아,
my
우리 집
compartment.
엄청나게 춥다,
Then we
지금.
went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Vinkovsky. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
I will need to check Monsieur McQueen's story with Captain Arbuthnot.
엄청나게 추워 지금.
I found a diary.
날씨가 왜
in
이래?
Monsieur Ratchet's
이건 뭐
safe.
거의 1월 날씨인데
You know
지금.
about it?
I kept a business appointment book, but I know he had a personal diary as well. That looks like it.
Are you a smoker?
피우겠지?
Yes, I smoke cigarettes.
일반-
I've tried to quit, but no luck.
담배 피냐고 물어봤는데 왜 지가 먼저 일반 담배라고 얘기하지?
Can you give me this letter, please?
Of course, here it is.
다음은 네 차. 너도 좀
Was Monsieur
그렇겠구나.
Ratchet a smoker?
No, he hated the smell of smoke.
수능 때문에 추워졌다고 왜?
Was Monsieur Ratchet?
No, he hated.
이거는 레치시 흡연자가 아닌 건 확실해. 흥미로운 요소 2개. 불어를 사용했을 것이다가 아니라 불어를 사용했고 레칫이 영어밖에 할 줄 모르진 않아. 왜냐면 한번 이사를 얘는 과거가 가려져 있고 도주를 한번 했던 애기 때문에 출신이 프랑스일 수도 있어. 이거 두 개가 상반되는데 넣어볼까요? 넣어지네. 그래, 미셸가 통한 게 레치 아니야. 그러게, 맞아. 수능은 맞아. 가장 추웠지. (12시 37분에) 레치지 살아있는 상태처럼 보이려 했다. 그래.
The murderer may have impersonated Ratchet by calling Monsieur Michel to make it seem that Ratchet was still alive at 12:37 a.m.
Et voilà.
그럼 그 뛰어간 여자는 누구냐? 뛰어간 여자 누구야 도대체? 아씨. 자, 일단 그러면 대위 찾으러 갑시다. 대위. 갑자기 하늘에서 비를 뿌리고 온도를 떨렸을 거라고? 전통을 만들기 위해서? 대위 어딨냐? 아, 투숙실을 미셸한테 확인하자. 데이 방이 몇 호실인지 모르겠다. (106호) 106호. 어? 대위 어디 갔지? 내 방이고. 잠깐만, 이게 대위가 어디 갔냐? 대위놈 어디 갔죠? 잠깐만, 수상한데? 대위놈이 어디 갔냐? 얘네들은 왜 조사가 안 돼? 이 여자인 것 같은데, 아까 뛰어간 여자. 밤에 뛰어간 여자.
So, Poirot.
I have not.
대위가 어디 갔지? 아, 멀미나, 씨. (105호를) 왜 못 들어갈까? 아니, 106호를. 106호를 왜 못 들어가는 거지? 대위한테 어떻게 조사를 해야 될까? 내가 대위를 잘못 알고 있나? 아버스넛 아니야? 맞잖아. 106호실인데 왜... 대위 어디 갔냐, 이 아줌마야.
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can add to what I've already told you.
대위, 하씨. 원래 열받네. 이걸 왜 못 가지? (103호) 아씨. 이거 이상한데? 아, 나갈 수 있구나.
The train is completely trapped because of the avalanche. Hopefully, not for too long.
이상한 게 대위방을 왜 못 가게 해놨을까요? 아니 이거 게임 이거 맞아? 도살 다 안 했나 배교에서? 대위가 내가 지금 대위를 못 찾고 있나? 분명히 있었는데? 뭐지? (201호) 201호도 좀 수상하고. 이 사람은 왜 이렇게 뜰까?
Madame,
The murder was. I prepared for come in and what?
You-
How do I told? I told.
How-
I could. Oh, I told.
the same.
이 사람 왜 동그라미로 뜨지?
Where
I was
are you?
in she then he had had to
아 이상하네. 화장실에 뭐가 있나? 아 멀미나 씨. 아이씨. 아무리 봐도 다리 모양이 이 여자가 맞단 말이야.
So, Poirot.
아니 대위 어디 갔어?
Beaut.
I'm sorry.
아니 이거 자 여기는 거울이 있는데 아까 거긴 거울이 없단 말이야. 대체 어디 간 거지? 이거 이렇게 찾는 게 아닌가 봐. 여기서 찾아야 되나 보다. 아 여기 있네. 아씨. 그거 아닌 것 같고. 레칫이 수면제를 복용. 살인범이 레칫 객실 들어감. 살인범이 레칫을 칼로 찔러 미셸 에이전에게 살아있는 것처럼 믿게 하고 창문을 열고 도망치지만 열차는 눈에 파묻혀 있다. 살인범 미셸 나갈 때까지 기다렸다 방을 나간다. 레치시 수면제를 복용한다. 객실로 들어가서 칼로 찌른다. 미셸의 절하에게 살아있다고 믿게 한다. 살인범이 창문을 열고 아니야. 이거 아니야. 이거 왜 이래 이거. 수면제를 복용한다. 살인범이 레치드 객실로 들어간다. 이게 게임은 꼭 이런 식이라니까. 선택지가 지들이 만든 거밖에 없잖아. 이게 아니거든요. 자, 레치 수면제를 복용한다. 그 다음에 살인범이 레치의 객실로 가서 칼로 찔렀고, 그 다음에 살인범이 미셸에게 전화해서 살아있는 척을 했어. 그 다음에 창문을 열고 나가는 게 아니라 옆방으로 나갔다고. 204호방으로 나갔다고. 아, 근데 시간대가 안 맞구나. 그러면 이게 맞다. 창문을 열고 나가 있다가 왜냐면 열차 서 있으니까 창문을 열고 나가 있다가 살아있게 만들게 하고선 들어온 다음에 미셸이 다시 나갔을 때 다시 창문으로 들어와서 옆방인 하버드 부인의 방으로 나간다. 이게 맞아.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
맥킨에 대해서 이거를 조사를 해야 되는데 씨. 자, 이제 106호 가봅시다. 근데 마치 이게 분명히 계획범죄인데 나는 의문인 게 마치 눈사태가 일어나서 여기서 정차할 거라는 걸 알고 있는 듯이 범행을 했단 말이야. 이게 가능한 건가? 계획 범행인데 그 계획의 일부에 나갔다가 살아있는 척하고 다시 들어와서 옆방으로 나간다라는 이 계획을 한다는 거는 이게 기차가 멈춰 있어야 되는데 오늘 눈사태가 일어날 걸 알고 있었나? 이게 말이 안 돼. 거짓말을 가장 많이 하고 있는 건 옆방에 있는 저 마스터먼인데 그러니까 내가 궁금한 건 그거야. 누군가가 이 협박 편지를 보냈잖아요. 협박 편지 내용이 우리는 너를 잊지 않는다, 절대 잊지 않는다 이거거든요. 우리라고 하는 거는 집단이기 때문에 이 눈사태를 누군가랑 공모를 해서 만들었다고 봐야 되거든. 얘가 지금 나는 얘가 근데 봐봐요 이게 질문. 일반 담배로 피웁니다. 지가 그냥 이렇게 대답해. 현장에 전자담배가 떨어져 있는 걸 알고 있는 듯이. 이 웃기단 말이야.
Can you tell me?
I went back to in Belgrade. I went out onto the platform. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's compartment to take some dictation for him. I left around 10 o'clock. I saw Captain Arbuthnot. We ended up chatting in my compartment. Then we went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Vinkovsky. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
I will need to check Monsieur McQueen's story with Captain.
자, 근데 아버스넛 대위한테 지금 말을 못해. 말을 못 걸어. 이거 어떻게 아버스넛 대위가 없어. 이 게임 잘못 만들었어요. 아버스넛 대위한테 저걸 검증을 해야 되는데 106호실이잖아? 안 열려 106호실이. 안 열려. 얘는 이제 더 이상 말을 못 걸어? 아, 일회용 단서였네. 야 이게 잠깐만. 근데 이거 얘가 지금 진술한 시간대가 좀 안 맞긴 해요.
Can you tell me your movements last night?
I went back to my
객실도에
compartment.
책을
In
읽었고
Belgrade, I went out onto the platform.
베오그라드에서
to smoke,
담배를
but
피러
it was
나갔대.
cold. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's
이후
compartment
레치
to take
씨
some
객실로
dictation
가서
for him.
말씀하신
I
내용 받아
left
적었고 밤
around 10
7시
o'clock.
10시쯤
I saw
나왔대.
Captain
제
Arbuthnot.
객실에서는
We ended
데뷔랑
up
대화를
chatting in
나눴고
my compartment. Then we went out on the platform to quickly
그
stretch our
다음에 이
legs at
빈코브치에
Benghazi.
12시에
He left
도착했거든요.
around 2 o'clock.
근데 대위는 2시에 자리를 떴대. 이게 이상한 게
I saw then he left.
Thank you.
I then went. I left. I saw Cap. Then we went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Benghazi. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
자 이게 이상한 게 미셸 그 열차장은 12시에 빈코브치에서 출발했다고 그랬던 것 같은데.
I found a
I kept a business. I kept a business. I kept a business.
왜 대화가 이게
I
끝이죠?
kept a business appointment book, but I know he had a personal diary as well. That looks like it.
어?
What kind
He
잠깐만 나 이거
did not.
소지품에서 확인할 수 있나? 없네. 일기장에 있던 내용이 기억이 안 나. 일기장에 있던 일정표가 기억이 안 나는데 누굴 만날 수가 없었고 토끼 모양의 뭐 그게 거기 그게 있었고 AW 잠깐만 탑승객한테 갑시다. 북극곰님 코난 좋아하시죠? 눈사태 시한폭탄 얘기하는 거니까 딱 코난인데 그거 명탐정 코난.
Can you provide?
Yes.
아 그래요? 죄송. 여기 있네. AW 여기 있네. 자 여기 AW가 있네요. 일기장에 써있던 AW 딱 한 명 있죠 여기? 에드워드. 자 그러면은 마스터먼이 범인일까? 근데 마스터먼 아까 진술이 숨기는 게 굉장히 많았어. 수면제를 자기가 갖다 줬다 그랬거든? 이거를 마스터먼을 용의자로 하겠습니다. 직감으로 끌라고? 이걸 지금 진행하는 게 맞는 건가요? 이렇게? 그러니까 게임의 문제점이야 이게. 지금 이렇게 해서 그냥 직감으로 도출을 하는 게 이게 지금 하라는 그 진행의 단계인 거야? 왜 맥퀸이 말했던 그 알리바이를 대위랑은 대조해 볼 수 없게 왜 대위가 없는 거지? 이런 게 게임의 문제점이에요. 그래서 제가 추리 게임을 잘 안 믿어요, 게임을. 그리고 봐봐요, 웃긴 게 분명히 이 사람이 자다가 눈을 떴을 때 2시인가 그때쯤에 여자 한 명이 가운을 걸치고선 맨발로 막 뛰어갔단 말이야. 그거에 대한 걸 조사할 수가 없게끔 지금 아무것도 안 나오잖아 지금. 이게 이런 게 게임의 문제점이에요. 이러니까는 이게 추리를 잘하건 못하건과 상관없이 이런 것들이 문제야. 이거 지금 이거 하라는 거네. 마스터만 할 수밖에 없어. 에드워드. 아 잠깐만. 그 에드워드 근데 에드워드 그 편지 내용이 뭐였지? 아씨. 이게 지금 둘 다 뭔가가 있어. 얘는 일반 담배로 피운다고 지가 먼저 말한 것도 이상하고, 근데 알리바이가 좀 이상하진 않았어. 알리바이에 뭔가 문제점이라고 느껴질 만한 건 딱히 없었어. 얘는 수면제를 갖고 왔어. 그럼 뭐 확률상 그냥 맞추란 얘기 아니야? 확실하지 않아도. 게임이 이게 문제라니까.
According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
이렇게 추리를 하고 이제 진행을 하라고? 조사를 했잖아. 아 조사 하나 안 했네. 하버드 객실. 그래서 진도가 안 나가는구나. 아씨. 아 북극님 왜냐면 코난에서 그 폭탄으로 눈사태 일으키는 사건이 나와요. 그래가지고 뭘 조사를 하는 거야? 아 요거 하나 더 있었네.
Mrs. Hubbard was telling the truth about the latch of the connecting door.
이게 뭐 어땠다고?
This hook is probably where Mrs. Hubbard hung her toiletry bag.
그래 여기 아까 요 안에 아무것도 없었단 말이야. 아 이제 열리네. 아이씨 장난하나. 화장품 우리 집어봐. 그냥 걸어봐.
I can see the latch very well from here, even with the toiletry bag attached. I'll have to clear that up with Mrs. Hubbard.
잘 보이는데 왜 거짓말했지? 밤이라서 안 보일 수도 있지.
Mrs. Hubbard, you told me that the door connecting the two compartments was closed, correct?
Yes, it was, as I told you. I was already in bed and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was. That's why I asked Miss Olsen to check if it was closed.
올슨 부인 그래.
Are you sure everything you've told me is accurate, Madame Hubbard?
Of course. I have an excellent memory.
왜 보여?
Mrs. Hubbard, I tested putting your toiletry bag on the door hook as you told me. From your bed, you can easily see the latch on the door. The toiletry bag does not hide the latch at all.
Are you saying I'm
아니,
lying?
나는
It may have been
처음부터
stuck
지금
somehow in a
여자가
different
의심되는
position,
게
or I may not have seen it in the darkness. Or I didn't think to look. You
가운을
irritating
입고선
man.
탁탁탁탁 뛰어간 그 여자는 왜
A man
뛰어갔으며
has been most
거기다가
savagely murdered.
왜
You'll
살인을 할
excuse me if I
때
attempt to separate the truth from
수면제가
the
왜
false.
필요했을까?
Forget my toiletry
그렇다는
bag
건
and focus on
수면제가
who
필요하다는
entered my
거는
compartment.
힘으로 제압할 수가 없기 때문에
Madame Hubbard
수면제가
is
필요한
thought to be
거거든요.
regular.
그러면 보통은 여자가
I'm
많아.
not done with her.
남자를 죽일 때 수면제를 사용하면. 그리고 저렇게 자상이 많은 거 보면은 원한에 의한 살인이야. 근데 이 여자가 레치가 이상한 사람이라고 그랬었어. 자기 직감은 막 정확하다면서.
Thank you for your assistance, Madame.
심지어 옆방이야. 심지어 옆방이라서 전화를 해서 연기하기도 괜찮고, 근데 연기를 할 때 남자 목소리를 내야 되니까 그건 좀 안 맞는데, 그리고 이 방에 남자가 있었다고 그러면서 이 좁은 공간에서 남자가 있었다면서 미셸을 부른다? 남자가 있었으면 여기 있을 텐데, 여기 이렇게 있을 텐데 바로 여기 옆자리야. 근데 여기서 미셸을 부르면, 부른다는 건 눈치채고 이 남자가 입을 막았겠지. 바로 앞인데. 아니면 얘도 죽였거나. 그러니까 이것도 말이 안 되고. 자정에 승강장에 있었던 거 맞고, 빈코브치 10분에 떠났고, 1시부터 1시 20분까지 근무지를 비우긴 했지만 바로 앞인데? 바로 앞인데 이걸 비웠다고 봐야 되나? 그리고 근무지를 비운 거랑은 살인하고는 상관이 없어. 아니지, 얘가 들어가서 죽였으면 상관이 있네. 얘가 들어가서 죽인 거면. 근데 자다가 깼을 때 시간이 1시부터 1시 20분까지였단 말이야. 그때 얘는 분명히 문 밖에 있었어, 두 번 다. 근데 이 시계가 15분을 가리키고 있어. 말이 안 되고 1시에서 1시 20분 사이에서 문 열어봤을 때 얘가 밖에 있었고 불어 소리가 들렸기 때문에 안에 사람이 있었어. 그렇다는 건 얘가 죽이기는 확률이 힘들어. 이 시간에. 이 시간이 사망 추적 시간이라 보면. 자, 빈코브치역 승강장에서 얘가 담배를 피고 있었다면 맥퀸하고 같이 폈어야 돼. 근데 둘이 얘기해서 그런 건 없고. 그리고 객실에 있던 사람이 2시에 떠났다고 아까 맥퀸이 그랬는데 시계는 1시 15분에 고장났단 말이야. 이미 죽었는데 어떻게 2시에 떠나지? 자, 그럼 살인자가 미셸을 피하기 위해서 사용했을 방법. 이 자리를 비운 시간일 거고, 이때가 두 개가 비어 있었잖아. 아니야? 요거랑 요걸로 봐야 되나? 아니네. 이거랑
While Monsieur Michel was chatting
그래,
with
포시...
Monsieur
아,
Fauchet
아니구나.
in the bar car between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., the murderer could have escaped Ratchet's room without being seen.
뭔 개소리야. 지가 자다가 일어나서 봐놓고. 아, 말이 안 되지. 1시부터 2시 사이에 미셸이 딴 데서 다른 칸에 서 있었다고? 말이 안 되잖아. 자다가 1시에 깨서 1시 20분에 깨갖고 문을 열어봤을 때 미셸이 문 앞에 있었는데? 말이 안 되는데? 자, 이거는 하버드 쪽이 가까운 게, 하버드가 만약에 남자가 있다고 그러면서 불렀어. 미셸을 부르고 아니야, 이건 미셸하고 둘이 말이 일치해. 미셸을 불렀는데 옆방으로 나간다는 건 말이 안 돼. 근데 미셸이 용의자다? 미셸이 용의자면은 허버드랑은 상관이 없기 때문에 말은 되지. 아니야, 하버드야.
Very well, I choose to go this way.
이거 아니라고? 눌러서 이게 가능해?
According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
이렇게 가는 거야? 그치? 미셸이 자꾸 나는 지금 새벽 1시 45분인가 2시인가에 여자가 지나갔던 그게 자꾸 거슬리는데 지금 그걸 조사를 못하게 하니까 이게 게임이 아니면은 내가 그걸 먼저 조사를 하고 속어법으로 딱 쳐버리면 되는데 그걸 조사를 못하게 하니까 이게 게임의 문제예요. 이게 이 둘 중에 왜 미셸의 확률이 높냐? 허버드가 남자가 자기 방에 있었다고 미셸을 불렀어. 그래서 그 내용을 새벽 1시 20분인가 내가 깼을 때 나한테 와서 미셸이 알려줬단 말이야, 그 내용을. 그렇다는 건 이거는 진실이야. 그 사건이 일어난 건 진실. 그 내용, 일이 있었던 거는 진실이기 때문에, 그럼 그때는 미셸과 허버드가 서로 접촉을 한 거니까 서로가 서로를 봤잖아. 그럼 뭔가를 할 수가 없어. 그러니까 이건 아니고, 자, 미셸이 용의자일 경우에는 미셸이 레칫의 방에 2번을 그 문 앞에 있었는데 그때가 문 앞에 있는 걸 본 거니까 들어갔다 나온 걸 수도 있고 들어가기 전인 걸 수도 있어. 이때 하버드는 못 봐도 말이 돼. 그렇다는 건 미셸이 들어가서 범행을 저지른다면 충분히 말이 돼. 근데 미셸이 맞는 쪽인데 그 여자는 누군지를 지금 굉장히 조사를 빨리 하고 싶은데 못하게 하네요. 자, 그럼 이제 여기서 뭘 진행을 해야 돼? 그에게 보고하라고? 오케이, 갑시다. 지금 이거 게임 웃긴 게 그 여자에 대한 조사를 못하는 거와 그 다음에 대위한테 맥퀸의 말이 진실인지를 대조를 해볼 수 없게 한 거. 지금 이 2가지 때문에 지금 게임이 답답해요. 그게 돼야지. 그게 돼야 결론을 빨리빨리 추리를 하지.
So, my friend, have you found our killer?
Not yet, but I will tell you what I have learned.
Please.
Our assassin could have gotten on the train at Vinkovsky disguised as a conductor, entered Ratchet's room and killed him. Then he walked out through Madame Hubbard's connecting door, where he lost a button from his jacket. He had to wait for Monsieur Michel to be absent. He waited too long. The train had left the station.
He was trapped aboard.
Indeed. He had opened the window to make it look that he'd escaped that way. However, if he waited until the train stopped again due to snow, his footprints would have been found.
The murderer is still among us, on the train. There's a problem with the second-class toilets.
그리고 이게 현실이라면요, 하나 더 조사해야 될 게 있어요.
I went to check. I knocked, but no one answered. I didn't think I should open it without speaking to you first.
창문으로 내가 직접 나가서 이 열차의 위로 올라가 봐야 돼. 거기 숨어 있을 수도 있어. 숨어 있다가 열차 떠날 때 내리면 되니까, 뛰어내리면 되니까.
But who is she? Is she alive?
그래, 맞네. 여자 맞잖아.
If she's dead, isn't she our murderer?
That, my friend, is what we must find out.
그리고 얘가 레칫을 처음부터 계속 쳐다보고 있었어.
The ticket reads
Joanna
Joanna Locke, traveling in compartment 105.
얘 원래 있었던 애잖아. 같이 타지 않았나?
Miss, can you hear me?
나는 왜 빈코브치 역에서 탔다고 왜 착각이라고 해야 될지 뭐 맞는 건지 모르겠지만 왜 굳이 빈코브치 역에서 탔다고 생각을 하는 거지, 이 주인공이? 처음부터 내부 인물일 수도 있는데.
This woman is sound asleep. Given her location, I would say she has been drugged and deposited here.
Well, at least it's not another murder on my train.
The train is, of course, full.
Monsieur, the list I gave you indicates that Hildegard Schmidt shares her compartment.
I will want to talk to her later. For now, we
자,
will
내가 아까
concentrate on
명단
this
봤을 때,
mysterious young lady.
맨 처음 명단
Let's
봤을
get
때
her
본
to
게
a more
힐데가르트
comfortable
슈미츠예요.
bed.
왠줄 아세요?
Good idea. Pierre,
맨
locate
처음에
this woman's room
저길
and fetch
쟤를
the
찾은
doctor.
이유가
Yes, sir.
손수건의 이니셜 H 때문이거든. 근데 두 번째 명단 봤을 때는 에드워드를 찾았어. 그 AW 그 일기장에 있던 AW 때문에.
I will
일단은
question
좀 더
her
봅시다.
when she wakes up.
Please, let me know what you learn.
I will question.
Please.
Mademoiselle Locke's compartment is 105. I suggest we return her to her more comfortable bed.
Yes, hopefully she will awaken soon.
젊은 여잔가? 야, 너 나가봐. 어?
A cup of tea with white residue.
여기서
at
끓였네.
the bottom.
여기서 끓였어. 이거 확실해. 이건 확실해. 여기서 끓였어. 여기서 끓여. 아, 끓인 게 아니고 얘가 이걸 먹었네. 얘한테 이걸 갖다 줬다고? 얘가 이걸 먹었고 저걸 먹고 잠들어갖고 일단 비밀번호를 추리를 합시다. 여기 있네. 여기 있어. 단추 하나 없는 거 이거.
Briefcase and a wagon lee conductor's jacket. And the button is missing.
뭐가 없는데? 바로 이걸 따야 돼? 바로 따라고? 뭐 안 주고 바로 비밀번호를 따라고? 와, 이거 기억력으로 따야 되네. 그러면 아까 본 무언가가 있는 거네. 아까 본 것 중에 무언가가 있는 거야. 야, 씨. 포데이지. 비번을 뭐 어떻게 따라하는 거야? 이거 비번을 어떻게 따? 한참 남았죠? 보통 이런 가방 안에 있어야 되는데. 아, 이거 어이가 없네. 잠깐만. 님들 이거 비밀번호 딸 수 있어요? 아, 뭐 단서가 없어. 비밀번호 티켓. 야, 티켓. 그 티켓 어딨지? 그 티켓 어딨나? 티켓. 아니요, 근데 그거 티켓이 그냥 105라고 써있었고 뭐 이름하고 105 이렇게 써있었고 아무것도 없었어. 아, 이거 뭐 하자는 거지? 이걸 비밀번호를 기다려봐. 조안나 로크. 일본어로 6이에요. 조안나. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. 5가 안 되잖아, 그러면? K, L, M, N. 안 되는데? 5글자네 또. 아씨, 그럼 조한나가 아닌데? 로크 스펠링이 어떻게 되는 거야? 설마. 아니네. 이런 걸로 맞춰야 되네. 아이씨, 그냥 이렇게 맞추는 거네.
If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee.
조용히 해.
Have you tried
조용히 해라.
0000? Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. Poirot, I'm disappointed in you.
조용히 좀 해봐.
You would have it by now. Poirot, what if
너
the
뒤질래?
briefcase is booby-trapped?
Book.
닥치라는 선택지가 있네.
I'm sorry. You're right.
닥치라는 선택지가 있어.
I'll be
야,
quiet
씨.
now. You need to concentrate. I will not utter another word. Not one.
Book. There will be another murder on the Orient Express in a moment.
닥쳐라. 이번 거에 하면 죽여버린다 진짜. 비밀번호 풀고 있는데 이 새끼가. 레전드. 전망 게임 레전드. 이 여자 이게 더 궁금합니다. 이거 먼저. 얘 뭐가 있어? 디텍티브, 탐정, 폴리스.
This badge says that Joanna Locke is an American detective with the Berkshire Police Department in Massachusetts.
An American police officer? Oh.
그래서 뭐 총을 갖고 있는 건
She
당연한
has a
거고.
gun.
Come, Poirot. Criminals are often known
좀
to carry...
다물어봐 이
Ratchet was
멍청한 놈아.
stabbed, not shot.
But then why take it on the train?
아니 뭐 이거 항상 갖고 댕겨야지. 위험할 수 있으니까 범인 잡는데. 안 그렇습니까? 나는 왜 밑에 자꾸 난 이거만 보이냐? 이상하게 나 이거밖에 안 보여. 이거 뭐가 마귀가 꼈나봐. 왜 이거만 보이지? 추리를 해야 되는데 지금.
Her driver's license confirms her identity. She is American.
These are fake IDs. It's certain.
(2026년까지고) (91년도에) 출생했고 나보다 좀 어리네. 16년에 땄다.
Mademoiselle Locke seems very interested in our victim.
Of course. She has studied her target.
Possibly. Mademoiselle Locke, possibly.
이 인형은?
The stuffed animal is the same as in the photo found at the crime scene.
What a coincidence.
Mademoiselle Locke appears to have been investigating Monsieur Ratchet.
Look, she's waking up.
빨리 가자, 빨리.
Thanks to you, I would not be surprised if our murder victim were also waking up.
What?
Oh, my head. What's all the yelling about?
Who are you?
디테일 보소. 수면 제목 구성이 일어났기 때문에 머리가 아픕니다. 디테일 오진다 진짜.
Book. Whose handcuffs will we use? I have none. Do you?
Well,
You are Joanna Locke, mademoiselle?
Yes, Joanna Locke. I'm a detective. Berkshire, Massachusetts Police.
I have found your credentials, mademoiselle.
And I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
Then, if the introductions are complete, perhaps the explanations may begin.
I'll try.
레치가 살인범이었어. 우리에게 줬던 피해라는 게 살인이었구나. 그러면은 그 피해자의 유족들이 복수를 하려고 했던 거네. 그 협박
I had
편지가.
just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol. It was my first time on a major case. It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate for some sign of hope. I was there only for paperwork, to fill in some blanks.
대화가 너무 빨리 지나가는데? 그네가 있고요. 나가라고? 나가란 얘기야? 그래, 여기부터 봐야지.
A topographical map, often more important than a road map in these mountains.
그쵸. 얘가 데이지거든. 데이지 암스트롱, 세 살이 저렇게 커? 존 암스트롱과 소니아 암스트롱 부부의 딸. 존과 소니아의 딸을 납치됐다. 이 납치범이 레치구나. 피해자 침실 창문 바깥에서 사다리가 발견됐다. 납치하는 데 사용된 물건이다. 잠겨 있어야 하는 문이 열린 채였다. 사륜 구동 바퀴의 흔적이 발견됐다. 그럼 외부에서 침입했다는 건데? 돈값을 요구했구나. 100만 달러 줬고 데이지는 죽었고. 영국군 대령이다. 걔는 독일군 대위였지. 다른 데네. (45분에서 50분) 사이. 맞고. 아니 이거 웃기네. 직업이 없잖아 마누라가. 근데 유모가 있어? 이게 뭔 소리야? 아니 이거 이상하네? 잠깐만요. 유모가 2명이야? 자, 유모가 뭐로죠? 뒤에는 수잔이라고 나오거든? 이름이 수잔 모로인가 보다. 이런 식으로 써놔 헷갈리게. 수잔 모로 맞네. 아, 근데 여기 있는 거는 다 진실 아닐까? 내가 추리할 필요 없이? 경찰이 이것도 못해? 그 말이 안 되잖아. 오전 10시 23분부터 26분까지 소니아랑 모로가 통화를 했어. 그 다음 오후 2시부터 2시까지, 2시 20분부터 30분까지 또 통화를 했고. 그 다음에 존이랑 모로랑 통화를 했어. 그 다음 아침에 수잔하고, 다음 날이, 이 날짜가 안 써 있어. 하르샤님 어서오세요. 잠깐만요. 이거 이상한데요? 자, 10시 45분부터 50분 사이에 오후 비명을 지르고 있었어. 아주 납치된 걸 알았기 때문에 아주 경황이 없는 상황에서 존한테 전화를 했단 말이에요. 10시 50분에. 이때 얘는 요 위에 있었잖아. 근데 전화를 했다고? 소니아는 그리고 얘를 못 봤네. 존을. 그럼 이게 지금 모루의 내용이 없는 상태에서 존의 진술이 사실인지를 알 수가 없는데? 이 통화 기록으로 봤을 때?
The phone record of the night of the kidnapping.
911이구나. 잘못 봤네. 아빠가 911에 통화 건 거구나. 자, 9530이 소니아예요. 아침에 소니아가 존한테 걸었어. 남편한테. 그 다음에 소니아가 수잔한테 걸었고, 존이 소니아한테 걸었어. 수잔이 소니아한테 걸었고, 그 다음에 수잔이 모르는 누군가한테 걸었어. 이 씨발 뭐야? 이 새끼들 짜고 그 유괴범 돈 나눠 먹으려고 그랬네. 몸값을 나눠 먹으려고 그랬어. 유모랑.
That's why I'm here. A damn computer glitch. Or somebody pushed delete instead of save. Whatever happened, we lost the nanny's deposition. So my entire contribution to the investigation is to take it again. I can't imagine the pain her parents felt when they realized Daisy was gone. How are they going to feel? I can't imagine the pain her parents. I can't imagine the pain her. How could the child be taken with so many people in the house? How could the child be? The misspellings are clearly on purpose, and they didn't return the child when the ransom was paid. The crime was audacious. The investigation is now part of a pile of investigations, and my captain sent me here just to dot some I's and cross some T's.
됐어. 이건 다 받고. 됐어. 나가봐. 이 집을 갑자기 조사하라고? 와, 나 열받네. 열차 사건 지금 거의 다 조사 다 끝나가는데 여기서 이제 혼란 주려고 까먹게 하려고 이제 이거를 중간에 또 수사하라고 그러네. 아, 열받게. 달리기를 왜 하다 말까요? 이게 뭐야 이게. 달리기를 왜 하다 말아. 눌러야 되네. 아, 이거 패드 망가지겠는데? 자, 일단 집을 가죠. 그때 집의 상황을 재구성을 하는 것 같은데 지금? 기억을 더듬어서? 이 사람 주원이겠네.
Good evening. Colonel Armstrong?
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
I'm newly assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a computer problem. Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
아니, 이 부금은? 어디서 많이 들어본 부금 아닙니까?
Their fairy tale became a nightmare. Not really my style, but I'll take it. Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough.
아, 근데 애기가 너무 귀엽지 않아요? 아무리 게임이어도? 애기가 너무 이쁘고 귀여운데? 아, 저렇게 사랑스러운 애를 잃으면은 씨.
What a dear child.
하나는 깻잎이 반대라고요? 깻잎이? 꽃잎? 깻잎? 깻잎처럼 생긴 게 있나 여기? 깻잎 머리가? 아, 왜 깻잎 머리가 하나는 반대냐고? 이거요? 아예 뭐 사진이야 뭐 좌우 반전시킬 수도 있지. 아, 근데 관찰력이 대단하신데 저게 나중에 단서가 될 수도 있어요. 근데 일단 지금 클릭하는 게 없네. 너 정체가
Hello,
뭐냐?
Are you Suzanne Moreau, Daisy's nanny?
Yes?
I'm Joanna Locke, a detective working on Daisy's case.
Is there any news?
I'm afraid not.
How can I help you?
I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to take your statement again concerning the evening of Daisy's disappearance. There was a computer problem. Your statement was accidentally deleted.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
Tell me about that night in your own words.
The Armstrongs had a party to raise money for a museum, I think. Mrs. Armstrong is on her board. I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading books to her. She couldn't sleep with all the noise and the comings and goings.
구라를 치고 있네. 발견했죠, 구라. 얘 지금 구라 쳤어.
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she might have gone.
아, 이러면 구라가 아니야. 이러면 구라가 아니고.
I saw the ransom note on her pillow. I screamed and screamed. I couldn't stop.
Did you notice anything unusual before that?
I was with Daisy all evening. Finally, she fell asleep. I didn't see anyone else or notice anything in particular.
Do you have any idea who did this?
No, I can't see who could have done such a horrible thing. The Armstrongs are such good people. Like my own family.
Thank you for giving me your statement again. I'll get back to you if I have any questions.
I won't be far.
Okay, I have Suzanne's statement. But her answers need some checking. Lyon.
좀 조사 좀 마저 하자. 이씨.
What a lovely looking city. A toy train. Lyon. In France.
자, 그러면 자, 여기서 지금 나도 지금 이 소니아 말하는 거를 생각을 했던 건데 얘가 딱 5분 자리비였다고 그랬는데 이게 말이 안 돼요. 그리고 저녁 내내 같이 있었다고 그랬잖아. 근데 소니아가 분명히 수잔이 없다고 그랬어. 자, 10분이나 있었고
This information does not correspond to what Suzanne told me. Suzanne said she left Daisy alone for 5 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she stayed with Daisy for a while and Suzanne did not return. That's it. No rookie mistake there.
아 뭐야 이건 쉽잖아. 뭐 이런 거 가지고 이거를 확인해야 된다고? 그러면 소니아한테 가야 되는데 소니아가 지금 정신이 나갔다는데 이게 대화가 될까? 임신을 또 했어? 그 와중에? 이게 가능합니까? 아, 존은 대체 어떻게 된 사람이지? 이게 가능해? 이 와중에 임신을 할 수 있다고? 아니면 이미 임신한 상태에서 애가 죽은 걸까?
A toy castle. When I was a kid, I had a police station and a tiny squad car with a siren that really worked. The world through the eyes of a child seems so sweet. Mrs. Armstrong, my name is Joanna Locke. I'm a detective investigating the kidnapping of your daughter. May I talk to you? When is your baby due? Mrs. Armstrong? Sonia?
I don't want to talk. I just want to see my
말할
daughter
정신이
again.
아닌데 화장할 정신은
All
있고?
that matters.
The poor woman. I can't... Nothing shocks me here.
아 뭐야 넘겨 요거
Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all. Mrs. Armstrong? Let me show you this.
Daisy, my little Daisy. I miss her so much. How good it is to see her face.
I can't imagine the pain you're feeling right now.
She loved her little stuffed animal, Fluffy. She took him everywhere with her. The kidnappers took it as well. They didn't have to. That means they wouldn't hurt her, doesn't it?
Every lead will be followed up. You have my word on that.
Thank you. I shouldn't lose hope. Somehow.
I know it isn't my case, but I just made a promise, and I mean to keep it. Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
She's in her room. Last door on the left.
Tell me about the night Daisy was taken, especially anything about your daughter and Suzanne Moreau.
Apart from seeing to our guests, I took a moment to check on Suzanne and Daisy in Daisy's room. Suzanne wasn't there, but Daisy was asleep. I sat with her for 10 minutes or
보통
so.
이렇게 실제 사건이라면 이런 상황에서는 보통 유가족들 입장에서는 원망의 대상을 먼저 찾습니다. 이 사람 심리라는 게. 그래서 이렇게 진술을 받을 때 모로에 대해서 안 좋게 얘기할 수도 있어요. 뭐로가 없었다. 그 시간에 없었어요. 이렇게 강조를 하면서 걔 때문이라는 듯이. 근데 다행히 요건 또 게임이야. 게임이야 다행히.
Tell me about especially
Apart Suzanne, but there's no reason for her to sit there all night. I went back downstairs.
May I come back if I have more questions?
Of course.
다시 생각을 꺼내어도 똑같이 얘기하네. 그렇다는 거는 저게 확실하다는 거니까. 봐봐요. 지금 얘가 엄마랑 통화하느라 5분짜리 비었다 그랬는데 지금 몇 분 비었어? 34분을 비었어. 근데 저게 엄마 번호일 수도 있고 납치범 번호일 수도 있어.
That is not exactly what Suzanne told me earlier. Suzanne was on the phone more than 5 minutes. That is a great detective.
그리고 파티에 이렇게 사람이 많은데 그 파티의 혼잡한 틈을 이용해서 내부인도 아닌, 왜냐면 주차된 차에 사람밖에 없었으니까, 외부에서 갑자기 손살같이 달려와서 납치를 해간다는 거는 내부에 공모자가 있지 않은 이상은 불가능한 거기 때문에 얘가 지금 공범인 게 나는 거의 확실하고, 얘네들 이거 돈 가지고 뭐 했어 이거.
If I understand you correctly, you left Daisy when she was not asleep?
The party was very loud. Daisy was too wound up to sleep. I read her a Motley Mule detective story to try and put her to sleep. Daisy finally fell asleep. Right before Motley Mule
마구잡이 노새 탐정. 제목부터가 탐정 비하하는 제목이네.
No more than 5 minutes. But when I came back, Daisy was gone.
Are you sure you were only gone for 5 minutes?
5, 6, what does it matter? It was very quick.
You say you were only away 5 or 6 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she was alone there more like 10 minutes. And the phone record shows that you stayed on the call for more than 30 minutes, way longer than you said.
My mother is extremely ill. It's difficult for me. I may have lost track of time. When I came back, Daisy had disappeared.
그리고 이렇게 숨기는 게 있는 애가 이런 식으로 얘기해요. 아까 그 마스트먼인가 뭔가 걔도 그렇고 어떤 식으로 얘기하냐면 자기가 한 일인데 자기의 그 행동을 마치 제3자가 이해해주는 식으로 말을 해. 예를 들어서 보통 방금 같은 거를 예를 들면 내가 한 행동인데 내가 이게 틀렸어. 내가 한 행동인데 내가 말을 잘못해서 틀렸어. 그러면 아, 저도 모르게 5, 6분으로 짧게 느꼈나 봐요. 이렇게 얘기하거든. 뭐뭐 했나 봐요. 이런데 보통 이 숨기는 거 있는 애들은 자기의 그 숨기는 부분에 대해서 거짓말을 한 거를 객관화 시키려고 그랬나 보죠. 이런 식으로 얘기해요. 마치 3자가 나를 이해하는 듯하게. 이런 식으로 얘기해. 꼭 내가 틀렸으면, 내가 기억한 게 틀렸으면 아, 제가 착각했나봐요. 이런 식으로 얘기하는데 이게 정상인데 방금 뭐라고 그랬지? 뭐 했나 보죠? 이런 식으로 얘기한다고. 이런 숨기는 애들의 그 진술의 그 특징이 꼭 있어 이게.
I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me.
아까 이 전화번호 21 뭐라고? 21 뭐라고? 자료 어디서 보지? 자료 야 이걸 기억하라는 얘기야 설마? 여기 있다. 어어? 아까 전화번호 뭐 어딨지? 와 이거 기억하라는 거네. 아이씨 1443인가? 아 뭐였더라? 자동차로 갑시다. 안되겠다. 아씨 까먹었어. 자동차로 가. 아 또 귀찮아. 귀찮게 하네 또. (2419) 2140 나가서 해야 돼? 구 100% 구라야 이거. 100% 구라야. 이거 소거하기 위해서 확인해야 되는 건데 100% 구라야 어차피.
The number you have called is not in service at this time. Please hang up and dial again, or contact your service provider.
대포폰이네.
The number Suzanne called is not in service? A
엄마
hospital?
번호가 왜? 아 병원 번호야? 병원 번호가 왜 없어져? 병원 번호가 말이 안 되지. 어? 병원 번호가 바뀔 일도 없고 없어질 일도 없고 병원 번호 바꿀 수가 없지. 재구성이나 할까요? 잠깐만. 자 이제 재구성 해. 자. 아 뭐야 납치범만 있네 이런 씨. 일단은 뭐 정문으로 들어왔고 위층으로 올라갔죠. 창문으로 나갔었으니까
The detective gets it right. The kidnapper places a ladder under the window to Daisy's room. Then he joins the party. Just one guest in the crowd. He somehow knows when Suzanne leaves the room. Then
그래 언제 없는지를
he
알잖아.
opens
그게 말이 안
Daisy's
되지.
window,
얘는
carries
분명히
it down the
전화를
ladder,
범인하고 한
and
거야. 이거 100%야 이거. 아니 99.9%라고 하자. 이 게임은 이거 틀릴 수도 있어. 지들 멋대로 억지 부를 수도 있어.
I could see if the
99.9%야.
Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me.
그럼 이제 누구한테 얘기하나? 기다려봐 이제 그럼 누구한테 얘기해? 존한테 얘기하자 존. 존.
How are you doing? Are you holding up?
You know, in the military, you're supposed to have the stiffest of upper lips. The Desert War taught me that soon enough. But this, it's difficult. Damned difficult. Harder on my good lady, of course.
Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Her room is upstairs
이건 볼
across
필요
the
없고.
hall from Daisy's. She seldom leaves it.
Do you know where
Her...
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you
잘못
need.
눌렀다.
Did you see Miss Moreau during the party?
I remember seeing her at some point, but otherwise no. I was too busy with my guests. Wear the smile, shake the proffered hand.
Ms. Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available yet in France.
뭐라고?
Ms. Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available yet in France.
엄마를 임상 치료를 해야 된다고? 설마 아기가 마루타가 된 건 아니겠지?
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
자, 일단 엄마한테 가서 저기 모론의 엄마에 대해서 물어봐야 되겠다.
I spoke with Suzanne. She was phoning her mother. That's why you didn't see her when you went to check on Daisy.
Yes, her mother. I tried to call the poor woman earlier that week, but the hospital said she's been in a medically induced coma for more than 2 months.
Suzanne told me she called her mother, but she would have known her mother was in a coma.
여기 어디 이게 있을 거야. 있네. 여기 있네.
I've earned a gold mustache.
2개가 더 있어야 되는데 바깥에 있나? 저 수염을 다 찾으면 뭘까요? 옥수수 수염을 분명히 넓은 곳 어딘가에 또 숨겨놨어. 이거 100%야. 찾아보러 가봅시다. 달리기가 너무 불편한데 이 게임이. L3를 누르고 있어야 되는데 누르고 밀어야 돼 또. 일로 못 가네. 아니네. 여기 수염을 어디다가 꽁꽁 숨겨놨을까? 자, 이제 나는 할 수 없지만 얘는 할 수 있는 게 있어요. 경찰이라면 할 수 있는 거. 유도신문 가자.
The number you called that night is no longer in service.
I don't understand. That's the number the hospital gave me to call my mother's room.
You told me you were on the phone with your mother when Daisy was abducted.
As we said earlier, I didn't pay attention and was on the phone longer than I said. But since my mother is very ill, she had to leave
어머니가
her
아픈
own
건
town,
사실이지.
Lyon, because the treatment is not approved yet.
근데 꼭 이렇게 궤변을 늘어나요. 애들 이런 애들 특징이 이렇게 궤변을 늘어나서 감성팔이를 해요.
When I came back,
범죄자들도 그러잖아. 진술할 때 나는 중요한 거는 사건에 대해서 물어보는데 자기가 어릴 때부터 뭐 아빠한테 학대를 당했고 뭐 이런 개소리를 시작을 한단 말이야. 지가 마치 불쌍하다고 막. 너 이거 거짓말이잖아.
Are you sure you called your mother?
Yes. Every night since she was admitted.
엄마가 어떻게 통화를 해? 혼수 상태인데 마.
I think you really care for Daisy. If you do, then tell me the truth. You can't have been calling your mother while she's in a coma.
My mom really is in a hospital in Boston. She really is in a coma. I wasn't calling her. I was on the phone with my boyfriend.
거봐 이제 남자가 나오죠.
Why are you
그래야지
panicking?
이 자식이.
Because he's gone. I haven't heard from him since the night of the kidnapping. I'm afraid he's somehow connected to Daisy's disappearance. That he was just using me somehow. But I swear I talked to him. Yes, for more like 30 minutes.
그래 노아랑 통화한 건 사실인 거 알아.
He couldn't have kidnapped Daisy at the same time.
알고 있는 거 얘기하지 말고
But he
임마.
could have kept you talking so someone else could take Daisy.
Yes, you can see why I lied. can't you? I was afraid you'd suspect me of having something to do with it. You can understand that, can't you?
Suzanne, I want to believe you, but you've made it harder to find Daisy. Do you realize that?
Oh my god. What have I done?
What's most important is not what you've done, but what you do now. Go. I'll be back to talk to you. No more lies, Suzanne. For Daisy. No more lies.
그래도 적어도 공범은 아니네.
Noah. The name might lead us to that little
공범은
girl.
아니야?
I am on this case now. Whether my
다행이네.
captain wants me to be or not.
코멘트 비언 뭐라고 써 있는 거야? 몰라. 잠깐만. 불어랑 잉글리시라고? 해리스 월터 불어랑 잉글리시. 로미오와 줄리엣이에요.
A locked diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets. A locked diary?
그래서 이거 어떻게 하는데? 어떻게 하려고?
A locked diary? Let's see if I can a locked diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets. A card from the florist. It's signed N.
노아잖아, 노아. 그걸 왜 저기다가 포장하지? 휴고 빅터.
Huh. What's in the glass case? Oh, big surprise. Glasses. I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks. Small jewelry box. By the size, I'm guessing earrings.
그래, 귀걸이가 있을 리가 없지. 이상하지. 파리스 에펠탑.
An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key.
고양이 데리고 나갔네. 아씨, 고양이가 말을 할까봐.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
응? 응?
That.
이거네 이거. 와 씨.
Okay, Suzanne. Let's see what you haven't told me.
공원에서 노아하고 데이트를 했다. 내 일 얘기를 계속했다. 데이지를 정말 좋아했네. 데이지를 정말 좋아하는 걸 알고 노아가 데이지를 왜 납치를 하는 거야? 왜 차에 있으라고 그랬지? 아, 처음부터 접근한 이유가 연인이 아니었네.
I can see why Suzanne didn't tell me everything about this Noah. It's clear when he disappeared that she realized something was very wrong.
자, 이걸로 공범은 아닌 게 밝혀졌고. 아, 또 밑에 내려가 있네.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been together long?
My boyfriend? Why? He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Please, Suzanne, the sooner you answer my question, the sooner we'll be done.
His name is Noah Garrity. I met him at a Lunar New Year party in Great Barrington. He is a kind and caring person. Although, well, I miss him. He had to go away on business.
야, 이 호구 자식아, 와.
I imagine these flowers must have been beautiful. Who gave them to you?
The gardener. They're getting pretty wilted, but I hate to throw them away.
그랬다고? 그랬다고? 정원사가 누군지 물어봐야겠는데?
Know anything about Miss Moreau's boyfriend?
Her boyfriend? I know she went out with someone for a while there. More recently, I saw a man in a 4x4 who would pick her up on her nights off. He never got out of his car, just waited for her. She did seem to spend more time than usual on the phone these past few weeks, but she worked hard. We weren't going to begrudge her what free time she had. Since the abduction, she keeps pretty much to herself.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
These tire tracks could well be from Suzanne's boyfriend's 4x4. Score. 1 for the good guys.
착한 편 1점 추가.
Tread marks of a four-wheel drive vehicle were found outside the garden on the night of the kidnapping. Noah drives one, doesn't he? Where is he, Suzanne? If you know anything more about him, you have to tell me.
I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible. He was very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. We went out to eat, to the movies.
아유, 이 저택에서 일하느라고
He's not the only man in the Berkshires.
남자 한번 못 사귀다 보니까 애가 순수한 사람이구나. 아유, 참. 너 외식하고 영화도 보고 이런 커플 아니잖아.
Come on, Joanna. You can do better.
발렌타인데이도 그리고 친절했다고 일기장만으로는 근데 일기장만으로 안 친절했다고 보긴 힘든데.
I don't see anything that proves she's lying.
아니고. 설마 이게 정답이면은 이거는 진짜 배경 지시가 엄청 필요한 거예요.
You really didn't notice anything strange about Noah until he vanished?
He could get moody at times, as if he had a lot on his mind.
발렌타인데이.
your diary, you say that Noah took you to a cabin in the mountains on Valentine's Day.
You read my diary?
I'm sorry, but we have to find Daisy. We both want that. So yes, I looked in your diary.
You're right. He took me to a cabin in the woods. I waited for him in the car. He came out after a few minutes. He was very sweet and apologetic, but he never explained. We went back to the restaurant for dessert.
Did you ever go back to the cabin with him?
No, never.
So what made Noah drive all the way to a cabin in the middle of nowhere? He left her in the car. Why was he there? This is important. I know it is. I can use Suzanne's directions to the cabin and compare them to the map of the area I have in my car.
아, 오두막에 갔는데 애 살아있었으면 좋겠다. 아씨.
Thanks to the information Suzanne gave me, I should be able to find the cabin on this map.
몇 대 몇이라고? 와, 씨, 이쪽 나라 헤일은 보기가 힘들게 돼 있네. 기다려봐. 여긴가? 아, 이게 이쪽 마을일 수도 있구나. 아, 여기가 마을일 수도 있네. 아니야, 이거 말이 안 돼. 저기 출발 지점 말이 안 돼. 자, 이거는 여긴 것 같아요. 혹시 이견이 있으신 분? 저 여기 갔거든요. 여기 같은데 혹시 이견이 있으신 분? 왜냐면 왜 저기라 생각하냐면 마을에서 떠났을 때 다리가 나와야 돼. 여기잖아. 두 개의 다리를 건넜다 그랬잖아. 일레에서 이렇게 해서 이렇게 간 거야. 그러니까 일로 이렇게 안 가고 이렇게 한 바퀴를 돈 거지. 그래서 숲 왔더니 여기 숲이 울창한 이 숲을 가로질러 가지고 왼쪽에 옥수수밭이 있고 이후에 나무가 우거지던 오두막 앞에 도착했어요. 여기 같은데.
The cabin has to
맞네.
I have to find that cabin.
한 바퀴 도는 거야. 이 새끼
I
이거
hope I'm
아주.
not too late.
범죄자들은 꼭 이래요.
Okay, here is this famous cabin.
아, 애 안 죽었으면 좋겠는데.
Let's investigate.
갑자기 왜 공포 게임이 되는 거야 이거?
Hello? Is anyone there?
야, 불이 꺼져 있는데 뭘 누가 있어 있기는.
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant.
영장 발부 받아와.
Hello?
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant.
부금도 그렇고 갑자기 공포 게임이 됐단 말이야. 아예 게임사도 일부러 공포 분위기 조성하려고 하고 있네. 살펴봐.
I need to see what's inside. If only I could see what's inside.
어떻게 살펴? 야야, 발받침대 없냐? 발받침대? 이걸 왜? 이게 상호작용이 왜 뜨는 거지? 발 받침대가
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold.
갑자기 여기서 수염이 나오니까는 공포 분위기가 싹 사라지는데? 이거 들어봐.
That barrel is sturdy enough. I could climb on it.
인형 있다. 인형이 가지런히 있어. 애가 살아있었으면 좋겠는데?
Empty wine bottles. Somebody has been here lately. Ugh, an old hunting trophy starting to mold.
얘 또 노루 아닙니까 이거? 또 뭐 흑인 비하 뭐 이런 거야?
It's Daisy's toy. If Fluffy is here, the kidnapper has been here. I have to get inside this cabin.
자, 확실하니까 빨리 저기 도끼로 깨. 도끼로 문 깨. 집어.
A maul for splitting wood.
집기 되네.
Perfect for attacking doors.
긴장감 오지는데? 야, 깨부셔. 표정 보소.
Look at that. A broken door to investigate. No need for a warrant. Some people seem to have played here before.
도박판을 벌였다고 애를 납치하고? 누가 또 있어? 이거 세이브 해야 될 것 같아. 왠지 게임 오버가 나올 것 같다. 갑자기 게임 오버가 나올 것 같은. 테이프.
The floor is scratched and worn in this area. The sofa
키보다
must have been moved a
손가락
lot.
여러 번 움직였다. 그렇다면 그게 왜일까? 쪽팔 밀어봐. 여기 계단이 있을 거야. 비밀 통로. 열어. 와, 씨발!
Trapped. If I move, it could go off, and that countdown tells me it wants to go off anyway.
잠깐만, 이거 어떻게 풀어? 어떻게 풀지? 뭐야? 어떻게 풀어야 돼? 3. 잠깐만, 이걸 어떻게 풀어야 되지? 어? 됐다. 아씨. 야. 아이 미친. 잠깐만. 야 이거 침착해야 되는데 소리 때문에 침착할 수가 없어. PCB를 저기 일단 눌러보죠. 뭐가 어떻게 되는 거지? 와 잠깐만요. 와씨 뇌정 지운다. 잠깐만 이거 뭐야? 와 세이브 하길 잘했다. 나 이거 잘못 끊으면 게임 오버 아니야. 그죠? 세이브 하길 잘했어. 이게 지금 PCB가 절로 해서 야 이걸 어떻게 하냐 씨. 이거 반도체 나온 사람들이나 풀지 이걸 어떻게 풀어 씨. 요 아래 거 그럼 왼쪽 한번 봅시다. 와 잠깐만 이거 3 꺼볼까? 뭐가 꺼질 것 같은데? 아니야? 아 5개를 다 일렬로 껴야 돼. 잠깐만요. 이거 한번 때리고 됐어. 그 다음에 씨발 소리 봐라. 이걸 누르면 이게 단순하게 이거라고 이거일까? 단순하게? 아 끝났나보다. 아이씨. 그래 단순하게 이게 저걸 끊는다고 해서 그럴 수가 없지. 자 게임 오버인 것
Since I'm
같은데.
telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb.
자 이게 지금 아예 게임이니까 한번 확인해 보려고 눌렀는데 역시 아니었어. 이게 지금 이게 뭘까요 이게? 뒷면이 있네. 뒤졌어. 풀 수 있어. 자 풀 수 있어. 기다려봐. 얘 말고 위에 거부터. 전령이 돼서 절로 가죠. 이거다. 위에 거네. 위에 거였어. 위에 거. 씨. 저 줄 하나를 내가 생각해보니까 안 봤네. 하나만 보고. 씨.
Since I'm telling, let's see if I can remember.
다음 생에 다시 하는 걸로. 저 밑에 걸 안 봤어. 위에 거만 보고. 씨. 그래 저걸로 연결돼 있잖아. 저거 안 봤네. 진짜랑 연결돼 있고 이 위에 거예요. 그 다음에 맨 밑에 아니야. 맨 밑에 아니고 가운데. 아니 씨, 잘못 봤나? 뭐야 잘못 봤어? 뭐지? 어?
Since I'm telling this, let's see if
위에 걸 다시 봅시다. 말이 안 되는데? 자 얘랑 얘잖아. 그래 위에 내가 위에 거를 이해를 잘못했네. 그냥 가운데가 아니죠? 맨 밑인데 그러면? 기다려봐. 가운데는 상관이 없는 거고 위에 거니까 맨 밑. 잠깐만 맨 밑. 잠깐만 내가 지금 위치를 잘못 본 것 같은데? 자, 이 불이 켜져 있는 곳에 연결된 선을 잘라야 돼. 그러니까 이게 일로 가죠? 돌리면은 얘가 뭐해? 이거 설명해 주려고 그랬는데 이거 자를 때. 자, 이게 여기서 일로 간단 말이야. 여기, 그죠? 해서 잠깐만. 저게 저쪽으로 가죠? 저쪽의 위치가 저기로 가. 저기로 가서 저로 끝으로 가서 쟤가 저로 올라가. 저 끝에 가운데.
that should do it.
아으 씨.
Wow, I wonder if that's how close it was. This would have ended my investigation right here.
수사가 끝나는 게 아니고 너도 죽을
Heading
뻔했어.
towards
씨.
the canisters. It must be the trigger for the explosion. I smell a strong, sweet smell. Damn. I think these are filled to the brim with diethyl ether. Incredibly flammable. It looks like the kidnappers wanted to utterly destroy this place and whoever opened this hatch. A wooden crate?
저 상자 안에 있으면 안
I have to
되는데.
open it.
근데 뒤에 조심 좀 해라.
No. Daisy. No.
아 뭐야?
Discovery of the body. Then there was nothing.
저거 시신이었어. 씨발. 존나 짜증나.
The forensics team arrived an hour later, cordoned off the cabin with crime scene tape, and went to work, looking for physical evidence, fingerprints, testing for fluids, DNA, any clues science can uncover.
이건 용감한 형사상 줘야 돼. 용감한 경찰. 어떻게 형사가 폭탄까지 제거해? 그 말이 안 되거든. 폭탄은 전문반이 제거해야 되는데. 용감한 형사 상 줘야 돼, 저 사람.
They removed Daisy's body. The autopsy would take place in the morning. But I had one more stop to make.
야, 이걸 어떻게 얘기하냐? 오면서 고민 엄청 많이 했겠는데? 한 3,000번 고민했겠는데? 어떻게 얘기해야 될지.
Oh no!
저 고양이 저기 있는 거 뭔가 좀 그렇다. 저 고양이가 데이지 얼마나 보고 싶어 할까? 저 데이지 보고 싶어서 나와 있는
That
거
night,
같은데 저거.
I swore to find the monster who killed that child.
근데 그게 노아인데 왜 레치랑 뭔 상관이야 노아랑.
Ratchet on train saw me? How? Daisy.
She was awake?
And then she collapsed again.
I take the responsibility. She was weaker than I realized.
Oh.
Lie still while I examine you.
가슴이 없어요,
Pupils
여잔데. 완전 평면이야.
I'm
남자
alright.
몸인데?
You are far from all right. You have been heavily sedated. Your pulse is very weak.
맥박을 시계로 재는 초고도의 문명.
I have to finish my story. Ratchet can't escape again. Can't escape.
Have no fear of that, mademoiselle. Ratchet will not escape.
We must hear her story.
This woman needs rest. I will let you know
공범이라고요?
when she
누구랑?
is recovered enough to continue. But I warn you, it will be some time.
I understand, Doctor.
이 경찰 여자가
I have completed
아
my
절대 그럴 리
preliminary
없어요. 절대.
examination of the deceased. I think that
경찰
it will
여자는
interest
절대
you.
아니야. 아, 이 사건이 그럴 수 있어요.
And I have other
왜냐면 이
witnesses
눈 사태
to
이상하잖아.
interrogate.
눈 사태가
All right.
설명이 안 돼.
Let's not put this
계획범인데
poor woman in danger. There will be
어떻게
plenty of time for her to
그
finish the
계획의
story when she
일부에
has recovered.
야, 저기 기차가 멈춰 있는 그 환경이 딱 맞아 떨어지냐고. 이게 공범이어야 말이 되거든요, 이게. 저는 둘로 봐야 되나?
That was easy.
아, 오두막의 카드 게임. 그래서 노아랑 레칫이랑 그 사건의 공범이었다. 충분히 일리 있습니다. 충분히. 그래서 노아를 추적하던 와중에 레칫을 따라오게 된 충분히 일리가 있어.
Can you estimate the time of death?
Rigor mortis was advanced, but not complete. I estimate the death occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning.
That tallies with the witness statements I've collected so far.
하인 자상이라니까. 아까 얘기했잖아.
Multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. It's odd there are no signs of a struggle. That might indicate one of the first wounds was enough to kill him.
It seems that Monsieur Ratchet had taken sleeping pills during the night.
Ah, that would explain the lack of defensive wounds.
Mr. McQueen and Mr. Masterman told me that Monsieur Ratchet didn't smoke. Can you confirm this?
I can't say without a more extensive
그렇지,
postmortem.
이거는 저기 검사를 제대로 해야 되는데 이건 말이 안 되지.
What can you tell me about the stab wounds?
I counted 12 in all. 1 or 2 are so slight as to be practically scratches. On the other hand, at least 3 would be capable of causing death. The angle of the wounds is instructive. Most appear to have been struck by a right-handed person. But you see, this one, under the right armpit, it's not a deadly blow given the depth, but a right-hander couldn't have done it. It was most certainly struck with the left hand.
So, our murderer is left-handed. No, it is more difficult than that, is it not?
As you say, Mr. Poirot, some of these other blows are just as obviously right-handed.
시신이 옮겨졌으면 난 시신이 옮겨진 게 말이 안 되는 게 창문 그런데 혈흔이 없잖아.
Do we have a first and second murderer, as the great Shakespeare would put it? The first murderer stabs his victim and exits left, turning off the light. Then a second murderer comes in the dark, does not see his or her.
이게 그럴 수도 있거든요. 원한을 많이 사는 사람은 이미 누가 죽이고 갔는데
I'm glad.
그거를 모르고 뒤에 온 사람이 또 죽이려고 하는 그런 경우도 있거든.
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent work under difficult circumstances. Please let me know when I may speak again with Mademoiselle Locke.
Of course.
이걸 물어보면 100% 구라쳐. 이것도 안 할 수 있어. 자, 바나나 향. 이게 애매한데. 내가 만약에 범인이고 바나나 향 전자담배를 피는 사람이라면 바나나 향 물어보면 나 무조건 거짓말 할 거거든. 담배를 그냥 권해버릴까?
Even a smoker might innocently pose and question.
흡연자인지 지금 왜 이렇게 직관적이야 이거?
That's certainly a good place to
흡연자냐고 물어보면 씨발 나 같으면은 아니 저 담배 안 피는데요? 나 같으면 그럴 텐데. 그리고 내가 전자담배를 펴. 자, 그리고 전자담배를 피는 사람이야 내가. 근데 내가 범인이야? 나한테 와갖고 담배를 권해. 그러면 안 피는데요라고는 솔직히 못할 것 같아. 왜냐면 하루 종일 참아야 되잖아. 저거 끝날 때까지. 안 피는데요라고 못할 것 같고 담배를 그냥 연초를 필 것 같거든요? 저걸 저렇게 물어본다고? 전자담배 흡연자를 알아내는 최선의 방법은 담배나 전자담배에 관한 대화를 떠올리기. 부크에게 전자담배 사용자를 기억하는. 야 이게 야 1차적으로 이거 해야 되는 거 아닙니까 솔직히? 1차적으로 부크를 물어보고 그 다음에 미셸을 물어보고 그 다음에 나머지 사람들을 직접 물어봐서 거짓말하고 진술이 안 맞는 걸 속어를 추려야 되는 거 아니야? 이걸 떠올려야 되나? 내가 그렇지 내가 본 흡연자가 있구나. 이게 가장 먼저지. 이게 가장 먼저지. 인정.
I just have to remember who they were.
야 이거는 지금 여기가 막혀있는데 지금 장난하는 것도 아니고 지금 뭘 다음 역에서 멈추기 기다려. 지금 멈춰져 있는데 지금 밖에 나가서 담배 피는 사람 누군지를 확인해야지.
I suppose it's likely.
더 쉬운 방법이 있는데 게임이라서 어렵게 가네. 그냥 담배 피러 나가는 사람 지켜보면 되는 거 아니야. 지금 멈춰져 있으니까. 현실이라면 그랬을 거야. 그렇지 않아요? 공범이 확실하네. 왜냐면 이 사진이 이 사진이 레치 쓰레기통에 있었거든. 그럼 이게 공범이 확실하고 아니지 이게 아니야 잠깐만. 야 다시 이거랑 이건 안 맞는데? 이게 이렇게 맞아야 되겠지. 사건이니까. 범죄니까. 범죄랑 경찰 맞고.
My little gray cells did not.
How is Mademoiselle Locke, Doctor?
Her vital signs are improving, but she is still unconscious.
I understand. Thank you for looking after her.
자, 난 아직 까먹지 않았어. 대위를 조사해야 된다는 걸. 대위를 조사해야 된다는 걸 까먹지 않았고. 얘가 105 아닙니까? 그죠? 대위 조사해야 돼. 되네 이제.
Captain Arbuthnot, I beg your pardon, but could you answer a few questions for me?
I'm grateful you found my ticket, Poirot, but now is not convenient.
I certainly didn't expect such a resistance.
자, 봐봐. 대위가 영국 대위네. 영국 대위야. 그러면은 얘가 죽였을 수 있어요. 왜냐면 데이지의 아빠가 영국 대령이거든. 영국 대령이야. 나 얘 독일 대위인 줄 알고 뺐는데 용의자에서 얘네. 얘 확률이 아주 높은데? AW가 에드워드가 아니라 아치의 아의 A고 발드의 W인 거야. W가 비읍받침 나는 나라가 있거든. 발드의 W인 거야 이게. AW가. 야 이씨 너야. 끝났어. 범인 너고. 그럼 저놈이 이 맥퀸의 그 진술을 과연 뭐라고 할지 그게 일단 중요해지겠네요. 이 새끼네 이거 범인. 아 이게 내 방이야? 잠깐만 그러면 저쪽에 102호랑 3호로 먼저 가볼게요. 가까운 데부터. 이거 안 돼 이제? 자 그러면 내가 지금 제일 조사하고 싶은 애가 여자거든요. 그날 밤 새벽에 왜 가운을 입고 뛰어나갔는지 맨발로? 내가 그게 너무 조사하고 싶은데 얘 어디 갔어 또? 쟤도 조사해야 되는데 지금 미셸.
Most of the passengers pass by the
빨리
bar.
저 여자 좀 물어봐봐.
They eat, drink, right? Maybe I can
대위,
use
대위니까
this
얘 대위
information
여자친구한테
for
물어봐.
my investigation.
일단은 이건데 이것도 틀렸다고 나오겠지. 이거 봐.
That
부코는
is
도움이
not
안
a
돼요.
good answer. No. It is a flight of fancy to think such information would be required of... Good. Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly. Good job. Yes, if I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant hand.
근데 양손잡이 아닙니까 혹시? 저 편지 쓰는 게 의미가 없을 것 같은데. 왼손잡이인 미셸이야. 왜냐면 오른손에 그때 펜을 들고 있었는데 오른손을 떨었거든. 그리고 왼손잡이에요 미셸은.
Nice. Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left hand.
지금 내가 신문한 사람이 어느 손을 사용했는지 떠오르자. 그러면 미셸이 오른손을 사용했다는 걸 떠올린단 말이야. 그게 함정이야. 미셸 손을 떨었거든.
Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
Let's start with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed
협박 편지는
dark.
일찍이 왔었다는 얘기고.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed.
Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
그래 올슨이랑 하버드 부인이랑 맨날 레치 얘기를 했거든. 레친 얘기를 했는데 그때 가운을 입고 뛰어간 그 뒷머리가 저런 금발머리였고 다리 모양도 저 여자 다리 모양 같아.
Do you smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
Do you
그래 붉은
own
기모노
a
저거.
scarlet nightgown?
No, it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say I have no such
팬님
thing.
어서 오세요.
You say it isn't mine.
그런 거 같은데
Meaning that
북극곰님은
you
멀쩡하신 거
know who
보니까.
it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was
뛰어갔던 거
turned.
같은데?
It was impossible to see who it was.
I understand.
다시 한번.
Do you?
No.
Who's then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say, it isn't
그렇지.
mine. Meaning that you know who it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning
5시에
about 5
그랬다고?
a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a
내가
long
본 게
time.
2시인데
I opened the door. Her back was turned.
I
5시였다고
Thank you for your
갔다가
assistance,
왔단
mademoiselle.
얘기네. 그 여자가 너잖아 너. 너야 너
Mademoiselle,
붉은 옷.
I am sorry to disturb you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Are you the investigator?
I am.
We are lucky you are on the train. What do you want to know?
야 붉은
Do
기모노.
you have a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
No, indeed. I have a good, comfortable dressing gown of Jaeger material.
기모노가 아니고 드레스 가운일 수도 있어. 그게 가운일 수도 있어.
I hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person to see the murdered man alive.
I do not know. It may be so. I opened the door of his compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed.
그게 나는
It was
가운으로
a most
보였는데.
awkward mistake.
You actually saw him?
Yeah, he was reading a book.
And what
그게
did
몇
you
시였습니까?
do
물어봐야지.
after that, mademoiselle?
I went into the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I asked her for some aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the
아, 너 왜
refugees.
이렇게 연관점이 많아?
These
아스피린도
mines were
있고.
camp in Turkey. They needed it more than
너야
me.
너 수상해 너. 이 여자를 72세로 보기는 힘든데. 너무 잘 뛰어갔는데. 이걸 72세로 봐야 돼? 독일인가?
I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good.
얘 어디 사람이라고? 와 다시 보기 못하네. 스웨덴인가?
I do not think that's the right answer.
아 스웨덴이네.
I'm right again.
Did Mrs. Hubbard ask you whether the communicating door between her compartment and that of Monsieur Ratchet was bolted?
Yes,
And was it?
yes.
And after that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to my compartment, took the aspirin, and lay down. That was around 10:50 p.m.
Is there anyone else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young English lady. Very nice, very amiable.
After the train left Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you so sure, if you were asleep?
I sleep very lightly. I am used to waking at a sound. I am sure that if she had come down from the berth above, I should have awakened.
Did you yourself leave the compartment after that?
Not until this morning.
룸메이트일 수도 있어. 룸메이트가 옷 뺏어서 입고.
Do you smoke,
훔쳐서.
mademoiselle?
No, I can't stand the smell
아니요
of
뭐 죄송해요.
tobacco.
그런 거는 소통을 할 필요가 있는 거야.
Do you...
No.
Perhaps you will be so amiable as to write
왼손이겠지 뭐
me down
얘는.
your
근데 내가 볼
address.
때
With pleasure.
이거는 오른손이네. 따맞추려고 오른손 왼손으로 나올 수도 있는 거라서 이거 양손잡이일 확률이
This was
굉장히
a
높아.
very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank you.
If you have any other questions, I'll be in my compartment.
나 이거 두 명이서 같이 죽였다고는 못 보겠는데 이 사건을 지금 왼손잡이의 자성과 오른손잡이의 자상이 있다고 해서 두 명이 죽였다고는 생각이 안 들어요.
Well done.
얘는 왼손잡인데 이거. 아, 얘는 왼손잡인데.
Good job.
저 손을 막 덜덜 떨었었는데.
I'm right again. That
모순이 드러나는 거? 이게 근데 자기가 빅모노를 안 갖고 있다 그랬거든? 근데 가운이라고 그랬어. 근데 내가 봤을 때도 가운이었어. 근데 지금 이 여자를 올슨이라고 보기가 힘들어요, 지금 상황에선. 올슨이 대번엄이 밤새 잠을 잤다고 했는데 대번엄이 이거를 봤다고 그랬잖아. 말이 안 되고.
strange, this story. If Mademoiselle Olsen is such a light sleeper, why didn't she tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of bed? She even made a point to tell me the opposite. Et voilà.
그 올슨이랑 대치를 해야지, 맞지? 올슨 어디로 도망갔냐? 와, 그새 어디로 도망갔어? 어?
I'll observe her.
얘 오른손잡이고.
I'll keep
둘
an
다
eye on
오른손잡이.
them instead.
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
Can you write your address on this paper, please?
You want to pay me a visit?
Who knows, Monsieur Fauché?
He is right-handed, there can be no doubt.
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I understand. Yesterday evening, I took a break at Vinkovsky station with Hotaru. We then went to our quarters in the staff accommodations, a section of the luggage car. Freya was there reading, and I went to bed right after. Freya is there now, I
이게
think.
공범이라면 공범일 수 있는 확률이 하나가 있긴 해요.
They can verify my story.
미셸과 올슨이거나
11:30 a bit after. The snow is
하버드
beginning to fall
부인이거나
I see. Thank you.
둘이 같이 공범일 경우, 그럴 경우에는 일부러 얘가 탐정이기 때문에 그 밤에 보라고 그 상황극 같이 그 주작질을 했을 수 있어.
Are you a smoker?
그러면 왼손 오른손잡이가 말이 돼. 왜냐면 아무리 생각해도 미셸은 왼손잡인데 일부러 펜을 오른손을 들고 있는 그런 느낌이라.
Are you a
I'm trying to quit, but yes. I'm now down to just one pack. If you're looking for a heavy smoker, you should
호타루 주방장.
Thank you,
가보자.
Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
자, 주방장.
So,
얘
Poirot,
오른손이고.
I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not
얘가
finished
할 일은
yet,
없지.
but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I'll report to you as soon as I can.
쟤 왜 저러고 있냐?
Ah, Monsieur Maury, would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can answer questions? The room is spinning. My head is about to explode.
You were celebrating last night?
Celebrating! When Freya always wins. Ah, what am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions to make sense, help me recover. You see there, the magnet on the fridge. That is my special recipe. I call it my day after survival tonic. If you could make me my special tonic, I might survive long enough to answer your questions. John knows
이런
the
짓까지 해야 돼?
recipe
아,
very
씨.
well. He can help you with the preparation.
Very well, Monsieur Maury. If I must, I must. I will make you your day after survival tonic.
얘 어디 사람이야? 얘 이름이 뭐라 그랬지? 생긴 건 일본이야. 그냥 일본에 55세 정도 했고 주방장. 이게 또 이렇게 많네.
That's the right answer.
뭐야 이건? 왜 열어? 왜 열었대? 레몬. 오케이 레몬.
I'm missing half of the tonic ingredients.
생강. 됐어. 여기다 이렇게 싸라고? 이거 맞아?
I have all the ingredients for Monsieur Maury's tonic. I have to go and see Monsieur Fauché so he can prepare it for me.
Monsieur
Of course.
Monsieur Fauché, I need your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase? This is music to my ears. What can I fix for you? A mojito? A gin and tonic? Or perhaps a martini? Shaken, not stirred?
It's not for me, but for Monsieur Maury.
Ah, his day after survival tonic. Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is everything that was listed on the magnet.
Excellent! I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon or a full lemon for the recipe?
반 개.
Half a lemon.
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers it with ginger or without.
넣었어.
Do you remember?
생강 넣었어.
I can assure you that he will want the ginger.
There you are, sir. Hotaru will be himself again.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Here you go, Mr. Maury. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much. Please give me a moment while this takes effect. It will be a while, I'm afraid. But I will not move from the kitchen.
Since I have to wait, do you know where I can find Mademoiselle?
아 근데 솔직히 내가 범인이면
She is in the staff quarters in the luggage car. If the
창문
door
열고
is
그냥
open,
벌써 도망갔어.
John will
왜냐면
protect
여기
Thank you.
위치가
I will return. I hope you have a
이전
speedy
역에서
recovery.
한 15분인가 20분 거리야. 그냥 벌써 도망갔지 나
How are you
같은
feeling,
거.
Monsieur Mori?
Everything is still fuzzy. My tonic needs more time to take effect.
그러게요. 생각보다 길어요.
How are you feeling, Monsieur? How are you?
잠깐만.
Everything is still.
더 있어야 된다고? 뭐하고 오라는 얘기 그러면?
Monsieur Mori told me that you are the one who has the key to open the luggage car door. I will need it.
Yes, that's right. Here it is.
뭔가 끝날 듯
Please
하면서
don't
길죠,
forget to give
근데.
it back to me.
I will
그냥
not
긴 게
forget,
아니고
Monsieur
뭔가
Fouché.
곧 이 사건이 해결될 것 같으면서 길어.
I have a favor to ask.
요 사건만 보고
Could you
가야지
visit the
하는데
passengers who
요
are in
사건이
their
끝날
rooms
것
and explain there
같으면서
has been an
갑자기
error
경찰
with
나오면서
their
옛날
allergy
사건
and
나오더니
diet form?
폭탄물 해제라더니
I made no errors.
그러면서
Of course
길어.
not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand it.
I would ask that you observe which hand each passenger uses.
Ah, you wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write?
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission for you.
Excellent.
Excellent. 자, 수화물칸 갔다 옵시다. 여기 301호. 아, 얘네 둘이 주방 애들이 거주하는 곳이구나.
That's it. It's open now.
이 안에 사람이 아까 그 요리사.
Empty rum bottles.
하트.
A deck of cards. I suspect they were reading diamonds and spades instead of books.
안 온 척한다.
Hello, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My career is ruined, and it's not my fault.
But how did this terrible thing come to pass?
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living space. There's so little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict instructions how to stack my crates containing the ingredients I need for my desserts. So as one box is used up, it can be discarded.
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely. I have 4 crates that must be moved from there to here to correct the order they are stacked. But placing the wrong crate on top
또
of a
이걸 또
smaller
내가
crate
해야
would
되네.
crush it,
아.
its contents, and my career.
Calm yourself, mademoiselle. I understand. So, the problem is these 4 crates must be moved there, but carefully.
Yes. I have to move these 4 boxes from this location to here. But there is not much space to move the boxes, and I have to be careful never to put a bigger box on top of a smaller one, or the smaller crate will be destroyed.
The problem is clear. I shall assist you.
이런 건 너무 쉽지 않나요? 이런 너무 쉬워 이런 건.
Et voilà.
You are a lifesaver.
Or at least a dessert saver.
Thank you, thank you. I will gladly answer your questions.
자, 그래서 이제 빨리 너 진술.
Can you tell me your movements of last night?
Last night after dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until 12:15 a.m. Then I joined Jean and Hotaru in our quarters. Then all of us read quietly in our beds until we fell asleep.
A very studious staff. However, Monsieur Mori doesn't seem to have followed the same literary pursuit as the others. And these rum bottles, do they have something to do with his hangover?
I rather think that you didn't just read last night.
What makes you say that?
That deck of cards. I imagine that you didn't spend all evening reading.
Yes, you're right. We played a little last night, but it wasn't long. Nobody really wanted to.
Knowing about the card game does not seem to
그렇지.
further
뭐
my
쓸데없는 거에다가
investigation.
지금 꽂혀가지고 씨. 얘가 이것 때문에 이제 술을 먹었다는 거를 지금
He
해야지.
seemed to be
그래야
quite hungover. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, "Freya always wins." Wins what? Looking around, it is clear you were gambling and drinking most of the night.
You don't understand. It's late when we're off duty, but we need to unwind. And now there's been a murder? Yes, I admit it. We went overboard last night. But please don't tell Mr. Book. It's against regulations. We could all be fired.
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult. But as you say, there has been a murder. I must have the truth.
Of course. I'm so sorry.
It's not such a crime. I'll leave it there and check in with Monsieur Fauché.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave.
얘가 기모노를 입었다고 해도 말이 돼. 얘도 오른손잡이. 이거 봐, 전부 오른손잡이야. 그러니까 미셸이 왼손잡이가 되는 거야 이게 지금.
No, I never have.
Thank you. Do you smoke?
No.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers, Miss Nielsen.
You're welcome.
다 찾았다 4개. 아, 씨. 아 뭐야? 아니네? 헐. 자꾸 한 개씩 놓치네 수염을. 아, 뭐 추리랑 상관없으니까. 응? 안 될 거. 자 이제 호타루한테 갑시다.
How are you?
It's better. Thank you.
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please. I have hungry passengers to feed.
Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
Oh, nothing special. When I went off duty, I joined John and Freya in a compartment. I read for a short while, then went to bed early.
Reading? I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered to lie, Monsieur Mori.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Poirot. You're right. It obviously wasn't reading that made my head hurt like that. But if you told Monsieur Book, it could mean my job.
I will keep your secret, but I am investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
Please write your address on this paper.
My address? I don't see why.
I think I hear Monsieur Book approaching.
My address? Yes, of course.
Another right-hand.
역시 이거 다 오른손잡이로 나온다니까. 이거 미셸이야 왼손잡이. 아.
You are a heavy smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
미셸이 오른손 떨었어. 내가 아까 확실히 봤어.
A
확실히
banana
봤어. 오른손
flavor.
떨었어.
Oh, yes. The smell disgusts me.
그거를 마치 이
What is wrong
게임의
with the
그래픽
good tobacco?
모델링의
I don't
수준이
know that
딸려서
can't
손이 떠는 것처럼
I've
보였다라고
only seen
한다면
one
이거는
person who
존만
played.
게임이에요.
It's Captain Arbuthnot.
Captain Arbuthnot, I see.
My job.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the train? A banana?
Oh, yes.
I do not.
요거 봐, 요거 봐. 대위 맞지?
Your testimony was
봐봐,
invaluable.
복수하기 위해서
Take care,
아빠인
Monsieur.
대령이
My palate
이
depends
대위한테
on your
시킨
good
거야.
health.
이거 사주한 거야, 이거. 나와봐, 야, 나와봐.
Here is your key. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
About the little favor I asked of you.
Aha, but of course. I was able to get new allergy forms from guests who were in their compartments.
이 캐릭터
Monsieur
박경
McQueen,
닮았어.
Monsieur Masterman,
그
Count
문제적
and
남자의
Countess
박경.
Andreni, they are all
표정도
right-handed.
그렇고.
I also asked Princess Dragomirov, but she had her assistant, Madame Schmidt, sign for her. She is right-handed as well.
You have exceeded my expectations. Well
아, 나 이거
done.
제대로 못 봤다,
Thank
방금
you,
대화.
Monsieur Fauché.
야, 다시. 잠깐만. 인물 정보에 있다고? 인물 정보? 정보에 왼손잡이 이게 있어? 걔랑 오른손잡이. 이 사람 오른손잡이. 다 오른손으로 나온다니까 이거. 다 오른손으로 나와 이거. 대위가 이제 왼손잡이거나 뭐 그럴 거야. 대위랑 미셸이랑 짜고 치거나 뭐 이런 거야 지금.
So, Poirot,
I have.
뭐야 여기 또 아줌마 어디 갔지? 괜히 말 걸었나? 올슨 어디로 도망갔어? 아, 네, 올슨 방으로 가야겠네. 미셸 그리고 어디 간 거야? 미셸도 사라졌어요? 아,
I'll observe her instead.
바지 색깔이 피부 색깔 같아. 깜짝 놀랐어. 미셸 어디 갔지? 올슨 방 위치 찾아야 되는데. 자, 대위 나와. 됐다.
Captain Arbuthnot, I know that you are the only person on this train to smoke e-cigarettes. We found a vial of e-liquid at the crime scene. Will you talk to me about this, or should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right. Come in if you must.
자, 이제 대위 얘기를 들어봐야 돼요. 이거. 얘를 아직 확정을 짓기는 그렇고 얘
I
상황을
have just
들어봐야
a
돼.
few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
일단 전자담배부터.
Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
맞다고 하겠지.
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice. But I have no idea what it was doing there. Whatever.
그렇지, 그렇게
Can you
나오겠지.
explain how it ended up there?
I have no idea. I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
그래? 그럼 일단 너
Could
주소
you
써봐.
write down your address here, please?
My address? Well, if you insist.
얘가 왼손으로 안 쓰나? 오케이, 오른손.
This
좋았어.
man is right-handed.
자, 그러면 어젯밤의 상황을
What
네 설명을
were you
해봐.
doing last night around 1:15?
1:15? I believe I was still talking to that young American fellow, Mr. McQueen, the secretary of the man who was killed.
일치하네요.
We were in his compartment.
He was a friend or acquaintance of yours?
No, I never saw him before this journey. We'd hit it off at dinner, and the conversation continued into the early hours.
Until what time was that?
Until 1:45 or so. Then I retired to my room and went to sleep.
There is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious?
It's nothing. A mere detail.
Allow me to be the judge.
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was
이거는
passing
로크가
through the
빨리
first
일어나야
class
돼.
corridor,
로크가
I
일어나서
noticed that the door, which is just after your room, 201.
그래 201호실이
was not
열려 있어야
quite
정상이거든.
open,
그
and the
방에
person who was
있는
inside
사람이
peered out in a furtive sort of way.
그
Then
방에
closed the
있던
door
여자가
quickly.
뛰어나가야 방향이 이게
I
맞거든.
know there's nothing in that, but it was the furtive way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand.
201호에 누가 있는지 내
Thank
기억이 안
you for
나는데
letting me know.
201호에 그
The
방향에서
young
이렇게
English
기모노를
lady,
입고 갔기
Mademoiselle
때문에
was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there.
We exchanged a few words, fellow Brits abroad, that sort of thing.
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
Nothing whatsoever. We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Bouc, thinks the assassin is a woman.
And that is enough to accuse her. She had nothing to do with this murder.
How can you be so certain?
The idea is absurd. Ratchet was a perfect stranger to her.
그걸 네가 어떻게 알지?
She'd never seen him before.
Ah, did she tell you so?
Well, yes, maybe she did.
그렇다고?
She may have commented once upon his somewhat unpleasant appearance. If a woman is concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham could not possibly be implicated.
It is clear that the captain is defending Miss Debenham, a woman he supposedly doesn't know.
아니지, 하룻밤 같이 보냈는데 지킬만 하지.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
그거는 하룻밤 같이 보냈잖아. 원나잇을 했잖아. 지켜줄 생각이 들 수도 있지. 원나잇하고 사랑에 빠질 수 있잖아. 이거 저거는 그렇게 생각하면 안 돼. 얘 언제 일어나?
How is Mad... I understand.
언제 일어나? 올슨 어디 있어? 올슨 어디 있는 거야? 아씨. 올슨 몇 번 방이야? 104호 일단 가보자. 하버드 부인.
Pardon this
여기
intrusion,
올슨이야?
Mademoiselle Olsen,
204호가
but
하버드구나.
something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
아, 다리 모양 보면 나 알 것 같은데. 다리 모양이 엄청 이뻤거든. 이 아줌마.
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have heard her. I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
야, 그럼 이게 말이 돼?
Are you certain you would have heard her?
Yes. Why are you asking?
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do you explain that?
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly not to have heard it. Oh, but does that make me a suspect?
I am not
아니,
accusing anyone,
그건 아니지.
mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what happened last night. Thank you for your testimony.
자, 요 방에 이제 더 이상 못 가나? 자, 알리바이. 얘는 얘랑 했고요. 대번함이 쭉 잤음을 확인한 사람이 얘인데, 미셸이 보러 간 상대는 얘고요.
My little Graycel.
그러니까 이거 알리바이는 일치한다 이건데 100% 일치하진 않아, 올슨 쪽은. 그리고 미셸에 대해서는 아무것도 없어. 미셸이 가는 화살표는 있지만 미셸한테 오는 화살표에 대한 게 없기 때문에 이 알리바이가, 미셸이 지금 백사호가 올슨이었고 105가 누구지? 결국 얘가 일어나야 되는데, 지금 얘가 일어나야 돼. 얘 언제 일어나? 야, 빨리. 너 일어난 거 아니야? 눈 뜨고 있는 거 아니야? 여기 감아져 있는 거야? 얘 언제 일어나, 이씨. 미셸은 대체 어디 간 거지? 미셸은 어디 갔을까? 다 오른손잡이야 지금. 내가 봤잖아 이건.
That was easy. Adequate. Good.
얘는 흡연자인데 전자담배 흡연자였나?
Think,
아니네.
Poirot. That is
그냥
not a
그냥
good
흡연자인가?
answer.
Are you a smoker?
Nice.
얘 흡연자.
Right. Et voilà.
액상병은 얘 건데 일단 시간도 둘이 맞아.
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette. Even if this liquid in Ratchet's room is a solid clue, he has an alibi. I cannot accuse him without any other proof. That's the right answer.
둘이 말을 맞췄을 수도 있지. 둘이 공범이고. 그리고 대위가 처음부터 레칫이 그 대령의 사주를 받고 레칫이 목적이었다면 레칫 밑에 있는 비서한테 접근을 해서 비서가 평소에 원한이 있는 걸 알고 그러면은 이제 이게 둘이서 말을 맞추고 사건을 벌였을 수도 있어. 그러니까 이거 가지고는 판단하기가 힘들어요. 대위가 공범이었다고요? 아니요, 그때 노아랑 레칫이랑 공범이잖아. 그러니까 데이지 유괴 살인 사건이 노아랑 레칫이 공범이에요. 그러면은 데이지의 아빠인 대령이 존 대령이 원한을 사서 자기 밑에 부하였던 대위한테, 자기 밑에 부하라고 볼 수 있는 게 둘 다 영국의 그 대령과 대위거든요. 그럼 부하일 수가 있어. 그러면 이 대위한테 사주를 해. 저놈들을 죽이라고. 또 노아의 상태는 어디 있는지 모르겠지만 레칫은 찾았고, 레칫을 죽이기로 사주를 받았다면 레칫을 죽이기 위해서 대위가 레칫에 대한 그 행동 패턴이나 생활 패턴을 가장 잘 알고 있는 부하 직원 비서나 운전기사에게 접근을 했겠죠. 그렇다면 접근을 했는데 비서가 불만이 있었다고 아까 나왔으니까, 비서가 만약에 악감정이 있어서 죽이는 거에 동조를 했다면 둘이서 입을 맞춰서 우리끼리는 알리바이를 만들자, 우리는 1시 몇 분부터 10대까지 같이 있었던 거야 로 맞추고 대위가 죽였다면 이게 폭탄 제조가 그거 대위가 미리 만들어놨을 수도 있어. 그건 대위가 미리 만들어놨을 수도 있기 때문에, 그래서 이쪽이 좀 의심이 되고 있긴 한데, 저는 미셸이 좀 이상하거든요. 괜히 손 떠는 게 아닐 텐데 그게. 그리고 지금 왼손잡이가 안 나왔잖아. 자상이 왼손잡이에 자상이 있었는데 왼손잡이가 지금 안 나왔어. 그렇다는 거는 이게 미셸이 양손잡이인데 미셸이 죽였거나, 또는 알고 보니 대위가 양손잡이거나, 또는 둘이서 죽였거나, 이 셋 중 하나인데.
There is no trace of the murder weapon on the train as yet. The killer could have hidden it anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere.
근데 대위가 유괴 사건의 공범이라기에는 대위한테 지금 데이지를 유괴할 그 동기가 전혀 안 나왔어요. 전혀 나온 게 없어.
According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one
서로 다른 힘으로 찔렀다고.
left-handed person.
그럴 수 있지. 뭐 양손잡이여도 서로 다른 힘으로 찌를 수 있어.
For the moment,
왼손과 오른손의 힘은 다르기 때문에.
is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people to interrogate, notably the Russian princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami. I identified the person responsible for the bottle of liquid for the vape found at the crime scene.
So, this is our culprit? Do we
그럼
hold
대위랑
Unfortunately, this bottle
맥퀸의
belongs to Captain
알리바이가
but he has an
명확하고
alibi
진짜라면,
confirmed by Monsieur
진짜라면 이
McQueen
캐릭터가
for the
말한
time of
것처럼
the
공작
murder.
부인인데, 그럼 공작 부인 혼자서 안 돼. 미셸이 무조건 관여하게 돼 있어. 그러면.
Calm down.
But it's Mrs. Hobart. She says she found the murder weapon in her room. She's very upset.
Let's go, Poirot.
자, 이것도 미셸이 와서 전화잖아 지금. 미셸이 와서 전화고 공작 부인이 자기 방에서 찾았대. 그것도 웃기잖아. 그러니까 이게 지금 미셸이 저는 계속 의심됩니다. 계속 의심돼요, 미셸.
I demand to be allowed to leave this train!
Madame,
왜
we are
도망가려고?
in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubert, take a deep breath and tell us what occurred.
얘랑 제일 지금 얘한테 아무 거리낌 없이 들락날락을 할 수 있는 존재도 미셸이기 때문에 얘 방 속에 칼을
Where did
넣기도
you
미셸이
find the
제일
knife?
편하고.
I wanted to get a handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it! A bloody knife! Am I next to be murdered?
I very much doubt the murderer would
표정은
give
진짜
you his
놀란
weapon.
표정이네.
What do you mean?
Madame, he would have used it.
Oh, I have it!
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not! What a question!
I will take that as a
아,
no.
올슨이 또 얘 방에 들락날락을 했고, 올슨은 얘가 올슨한테 여기에 대한 거를 이제 여기 걸쇠를 잠겼는지 확인해 달라고 시켰기 때문에 들어왔었단 말이야 방에.
Is this knife the real murder weapon, or is it a red herring?
칼의 자루를 보면 정말 계획범죄라는 게 느껴지는 게, 칼로 찌를 때 검지 손가락 부분이 다치거든요. 칼로 찌를 때 검지 손가락이 안 다치기 위해서 이렇게 생긴 칼을 딱 쓴다는 게 너무 계획적이야.
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr. Book.
야, 미셸 어딨어? 미셸 새끼 또 어디 갔어? 내 방은 뭐하러 가? 내 방 갈 필요 없고. 와, 게임이 미셸을 조사를 자꾸 못하게 하네. 날 봤네. 콘스탄틴이 누구더라? 얘구나. 얘가 지금 이 방에 있죠?
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure. I have estimated the depth of the wounds. You can easily find the depth of each wound by comparing the width. There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
그래, 큰 자상이 좀 있었거든? 응, 그렇지.
This is wrong.
아, 뭐래?
But I'm never
12cm에
far from the truth.
아, 뭐야, 이거 뭐 하는 거야? 뭘 찾으라는 얘기였어? 저 자상? 아니, 이걸 어떻게 맞춥니까? 예? 아니, 이걸 어떻게 맞춰? 찍으라는 얘기 아니야, 이거? 어?
I do not think that. I must admit.
아, 이거 어떻게 맞추라는 거야? 이게 말이 돼?
That's the right answer.
미친? 참나 씨. 몰라, 어이없네.
That's the right answer. What do you think, Doctor? Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt. You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Where was I?
You were explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
저기
Yes, that's it.
수류탄으로도
I felt helpless.
눈사태를 일으킬 수
My part in the
있나요?
case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice.
수류탄으로 눈사태를 일으킬 수
2
있나?
days later, I
저기가
returned to the
막힐
Armstrong
정도로?
house to tell them Daisy would be released soon for burial.
눈이야
I was angry
떨어질
with
수
myself
있겠지만
that I couldn't bring them better news.
바위
I
같은 게
wasn't prepared for more
무너질까?
tragedy.
수류탄으로? 암스트롱 대령 어디 가셨대? 방 안에 계신가? 아 여기 있네. 아 아니네.
Hello, Miss Moreau. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He isn't well.
이게 지금 자꾸 대령님이 나오잖아요. 사건 중간에. 그러니까 이게 대위가 뭐 있어 이거. 같은 영국 출신이고 뭐 있어 이거.
The Armstrongs have a taste for modern art.
얘 왜 대화가 안 되지 갑자기? 아까 대화 버튼 떴었는데. 그 러시아 공작 부인을 왜 의심하는 거지? 그것도 이해가 안 되고.
Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is not here. Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night.
Oh?
My wife, Daisy, and our baby. My whole family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you can arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy, my wife, and our unborn child to be
그죠?
buried all at once.
대령이 그 복수할 만해. 솔직히 근데 요런 상황까지 안 가도 복수할 만하거든. 이런 상황까지 안 가도 복수를 할 만해. 자기는 이제 나라의 그 군사력을 움직일 수 있는 그래도 능력이 되니까 또는
I know you won't believe me.
조사를 할 수 있는 능력이 되기 때문에 이해가 되는데 지금 이 정도면은 거의 뭐 지금
Then go. Please go now. Go find them.
거의 이 정도면은 아마 감정 상태가 6개 그 정화소가 하늘을 찌를 거야. 6개의 정화소가 하늘을 찌를 정도의 그 감정 상태이기 때문에 이거를 자 이제 움브랄로 들어갑시다.
The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty. I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case, or the case is a part of me.
All units, Hike is in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found. Spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricades
관심을
and then head up
끌어갖고
the dirt road
내
towards the
호강이었죠.
subject cabin is located.
오 그래
Any
그렇게
audio
해줘야지.
lines
해야 돼 해야 돼. 방어구도 강화됩니까?
We're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
Copy that. 11, you're good to go.
Copy that.
아 뭐야 걔 그지 같네. 그 뭡니까 그건 또? 방어구 강화나 코스튬 뭐 이런 외형 변경 이런 건 없어요? 그거 있으면 나 다시 설치하고.
11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet. I'm going to take a look around.
Copy that, 11.
그런 거 추가했 어떤 거요? 외형 변경 되나? 그거 해줘야 돼 그거. 무기도 추가했어요? 그거 괜찮고. 지금 방어구랑 무기에 대한 방어구 그 다음에 외형 변경 이게 추가가 돼야 회차를 할 이유가 생겨요. 우리 할 때는 이제 회차 엔딩 3번 보고 나면 할 이유가 없잖아요 사실. 그게 이제 있어야 회차를 할 만이 나서.
Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever did this to you. A forensics evidence identification marker.
커마는 필요 없어. 커마는 필요 없는데 어차피 왜냐면
He's
걔네들은
not here.
커마 실력이 안 되더라고요. 만드나 마나더라고. 실력이 안 돼, 커마가.
3892. Oh, when the poor deer was killed.
저런 박제는 왜 해가지고 보관하는 걸까? 저것도 이해가 안 돼요, 나는.
I hope we returned
왜
him to the
집안에다가 저
family.
박제해가지고 저거 뭘 장식품이라고 저런 거 해놔. 저런 거 왜 넣는 거야?
A forensics evidence.
외형 변경 돼야 돼. 외형
Forensics had to go
변경.
through this
장비에
place with a
대해서.
fine-tooth comb.
이게 끝이야? 이 끝이라고? 이 글은 뭐고? 아, 3회차 이제 시작하셨어요? 잠깐만, 이게 뭐가 없는데?
An individual has entered a police secured area. I have to stop him first.
이 사건 현장 불 지르려고 왔네, 이거. 응? 불 지르려. 아, 여기 일단 세이브해야 돼. 게임 여기 올 때마다 세이브해야 돼. 여기가 좀 위험한 장소. 픽업트럭 주인이 누군데? 어떻게 할 수 있지? 못 나가게 돼 있는데? 어떻게 할 수 있는 거지 이걸?
An individual has entered a police secured area. I have to stop him first.
이 좁은 공간에서 갈 수가 없게 돼 있으면 어떻게 맞춰야 돼? 아, 여기 길이 있다. 조심해라. 조심해.
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your hands where I can see them.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter. Boston 6 News. You can get us on cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard a crime scene tape in a big city like Boston?
All right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
Who are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News. Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
미첼이랑 마이클이랑 미셸이랑 똑같은 거 아닙니까? 미카엘이랑?
What are you doing here? You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin belong to you?
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm gonna cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
이 새끼
Put your
불안데?
hands in front of you.
왜냐면 네 차에 왜 휘발유를 갖고 있어?
Aren't you gonna read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really wish you'd exercise that one.
미란다 원칙을 저런 식으로
Dispatch, this is 11.
미란다
I
원칙을
intercepted
저런
a
식으로
suspicious
고지하네.
individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
자, 이제 나는 벙커를 조사하러 갑니다. 수갑을 저렇게 채워놓고 차에 넣어놓고선 이거를 안심하고 한다고? 보통 손잡이에다 걸어놔야지. 아, 이건 또 뭐냐?
Damn, that isn't it.
이번에는 아니야. 이번엔 그런 게 없네. 기다려봐. 이거 비번이 뭘까? 아까 노루가 92년 며칠에 죽었죠? 3월 8일인가? 맞네? 3월 8일. 야, 씨. 야, 웬일이야. 내가 이런 걸 기억하고. 웬일로 순간 기억 능력이. 웬일로?
Yes, I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move.
야, 어느 방향이야? 아이씨. 어느 방향이야?
There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding.
이제 또 이렇게 무섭게 만들려고 아주. 이거 봐. 그놈 차에 있던 가스통이잖아. 똑같이 생겼잖아. 그죠? 저놈 이상하다니까. 저 가스통 챙기러 왔네. 지가 범인인 거 들킬까봐, 이 자식. 또 뭐. 가스 폭발 뭐. 또 그런 거다, 이거. 전기가 안 켜지기 때문에 키라는 얘기네. 잠깐만. 그래? 여기 발전기. 지금 이걸 키라는 얘기거든요. 아씨. 일단 여기 열어봐. 몰라 꼬아놨네. 저 방을 또 가봐야 돼? 정말 씨. 정말 씨. 머리 아파 씨. 아, 나 참 진짜 도전하기도 힘드네. 여기가 안 보이잖아. 아이씨. 여기가 안 보여. 가운데가. 가운데로 들어간 거 맞지? 가운데가. 이쪽으로 해서 가운데로 갔고. 가운데로 문제없이 갔어. 아, 머리 아파, 씨. 자, 이거. 가운데가. 이게 또 가운데로 가서. 잠깐만. 아, 혈기님 어서오세요. 아, 골 때리네. 잠깐만. 자, 일단은 가운데로 갔는데 얘가 아, 오른쪽 먼저 따라갑시다. 안 되겠어.
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
아유, 조준을 또 해야 되죠. 끊어졌네 이게. 끊어졌어. 기다려봐. 얘도 끊어졌어? 가운데만 연결돼 있다? 아, 알았어. 잠깐만. 저것도. 저거는 아래 것만 돼 있죠? 가운데랑 아래 거. 맞지? 가운데랑 아래 거. 자, 이 가운데죠? 가운데 선을 봐. 맨 오른쪽이야. 맨 오른쪽이면서 맨 왼쪽으로 가죠. 얘를 일단 맨 왼쪽으로 바꿔. 됐어. 그 다음에 그럼 이게 맨 왼쪽 거란 말이지? 맨 왼쪽. 그 다음 얘가 가운데라고? 나 저걸 안 봤네. 그러고 보니까 맨 왼쪽. 이 길로 돌아서 왼쪽으로 가잖아. 요거지, 요거. 맨 왼쪽 맞네? 갖고 발전기를 킵시다.
Let there be light.
아씨, 골치 아프네 아주. 이게 폭탄 그거잖아. 아,
It looks like the bomb in the cabin. The
사고
kidnapper
난 거
built a
대인
bomb.
대물 합의다 봤어요. 그게 뭐예요? 합의를 봤다고? 합의? 사고 나신 거? 합의 봤다고?
Perfect.
잘 보신 거예요?
February 24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the party and
기대를
everything.
정해놨구만. February 2월 24일 2019년. 아, 근데 이거 소리가 2월 24일? 설마 야 다시 설마 2월 24일일까? 아니 이거 0으로 시작 못합니까? 영어로 시작 못해요? 아 이거 돌려가지고 시작할 수 있네. 아 이게 왜 이렇게 되는 거지? 아 반대로 돌릴 때 오케이 오케이 반대로 돌리면 다시 시작. 오케이 오케이 이렇게 하고 아닌데? 하고 반대로 돌려서 하고 실수. 아 이거 한 바퀴를 돌려야 되는구나. 반대로 돌리고 이게 아니지. 아 이거 조작하기 되게 힘든데? 0을 한 바퀴를 돌려. 그러면 반대로 돌려서 2로 가고
Damn, that isn't it.
아니라고? 와씨. 또 3892인 거 아니겠지?
No, that didn't work.
아니야. 이게 지직지직 저게 뭐가 있을 텐데. 여기라고? 여기라고? 아니야 이거 일정 시간 동안 깜빡이는 것 같고. 요거 비번이 뭘까? January, February 2월 24일 맞잖아. 이거 비번이 뭘까?
This blueprint kit.
그래도 합의 잘 보셔서 다행이네요. 북꿈님 이거 비번이 뭘까요? 이거 비번이 뭘까 진짜. 어이씨 3892도 아니고 0224도 아니야. 2402인가 설마? 외국 지구래 갖고?
That isn't the right combination.
야 이거 비번이 뭐지? 도저히 모르겠는데? 2019 2019 해봐. 2019년 나 잘못 돌렸다. 한 바퀴 돌아야 돼.
No, that didn't work.
그럼 그렇지. 야 이게 아이고 감사합니다. 아이고, 깜짝 놀랐다. 아이고 혈기님 15,000원 감사합니다. 이거 소리가 그렇게 왜 이렇게 크게 나지 근데? 나 깜짝 놀라네. 이거 비번이 뭘까? 여태까지 잘 찾았는데 왜 이번엔 비번을 못 찾지? 1430? 1430? 아니야, 이 녀석이 그 여자를 그렇게 사랑할 리가 없어. 그 여자를 그렇게 사랑했을 리가 없어. 1430일 리가 없어. 근데 한번 해보죠.
That isn't the right combination.
야, 요거 비번에 대한 단서를 안 줬다 라는 게 지금 말이 안 되는데. 그렇지 않아요? 이거 단서를 안 줬다는 게 말이 안 되는데.
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
나가보자.
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
용의자의 필요가 없다고? 아, 이걸 조사할 수가 있네. 아씨, 그랬어? 이놈 봐라.
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else? The glove compartment is closed.
그럼 용의자랑 얘기할 필요가 이제 있지 않나?
Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist.
사진 다시 한번 볼까요? 취재를 하고 있던 건데 얘가 지금 용의자로 잡혔거든요? 얘가 경찰이 잡았어.
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else?
그러니까 지금 여기 애가 앉아 있잖아. 얘가 지금 어차피 용의자기 때문에 이상할 건 없고. 이거 비밀번호인가?
Clark's press card. And the phone number of the newspaper is on it. Ah, good. I can give him a call.
617-61348이지요?
Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
자, 이제 여기를 까야 돼. 시카고 뮤지엄. 응?
Clark's driver's license seems to be in order. The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company.
뭐라고? 씨. 얘도 아니고 대여회사 이름도 아니라고? 그러니까 이놈은 공범인데 13 뭐 740인가 3740인가? 아씨.
No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
(1348) 3487.
That is a great detective job. Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least 7 or 8 months. That's not unusual.
그렇게 오래됐어?
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer. He works as a freelancer.
프리랜서?
Comes up with a story we
그러면
can
오래될
use.
수 있지.
We pay him. Then we don't hear from him again for several months.
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative
탐사라고?
reporter. Mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth.
아,
He
저
comes up with
범죄?
some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named
아,
James
그럼 이
Miller. He
사건하고는
was called the
상관없는
Frozen
거네.
Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned up in one of his nets. Or, rather, most of it did.
Ah, well. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. You've been a great help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy.
기자는 맞는데 이
He's a good guy
사건하고
overall. So
상관없는
what's
게
he
얘가
working on
여기를
now,
왜 왔지?
detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again. I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
자, 이제 여기를 볼 수 있네. 아, 이거.
The gas can I found in the bunker would
한 칸이
match this
없잖아.
outline
그죠?
perfectly.
그러니까 이게 지금 현장에서 이거를 회수하기 위해서 온 거야, 이놈이.
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
이게 끝이야? 바퀴 같은 거 안 돼? 이게 끝이라고? 아, 나 아까 생일 외웠는데 까먹었다. 씨. 아, 생일 까먹었어. 아, 다시 차에 들어가야 돼? 신분증 어디 갔지? (750509) 750509 5975 5975 그리고 이놈은 확실히 수상해 지금. 왜 용의자랑
Somebody ignored the barricade tape.
왜 용의자랑 얘기할 일이 없다는 거야? 왜? 지금 용의자한테 물어봐야 되는데. 다시 가서 비번을 따야 되겠다. 0975? 75... 아, 다시 이거를 아,
The
여기.
cap's been damaged. And some gasoline has leaked out.
잠깐만. 5975. 5975 갑시다. 5975. 아, 실수했다. 아씨. 오. 아, 반대로 돌렸는데. 아. 반대로 돌리려고 그랬는데 또 까먹었네.
No, that didn't work.
그러면은 0509?
Damn, that isn't it.
가만히 있어 볼까? 아, 가만히 있어도 깜빡거리네. 아, 이거 비밀번호 이거 골 때린다 이거. 지금 이게
Could use a new light bulb.
전구가 깜빡거리는데. 와, 나 이거 비밀번호 도대체 뭘까? 응? 와, 나 이 자식. 도대체 뭘까? 비밀번호? 야, 이거. 아, 저거 확대 안 돼요. 아까 확대 됐었는데 지금 확대해서도 뭐 볼 수가 없고. 아, 여기에 지금 생일 1975년 5월 9일이잖아요. 0509도 해봤고 5975도 해봤어. 안 돼. (2169) 저거 해볼까요? 보스턴의 2169. 뭔가 의미가 있는 그거를 비밀로 번호로 했을 텐데.
That isn't the right combination.
아, 이것도 아니야. 우리 이 납치 사건 일어난 날 있잖아요. 2월 24일. 이거 떼봤는데 안 돼요. 아, 새끼 이거 비밀번호 얼마나 들키기 싫었으면 이거를 강화문 2개에다가 비번까지 걸었지? 근데 지금 용의자랑 대화하기가 안 되거든요. 잠금 장치는 3892 맞지? 3892 풀었고. 자, 92년 3월 8일 날 노루가 박제된 날이고, 아이가 납치된 거는 2019년에 2월 24일이란 말이야. 불은 켰어요, 제가. 이거 끄면 안 돼. 끄면 안 되고. 여기가 벙커예요. 여기 벙커인데 저 비번을 따야 되는데 일단 이거 전구가 없어. 새 전구가 없고 전구는 또 중요하지 않고.
Looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
여기서 도면을 만들었기 때문에 나이스. 이거 하나 줬고.
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
이놈이 그 폭탄을 만든 거란 말이죠. 여기서 만들어서 거기서 설치했단 말이야. 왜 용의자 조사하기가 왜 안 되지? 용의자한테 물어볼 게 많은데 지금 이거 비밀번호를 알아내기 위한. 왜 안 되지?
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
아니 이놈하고 왜 얘기를.
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or
시동 걸기 없나? 네, 그런 건 없어요. 상호작용이. 이게 왜 있는 걸까? 이놈 차는 뭐가 없고 이제. 왜 용의자 신문이 안 되는 거지? 이게 등록 인증서, 이게 지금 이 차가 얘 차가 아니거든요. 여긴 전화번호고 보스턴 뉴스에 확인했고 8, 9개월 정도 됐고 얘는 기자가 맞고 범죄물을 탐사하는 기자가 맞고 하지만 마지막 맡았던 사건이 데이지 사건이 아니야. 쉐기 이거 비번 이거 도저히 모르겠는데? 이거 비번이 뭐지? 아, 이거 소리로 까는 거네. 아, 나 알았어. 이거 금고를 또 소리로 까는 겁니다. 소리를 까는 거야. 그래서 전구가 지금 방해 중이야. 꺼봐. 전구 꺼졌지. 소리로 까. 맞네. 맞아. 이씨.
Yes! I knew I could do it. I can always use safecraft.
이 안에 뭐가 있을까?
It's Daisy's hair clip, the same as the picture I saw at the Armstrong house.
머리카락.
That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color.
DNA 검출 오케이. 펜. JM이라고? 이놈
An
거잖아.
expensive looking pen with the initials JM? What's its story? These get locked up again until forensics get here. Okay, time for forensics to attack that bunker. And Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to get him into an interrogation room and find out what
마이크로
really
적으니까
makes
이놈 거
him tick.
맞는데. 맞나? 이놈 이름이? 마이클 플락이네? 아니네. JM이야. JM. 자, JM.
I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at last.
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station? I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I shouldn't be. I'm at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes, do it.
That didn't go well.
저거 암호다. 를 지르라고 한
What
암호야.
happens now?
Go
이
ahead.
새끼들
Then we'll have a
암구어로
chat.
내가 잘못되면 내가 전화할 테니까 증거물 같은 거 불 질러버려라고 얘기를 하고 있는 것 같은데 이 자식들.
Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new roll.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500 fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with, where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were going to let me get close. I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
아, 담배가 없구나. 전담밖에 없지. 아, 그거 아니고 이거.
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
In addition to the gasoline in the back of your pickup and another in the bunker, you had a lighter and gloves in your pockets. You were going to set fire to the bunker and every scrap of evidence inside.
Where to begin? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I wasn't planning to use these things to destroy the crime scene. I've been around crime scenes my entire career. I brought the gloves so as not to contaminate it with my fingerprints. The gas can in the back of my pickup, I use it to put gas in the truck. Gas stations are few and far between in your mountains. I didn't know there was a gas can in the bunker. If that's true, I did you a favor. My arrival obviously scared off somebody planning to burn everything.
100%
Do you
거짓말이야.
also have an excuse for your lighter?
지거 가스통 거기 자리 하나가
I'm trying to
비었거든.
quit smoking. I used the lighter as a reminder not to start again.
이 자동차
Let's
네게
start with why
아닌데.
you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
That pickup of yours, that's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who only gets a few stories on the air. How can you afford it?
When Boston 6 does use a story, they pay okay.
That truck is top of the range. How much did it set you back? $55,000, $60,000?
When I have to, I do what everybody else does. I take out a loan. How about you, detective? You got a loan on your car?
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him off balance somehow, surprise him into making an error.
Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
따라봐. 내가 도착하기 직전에 벙커를 찾았다고? 너 걸어서 왔잖아.
You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never
몇
missed a
년이
story.
안 맞는 거구나. 그러네. 면허증이 씨발.
I found your driver's license in your truck.
It's not a great picture, but it's me, all right.
너 올해
It's a
1월에
fake. It's a
땄잖아.
really good one. Looks authentic.
아닌가? 차량 좀.
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay, I don't get why the pickup is so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it alone.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
이 새끼 봐라. 범인인 건 맞아.
You say you're a journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
How is your editor doing?
Last time we spoke, she was fine. But that was months ago.
What's her name again?
I work for lots of stations and lots of editors.
She knows your name, but you don't remember hers?
I'm not great with names.
It's Kelly Johnson.
Oh yeah, Kelly.
I just made that name up.
Good for you.
Her name is Abby Wilson. Mr. Clark, you lie like you breathe.
Huh. Well, that was mean.
He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key.
What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy
라이어즈
started
아트를 쓰네요. 라이어즈
investigating the
아트.
Armstrongs.
너 이거 구라잖아. 데이지가 이미
So
사진이
you just
있었는데.
stumbled on a major kidnapping story during your stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
네, 카메라가 이상하거든요. 야, 이게
Your
구라거든.
camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before
그래, 데이지
she
사진이
was
찍혀
kidnapped.
있었어.
The
네가 마치
Armstrongs are
어떻게
a famous family. like
알고
the
있다는 듯이
Kennedys,
그 말이 안
Hollywood
되거든.
couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out
그러니까요.
just stealing candid shots. Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life. If you killed that little girl.
I know that Clark is lying. I need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to
세모.
understand what happened.
해보상합시다. 자, 이게 맨 마지막입니다. 오두막에 도착했다가 나잖아. 저 경찰차죠?
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not going to make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this.
근데 불에 탔을 것
See
같은데?
that call? That's your
만약에
arrest
밝혀지면
warrant
게임
and a
엔딩이
one-way
머지않았기
ticket to
때문에
prison. I'll be right back.
다 태웠을까? 다 태웠을 것 같은데?
Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Locke. I have some
거봐,
bad news.
아,
Someone set fire to the
거봐,
cabin in
거봐,
the
거봐.
bunker. The fire department is on the scene.
아, 그게 아까 암호가 맞아.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already. But we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We have evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me
그렇다고
just check my
기자를 왜
last lead.
석방해?
The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay. Get the DNA results. Detective Locke, I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
그러면은 얘한테 묻는다고 뭐 답이 나오나 이 새끼가? 안
Who did you call
그렇습니까?
earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more with
봤죠 방금 레치세 공범
Stay right where you
이름이라고.
are.
봤지?
I'm not done with you yet.
아 레치시 공범이잖아.
Your
노아
grounds for a
공범.
lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me
자 이제
go.
범인이
detective.
맞아 떨어져
All I need is
가.
one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it.
대령의 복수극이
Hello,
시작됐어.
this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, Detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
It's my last chance.
나 참 살다가 이런 것도 보게 되네요 이제. 야 오래 살다 보니 이제는 DNA 분석법에 대해서도 보게 되네. 기가 막힌다 진짜. 자 이거 똑같은 데를 찾습니다. 아 이게 아니고 이걸 찾아요. 저기 있네. 나 벌써 찾았어. 여기 있잖아. 아이씨 이게 이렇게 하면 안 돼? 아 저기 있는데? 왜 안 돼? 똑같잖아. 아유 똑같잖아 씨. 내리기가 안 돼요. 수잔 모로가 맞을 것 같다 왠지. 아 이거 뭐야. 아 그렇지 머리카락은 얘 거일 수 있지. 머리카락은 얘 거일 수 있어 충분히. 근데 오두막이 더 중요하거든. 이렇게 낮이네? 미첼 것도 낮을 것 같은데? 미첼 것도 낮을 것 같아. 안 놔줘. 아, 이런 게 어딨냐? 특히 분명히 이상한 놈인데 이거. 나 알았어. 얜 그냥 공범이고요. 얜 그냥 공범이야. 왜냐면 경찰한테 잡힐 거를 우려해서 얘를 보낸 거야. 얘를 보낸 거고, 이게 여기거든. 이게 틀렸다고? 아니 그럼 수잔이 범인이라는 얘긴데 이게 지금 이게 이렇게 가면 이게 말이 돼?
No. No! Suzanne? I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
아니야, 이거 노아가 수잔 머리카락 가지고 거기다가 끼워놓은 거야, 일부러. 노아가 수잔 머리카락 가지고 노아 연인
A lot of
사이였으니까.
them for our tiny town. The only comfortable chair in the whole station. I'll add these to the file. Anything that will erase Clark's smile.
이건 말이 안 돼, 이건. 이거 말이 안 돼. 왜냐면 여태까지 추리에 갑자기 다 맞아떨어지고 있었는데 이거 하나 때문에 갑자기 구멍 난다는 거는 말이 안 돼요. 지금 와서 추리를 되돌린다고 해도 저걸 맞출 수가 없어.
You can leave.
Sorry it didn't work out for you, detective.
그러니까 노아의 뒤를
Maybe you should
봐주던 애가
consider
얘인
a
거고,
career change.
얘가 노아 보고 불지르라고 한 거고,
We are not
또는
done.
레치탄테 불지르라고 한 거야.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
그리고
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne
지금
Moreau.
수잔을 조사를 해야 되네, 이거. 현재까지는 미제인 거죠. 근데 한 달밖에 안 지났어, 한 달. 한 달밖에 안 지나서 뭐 미제라고 하긴 그렇고, 아직 해결 못한 건 맞지.
The arrest warrant for Suzanne Moreau. Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up.
그렇지. 이거는 지금
When
함정에
Suzanne
빠진
comes
거야.
up
이건
for
말이 안
trial,
돼.
I will fight for her defense.
얘를
But for
가리키는 게
now,
하나도
the
없거든.
district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
형사로 남고 싶다면 그 사람 말을 따를 수밖에 없다고? 자, 일단
The
레치시
door
돈이
is wide
많잖아.
open. How strange.
그리고 아까 선택지에 레치의 공범은 누구인가 해갖고 노아, 뭐 그 다음에 또 하나 뭐 이렇게 나왔었는데, 레치 돈이 많기 때문에 검사를 움직일 수 있단 말이야. 그럼 얘는 수잔을 체포를 안 해야 되거든.
Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau?
모로
Miss
자살했나?
Moreau? This is Detective Locke.
모로 자살했나 보다. 아이씨. 아니네. 자고 있네. 다행이다.
Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau?
파이어가 불 지르고 얘도
Miss
죽여라라는
Moreau,
얘기인가
can you
보다.
hear me?
이거 죽었네 이거. 아이씨.
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
뭘 먹었을 수밖에 없고. 이거 같은 약이잖아요. 레치시 죽을 때 있었던 그거랑 같은 약이야.
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs.
수면제 과다복용으로 죽었다고? 맞네. 그럼 자살 맞네. 아이씨.
Suzanne's diary is missing.
안경도 없어졌어. 잠깐만, 안경이 없어졌는데?
Glasses are missing.
반지도 없어졌겠지? 아, 반지는 있네. 자살을 당하게 하거나 자살을 시켰거나 뭐 아무 자살로 위장을 했거나 그러면 유서를 이렇게 얘 이래서 자살했구나.
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother. Suzanne was telling.
그걸 뭐 이제서 알아? 씨. 당연히 진실이었지. 이제서 알아. 진작부터 나왔었는데.
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her. She must have realized the death of her mother would have been and the self-righteous court of social media was as
이런 얘기까지 듣고 있었으니까 자살할 만하다라는 거를 지금 보여주고 있네요.
I called the district attorney to inform him.
This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
아 근데 이거 스토리 대박이다. 확실히 기네스북에 오른 저자의 소설답네요. 야, 스토리가 진짜 대박인데?
And not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
그러니까 노아,
I waited
레치,
for the
그
forensics
다음에
team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
미첼.
Thank you,
이렇게
mademoiselle.
셋이 공범이야.
That obviously cannot be the completion of your story.
그럼
If I might
대령이
ask a question?
복수할 만하지. 지금 아무도 없잖아, 대령 옆에.
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for
자, 그럼
similar
레치시
cases.
예고.
What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means,
노아
motive,
남아있네.
and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our number one suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again.
슈미트의 손수건이란 말이야. H가 써있는 게 실데가르트 슈미트니까.
The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car.
모두 모은대요 이제. 야, 이제 범인은 이 안에 있어요. 범인은 바로 당신이야. 이거 하려고 하죠.
Over here, you're questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
모든 수수께끼가 풀렸어요. 아버지 이름을 걸고. 잠깐만요. 밥을 안 먹어갖고 밥 안 먹고 벌써 11시네. 아. 밥을 안 먹어가지고. 아 근데 요번 뽑기가 좀 구리네. 요번에 맛없는 것만 들어서 왔네. 아씨. 헤라님 어서오세요. 존나 재밌어. 존나 재밌어요 이거. 아 스토리가 대박인데? 저는 그 셜록 홈즈 했던 거 있잖아요. 그거보다 이게 더 재밌어요. 왜냐면 이거는 추리하는 맛이 나. 근데 셜록 홈즈 그거는 약간 잠입물 같았어요. 잠입물. 오히려 내가 탐정이 아니라 도둑이 된 것 같은 그런 느낌이었는데, 이거는 야, 폭탄 그 제거할 때도 긴장감이 진짜 엄청났어. 그 사운드가. 그리고 이 게임은 자꾸 그 순간적인 기억을 이용을 하게 하더라고요. 원래 추리할 때 그런 거 중요하잖아. 관찰력, 기억력 이런 거. 그런 걸 요구하게끔 하는 거 보니까 추리하는 맛도 나고
I hope we will be leaving soon.
괜찮아요.
I hope we will be.
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
신문을 합시다. 그리고 난이도가
The passengers who agreed to come
내가
and
볼
talk
때
to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman
추리물을 좋아하는
is here to
제
answer your
입장에서 볼 때
Perfect. Thank you, my friend.
난이도가
Sit
어렵지가
down,
않아요.
Mr. Masterman, please.
어려운 편이 아니야. 누구든지 이 게임에 있는 추리에 참여할 수 있는 정도가 돼요.
No. Should it?
괜찮은 것 같아.
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
막 일부러, 그리고 추리물 중에 그런 거 많잖아요. 일부러 비틀어 놓고 막 흐름은 일로 가고 있는데 모든 게 얘를 가리키고 있는데 일부러 비틀어 가지고 막 틀리게 만들고 막 그런 거 있잖아. 그런 게 없어요. 이거.
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
그러니까 이게 추리 게임을 만들면 제작자가 일부러 사람들을 틀리게 하려고 하는 그 억가가 들어있는데 보통 추리 게임에 억가가 좀 있는데 이건 없어. 그냥 딱 정확하게 추리를 해라 약간 이런 느낌.
Cassetti is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No. No.
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, of course.
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States?
이 여자가 방금 말한 거에 이상한 게 있는 게
Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
신문에 나와서 알았다고 했는데 유모가 잡혔다고 그랬죠? 뭐 이렇게 말했거든요. 유모는 잡히질 못했어. 죽어서.
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar.
아 뭐야 같이 방에 있었는데 뭔 소리야 씨 원나잇 했는데 얘 교사 맞잖아. 근데 요르단? 교사 맞아.
The truth cannot hide
아,
from
뭐야, 이거?
Poirot forever.
Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
일어나는 건 뭐야?
I
임팩트
know
주네.
that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlion Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I'm very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. Do you hear?
야, 이거 고개 숙이면은 보통 이런 거는 뒤로 피하거든요? 뒤에 아무것도 없잖아. 뒤로 피하는 게 맞아. 근데 고개를 숙여야 될 것 같아.
Archie, stop.
자, 아치발드 AW라니까. AW가 아치발드를 얘기하는 거야. 이게. 분명히 저 W가 와 발음이 아니고 바 발음이야, 바.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth is that forgive me, but your chivalry is like the smoke screen from your e-cigarette.
What?
Forgive me, but it is overdone, this. And I ask myself, what is your gallantry really hiding? And what does it have to do with the murder? Your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
그치, 내 말이 맞아.
Watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body.
왜 이 열차를 선택했는지도.
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
나는 웃긴 게 이 의문점이 지금 신규 의문인데 저 시계가 1시 15분을 가리키는 거를 지금 의문을 갖는다는 게 이게 이해가 안 돼요. 보자마자 의문을 가져야지. 저거는 제일 중요한 건데.
Et voilà.
어딨냐 힐데가르트 슈미트 얘라니까. 근데 이걸 이 상태에서 벌써 맞추라고? 아니 이걸 확인도 안 했는데 이거를 벌써 맞추라고? 얘 또는 얘 둘 중에 하나야. 일단 얘를 용의자로 놓고 보면 얘랑 대화를 했었기 때문에 두 명을 고르라는 얘기야? 이렇게? 7명을 고르라는 얘기야? 아이씨. 하드머니일 리는 없고. 이렇게 7명 조사하면 나올 것 같습니다.
I do not think that's the right answer.
아이 뭐야 이름에 H 들어가는 사람들은 이래. 에이 뭐야 이게. 이렇게 하라는 얘기 아니야? 얘인가? 이름에 H 들어간 사람 고르라는 얘기네. 에이 뭐야?
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
가설 3개? 범인이 시계를 고장냈다는 없나? 이렇게 가야겠는데. 와, 죽은 채 발견된 시간. 잘못했네. 잘못했어.
Let me consider all the possibilities.
잠든 시간일 수 있어.
No.
도망친 시간이네 그러면.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
아 맞네. 벌어지기 전에 고장나. 아 이게 맞다. 아 여기까지 생각을 못했네. 이게 맞네. 몸싸움 하다가 또는 뭐 미리 고장을 내놓고 뭐 이럴 수 있으니까. 가설이니까 이게 맞지. 맞아.
Or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last two possibilities before reaching any conclusions. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone.
그렇지. 유리가 깨지기 전부터 시계가 고장났다고 보기는 힘들지. 근데 이걸 뭘로 조사하라는 얘기야? 어떻게 하면 시계 유리가 깨지기 전에 시계가 제대로 작동했다는 사실을 짐작할 수 있을까?
The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. That was easy.
아이고. 근데 저런 개새끼가 죽어도 이런 사건을 머리 써가면서 해결을 해야 된다는 게 그지 같다 진짜. 뒤질 놈이 뒤졌는데. 아. 그래 이게 모순이지.
That's the right answer.
Good. Well done. If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15 a.m. I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
뭐냐 이건? 이거 봐, 미셸이 안 나오잖아요 왼쪽에. 미셸이 나와야 하버드랑 알리바이가 겹치지. 이 게임의 문제라니까 이게. 이렇게 하면은 일부러 하버드가 범인이라는 식으로 용의자라는 식으로 가잖아. 이런 게 게임의 문제야.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am, jawohl. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes?
얘는
of your
범인은
time to
아닌데
answer
얘랑
a few
아까
questions?
그 말을 섞었던 애가 있기 때문에
First, may I ask for your help?
Why does this not surprise me?
얘 손수건일 수도 있거든.
Don't know.
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open this traditional Matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
Ah, you are a gentleman.
야, 뭐, 아, 왜 되돌려? 아니, 이게 맞는데 왜 되돌리는, 아이고, 웃기네? 아, 이 밑에 돌려야 되는구나. 답을 못 맞추게 하려고. 자꾸, 이게 맞는데 왜, 이게 아니구나. 아, 아니네. 빨간 거 어딨어? 빨간 거. 됐다. 러시아 인형 참 그지 같네. 이것도 왜 돌려야 돼 이거? 뭐가 틀렸다는 거야 이거? 맞는 거 아니야? 이거 맞는 거 아니에요? 이거 왜 돌려 이걸? 이게 맞구나 이게. 잠깐만. 응? 야, 이거 정말 예리한데. 아, 여기 보면요. 여기 아래에 살짝 뭐 튀어나와 있거든? 이래서 틀렸다는 얘기야. 야, 씨. 와, 이게 아니야? 아씨, 이게 아니야? 누가 봐도 이거 아닙니까? 누가 봐도? 아니, 이거 어떻게 아닐 수 있지? 와, 씨, 이게 어떻게... 아, 지랄. 아, 잠깐만. 아, 존나 열받네. 잠깐만. 아, 그러면... 이건 세 개 같이 돌아가. 하나, 둘, 세 번. 근거가 없어. 이건 그냥 계속 돌려봐야 돼. 이거 그냥 계속. 빨간색이고, 아, 다 같은 색으로 만들라 이거네. 이번 거는 다 같은 색으로 만들라 이거야. 이거 봐, 몇 바퀴를 돌려야 될까? 다시 이걸로 돌았어? 안 되지. 이거 그거랑 똑같아요. 그 스타레일에 있는 거. 됐다. 스타레일에 나침반 돌리는 거 있잖아. 그거랑 똑같아.
The inscription reads,
별것도 아닌 거를 하려고. 아, 이런 별것도 아닌 물건 때문에.
Thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion.
추리게임 왜 이렇게 오래 걸려? 솔직히 추리게임은 하루 만에 깨야 돼요. 왜냐면 다음날 자고 일어나면 까먹잖아. 애들 정보.
You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last
용의자들의 정보를 까먹잖아.
Everyone is talking about it.
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
미셸이 부인의 도움이 필요하다고. 미셸은 왜 이렇게 부인을 극진히 챙기지? 그리고 얘네랑 연관된 힐데라고 하면은 이 힐데의 손수건이 굉장히 가까워지고 있어.
I thought perhaps
네
since
거 아니야?
your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies.
자, 그럼
I
일단
did
얘를
not mean to
제끼고.
alarm you. Have you...
Oh, no, monsieur. I have no idea.
Thank you for answering my questions, madame.
근데 봐봐요. 게임이 내가 지금 계속 미셸이 이상하다고 하고 있는데 게임이 계속 미셸하고 대화를 못하게 만들잖아 이거.
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife?
잠깐만, 이 소설이 1933년에 쓴 소설이라면서요. 1956년 이후에 소련에 대항하고 있다고?
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
이게 지금 말이 저 얼굴을 34살로 봐도 되나? 말도 안 돼, 이씨.
My little gray cells did not let me down. Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
이 열차의 사람들은 뭐 죄다 수면제야?
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
Eh bien, the good Count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
백작이 본인 아내하고 백작이라고? 이거 뭔가 잘못돼 있는데? 번역이? 백작 아니잖아, 쟤.
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help.
Have you misplaced a handkerchief?
이 사람 거 아니라고
recently?
얘기했잖아.
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course.
이 캐릭터는 이 주인공은 계속 이 허버드를 의심하고 있어요. 되게 표적 수사하네 이거. (201호) 남자였어? 헐. 모토로라?
Wow. It has been a while since I have seen one of those.
Hello. Can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hardman. Yes, and the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
아, 위장 직업이라고 그랬지? 아, 잠깐만. 얘 탐정이라고 그랬나? 아씨, 기억이 안 나네. 설마 이 면상이 30살은 아니겠지? 그럼 얘 어디 출신이랬죠?
This is wrong. But I never think, Poirot. No.
아, 네, 씨.
My
미국에
little
55살이야?
cells did not let me down.
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid, Ratchet's secretary.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night.
아, 그러면
No one
이게
entered
진술이
that car
맞아요.
who didn't belong
일치하네, 이거
Did you
알리바이.
see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle. He was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left
15분
Vinkovsky.
제외하고,
He must have
그렇지?
answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help. Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot. I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
멋있는 놈이구만. 스윗하구만, 새끼. 빨리 미셸 찾아야 돼. 아, 나 미셸 진짜.
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
뭐야, 말이 없어, 쟤. The Core of the World. Jack London.
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore.
이 영상이 왜 또 나오지? 조사 다 했는데?
I hope your investigation is going
잠깐만,
well,
조사 다
Mr.
했잖아.
Poirot.
백치로 가야 되네. 아 이거 참.
I am not prepared.
Very well, madam.
뭐야? 그러면은 어디로 가란 얘기지? 이건 내 방인데. 로크랑도 말을 못하고 이거 왜 되다 말다 해 이거 키가. 아 백작 부인이 이 사람 마누라야?
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andreni.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No, I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very much.
저러고 마누라를 버리고 가? 말이 돼 이거? 아 이 여자! 아 이 여자를 까먹고 있었네. 이 여자가 드레스 입고 뛰었을 수 있어요. 이 여자구만.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact.
가운 입고 뛴 여자.
But the
이
situation
여자네
is
이거.
urgent, and
이 여자야 이 여자. 아 머리
you
색깔이 더 똑같아.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
잠깐만.
That is not a good answer.
아까 한 50 몇 세였지? 이게 맞나?
아닌데?
미국은 맞아. 무지개 디자이너야?
This is wrong.
방금 씨 카톡 보느라고 못 봤어. 뭐지 이거? 얘도 외교관인가?
This is wrong.
미국이 아니야?
No, not good.
헝가리가 미국 여자 만났다며. 이거 어떻게 된 거야?
I must admit. Think what?
너 21살이면 죽여버린다. 와, 씨, 말도 안 되는. 네가 얼굴이 어떻게 21살이야, 이씨. 말도 안 되는 소리 하고 있어.
A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
이거 이상한데 시간이? 이거 시간이 이상한데? 자정부터 2시에 흔들렸다고? 맞지? 2시 이후에 잠들었다고 너? 말이 안 되는 소리 하고 있어. 네 가운 입고 뛰어갔잖아.
That does not prove she's
이게 아니라고?
Calm now, Countess. You are not
12시부터 2시 사이에 흔들린 거
Why
아니야?
do you say that?
열차가 멈췄으니까. 멈췄으니까 흔들린 거 아니야? 산사태가 일어나서 눈사태 일어나서 흔들리고 멈춘 거 아니야? 이상하네.
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow.
12시 반부터 2시라
There was
그랬어?
no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
왜 얘한테 빨간색 가운의 주인이 너냐고 왜 안 물어봐?
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace.
자 이제 가운 찾아. 가운 찾아, 가운. The Great Gatsby. 가운을 찾아. 얘도 수면제가 근데 다 똑같은 수면제예요.
These must
웃긴 게.
be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night.
이쪽 세계에는 저 약국, 저 제약 회사가 아주 독점했구만. 굉장히 사치를 좋아하고.
There seems to be something missing here.
또 시작이다. 또 시작이야.
It's closed.
잠깐만요.
It's closed.
뭐야 이거? 다 해보면 되겠지 뭐.
It's closed.
뭘 해결해? 해결하기는. 잠깐만, 이거 이상한데? 물고기. 단순히 이거 그냥 이렇게 해서 맞출 수가 없겠는데? 찾았어, 찾았어. 이게 꽃이야? 야, 이게 꽃이야?
It's closed.
이게 아니면 순서가 이게 아니라고? 여기가 새인가?
It's closed.
야, 이게
It's closed. There seems to be something missing here.
아니 이게 왜 아닌데 이게 왜 아니야? 이상하네. 자, 이걸 다시 새로 바꾸고 이게 새. 이 남은 이게 왜 안 되지?
It's closed. It's closed. There seems to be something missing here.
얘들아 봐, 이거 뭔가 빠진 걸 찾아야 되나 봐. 없는데? 아니 없어. 이거 무조건 이걸 찾아야 돼 지금. 아니 이게 왜 안 맞아? 말이 안 되는데? 아 이게 또 이렇게 풀려있네. 여기가 새고 여기가 꽃인가?
It's closed.
이게 아니라고? 하나씩 다 눌러야 되나? 노가다로? 누르고.
It's closed.
아니야.
It's closed.
뭘 해결하기는 씨. 아무 작동도 안 하는구만.
There seems to be something missing.
아니 이게 꽃 이파리 새인데 이 안에 있는 문양 이거랑 다 일치하고. 그럼 얘를 꽃으로 두고 새로 두고 잎사귀로.
It's closed.
뭘 해결하기는.
There seems to be something missing.
아니 이거 안 한 게 뭐가 있지? 새, 꽃. 이거 아까 했잖아. 이거 아니야. 꽃. 잎사귀 새 이거 안 했다.
It's closed.
됐다. 아. 됐어. 저기 크랭크 끼워. 돌려. 아, 또 지랄이네 이거. 잠깐만. 이번엔 또 뭐야? 잠깐만. 야야야야야. 막 돌렸어. 더 돌려. 아 졸라 돌아갔네. 잠깐만. 여기? 더 돌려. 얼마나 돌아가는 거야 이거? 됐지? 눌러. 이게 아니라고? 살짝 옆으로 돌려서 살짝 더 돌려야 되나 설마? 너무 많이 돌아간 것 같은데? 살짝. 좀 더 살짝? 정확하게. 아씨, 이걸 정확하게 맞추라고 게임이 그렇게 돼 있는 거야? 네, 인형이 춤추는 거고 지금 이게 정확하게 맞잖아. 달, 해. 요거랑 요거 우주 저 행성 별 맞잖아요. 정확하게 맞는데 왜 안 돼? 악보가 완성이 돼야 되는 건가? 아니 이거 이상한 게 아니 저 내 각도를 정확하게 맞췄는데 왜 안 되지? 닫아야 되나? 안 닫혀. 올려서? 아니야. 여기는 다 한 거 맞고. 유리에 꽂혀? 이거는 저거예요. 이거는 요 암호예요. 요 암호. 여기 이게 왼쪽에 꽃, 잎사귀 새. 이거 암호예요. 여기 새가 있죠? 네, 여기 잎사귀 있고 꽃이 있고 이 안에 있는 달, 저 달의 위치를 제가 아까 여기다 맞췄는데 안 열려. 아 이거 춤추는 거랑 모양이 맞을 것 같다고요? 아 그럴 수 있네. 치마가 아 그럴 수 있어요. 치마가 그죠? 이렇게 요 빵댕이 맞추라는 거 아니야? 요거 빵댕이. 그렇다면은 그냥 요걸 이렇게 한번 보자. 저 장미꽃의 모양을 어떻게 하면 똑같이 할 수 있는지. 조금 더 돌리면 될 것 같아. 조금 더 돌리면 돼. 아니 근데 이게 뭔가 비슷해 보이긴 하면서도 아니 이게 이게 뭔가 맞을 것 같으면서 안 맞네. 발의 모양 근데 발 모양이 안 맞아. 손 모양도 안 맞고. 아, 내가 볼 땐 요 별 저거 맞는 것 같은데, 별이랑 저거의 위치가. 아씨. 별의 위치가. 근데 이게 안 된단 말이지. 아까 맞췄는데. 아씨, 살짝 더. 아, 나 정말. 야야, 다 돌려, 다 돌려. 몰라. 다 돌려. 다 돌려. 지랄, 뭔 근거야? 도대체 뭔 근거지? 어? 열구선 뭐 없어? 돌리면서 눌러봤어요. 답을 모르겠으니까. 눌렀는데 뭐가 안 바뀌었나? 눌렀는데 아무런 변화가 없는데? 3번, 4번, 5. 이동 안 되는데? 뭐 하는 거야 이게? 뭐 하는 거야 이게? 아, 힌트 있는데 안 보려고요. 힌트 저 위에 있는데 누르면 이제 정답을 알려줘갖고 안 보려고. 이게 뭐 얼마나 중요한 거라고 이걸 자꾸 이거 하고 있게 만들지? 아니, 왜 인형이 아무런 반응을 안 해? 돌리기 안 되고 움직이기가 안 되고. 아, 이 상태로 돌려? 아, 이 상태로 돌려봐. 돌려. 다시 이제 별을 맞춰. 요거 아니야? 이 상태에서 눌러. 그렇지. 아씨. 와, 씨발 개소름 돋아. 와, 개소름 돋네. 소니아 동생이네, 동생. 왜냐면 암스트롱 부인이었기 때문에 성을 따라가잖아. 그러니까 성이 다를 수 있어. 소니아 근데 죽었잖아요, 유산에서. 소니아가 걔 엄마거든. 데이지 엄마. 이모인 거야, 이모.
For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia. Helena with an H.
제가 이름이 자기가 엘레나라고 E로 시작한다고 그랬는데 그 발음에 따라서 헬레나를 엘레나로 읽고 막 이러니까 얘 헬레나야 이름이.
Countess Andreni with an older girl.
뭘 연상의 여자가 찍힌 야, 씨, 아까 전에 저기 로크한테 소니아 얘기 못 들었어? 웃기는 애네. 다 찾은 거 아니야, 근데? 이러고 끝이라고? 이거 아직 안 끝났다. 야, 이거 아직 안 끝났어. 씨.
An engraving
헬레나 맞네.
written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
헬레나가 아닌데?
Poirot, have you no shame?
핫한나.
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful.
이 여자가 용의자 같아요. 이 여자가 왜냐면 지금 21살이거든. 얘가 21살이에요. 이게 생긴 건 이렇지만. 그러면은 아까 제가 가운 입고 뛰어간 금발머리 여자 있다 그랬잖아. 다리가 엄청 이쁘다고. 그럴 수 있지. 21살이면은 이쁠 수가 있어, 몸매가. 근데 사치를 좋아하죠? 근데 이 손수건이 굉장히 고급이라고. 저기 그 부인 무슨 부인이야? 그 하버드 부인. 하버드 부인 밑에 있는 하녀 그 여자가 자기는 그런 고급진 물건을 못 쓴대. 그럼 이 여자가 지금 사치품이 굉장히 있고. 맞잖아. 이모야 이모. 그러니까 얘가 지금 범인일 확률이 굉장히 높아.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly.
그러면 네가 밤에 뛰어간 이유는 뭐야?
Is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might
근데 얘는
you
그
have
부인 방에 간 적이
A
없는데.
handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully
하긴 너한테 촌스럽긴
I
하지.
give you my word of honor that last
얘는 그
night
방에 간 적이
Helena
없어.
never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth.
큐미트 5할 올슨이야
I
이건.
hope so. I'll let you rest.
설마 막 홀슨인데 그걸 또 오 발음 묵은 발음 쳐갖고 뭐 올슨이라고 이지랄하면 진짜
But
화낸다.
first, I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
일단 뒤에는 핫한나라고 써 있었는데 핫한나가 뭘까? 핫한나. 핫한나를 에너그램 하면은 아나타인데 아나타면 일본어로 당신이란 뜻 아니야? 그럼 호타루? 그럴 리가 없어. 너 억측이야 억측. 아니야. 그럴 리가 없어. 아 이게 이렇게 된다고? 아 이게 이렇게 된다고? 그러면 추리할 필요가 없네? 저 십자 모양이 이게 맞습니까? N밖에 없는데? 나갈리아라고? 이상하잖아. 나갈리아라고? 이 T가 이게 맞아? 나탈리아 이름 나왔어.
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the
자, 이제
only
백지로
Russian
갑시다.
passenger on the train. In addition, her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic.
야, 이건 개요. 이거는 어떻게 푸냐? 이렇게 해서 이니셜 H라고 그러면 이걸 어떻게 풀어? 자, 이제 갑시다. 백지로.
I am not prepared to
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
미친. 미친 아주 지랄. 아, 씨. 아.
Please forgive my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
아, 러시아 사람인데 어떻게 데모야? 소니아 그 데이지 사건이 러시아 사건이에요? 이것도 찍어야 돼? 이 사람 직업이 뭔지? 남편이 정치인이야. 남편이 그 스탈린파라고 그랬거든? 아, 스탈린파로부터 괴롭힘 당했다 그러거든? 관장이라고요? 이 사람? 아, 남편이 정치인이고 이 사람 관장.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
맞아, 그래서 러시아 벗어났다 그랬지? 맞아. 그럼 소니아 사건이 딴 데서 일어나는 게
I
말이야.
went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffer from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around
그럼 이 열탄에 이 둘이 같이 있다는 거 아니야?
to give me a
헬레나랑.
massage. She did
그죠?
so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see. The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
아니, 이 주인공은 원하는 대답이 아니라는 얘기는 당신이 범인이길 바랬는데 원하는 대답이 아니군, 이런 얘기인 같은데 나는 이 사람이 아니라고 대답을 해야지 지극히 정상이라고 보거든요.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov.
지금 저 손수건의 주인은 중요하지 않아, 이 사건에서.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly, but his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
그래, 이 할머니 아니야. 이 할머니 아니야.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong
우연히 이
was
사람이
killed while you were
기답다라고
on board the
치려면
same train.
우연히 이
Second coincidence,
주인공 푸아로가 이
your
사건을
handkerchief
맡았다는 것도
happens to be found
그것도
at
이상하게
the foot
생각해야
of the
되는 거거든.
victim's bed. Third,
우연히
one of
푸아로가
the
탄 열차에서 이
stabbings
사건이
inflicted on
일어났다.
the body
라는
was
것도
by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
이 방 조사를 왜 못하게 해? 해야지.
Привет! Привет!
러시아 인형? 포스카렐이 왜 나와 갑자기?
Et voilà.
설마 그 앵무새가 레치의 목소리를 따라하고 있었다라고 하시려고 그런 말씀하시려고 하는 건 아니겠죠?
Привет! Привет!
그럼 이제 어디 가야 되나? 아, 다 했는데 그럼 이제 어디 가? 아, 이게 왜 대담하라 패드가 여기만 오면? 아, 근데 열차장 대체 어디 있습니까? 열차장 빼기도 안 보이네 이놈. 아, 로크한테 가야 돼. 로크만 확인하면 돼요. 이제 로크한테 가야 돼. 아, 이거 왜 이러는 거야?
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orgeon stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced
그치, 저게
it
시계가
indicated the time of the crime.
12시 15분이어야 돼.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are
1시
3 women.
15분이 아니고 12시 15분이어야 돼.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
아니야, 슈미트가 먹일 확률이 있어. 얘랑 룸메잖아. 룸메니까 얘가 먹일 확률이 있고. 그 다음은 얘라고 봐야 되나? 맞네.
Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle Locke drank. Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only 2 people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
아, 이걸 또 내가 들어가서 해야 되네. 아이씨.
4 long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark.
미첼 클라이 죽었다고?
A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I? Travel. Also, I...
뭐야, 마이클 클락이 죽었다고? 아, 레치시 죽이고 신분 위장한 거네?
This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board. Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case. And then this, Michael Clark.
2018년 가을이라고 하니까 죽이고서
My
위장한
prime
거야.
suspect in the kidnapping. Murdered 4 years ago? The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
아, 또 깝친다 또. 아, 나 씨. 왜 해야 되는 거야 이걸? 둘이 동시에 눌러봐. 코가 아니고 맞박에서 나오는데요? 거기서 나와.
Knuckle dusters?
나도 입에서 뭐가 나올 줄 알았는데 여기서 나와.
Can lead to serious jail time.
또 시작이다. 또 시작이야. 아. 아, 이게 야, 이거 위로 안 돼? 위로 안 돼? 되네. 이거 한 바퀴 돌려. 돌리면 이게 이렇게 돼? 위로 올려봐. 아예 한 바퀴가 돌아가 버리네. 어쩔 수 없지 그러면. 이게 지금 이 두개골이 절로 가야 되거든요. 이거 저기 그거랑 비슷한데? 큐브. 희한한 큐브네. 돌리라고. 아니 이게 돌아가는 거 의미가 없고. 이거 이상한데? 그렇지. 돌리고 이거 맞거든요? 기다려봐 기다려봐. 됐죠? 아 거꾸로 됐어. 아씨 거꾸로 됐어 아까랑. 빡치네. 이게 아니지? 그렇지. 이렇게 가고 돌려. 또 돌려. 됐어. 야, 여기서 USB가 나와?
A USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains.
심지어 SATA 3인데? 야, USB 3.0인데 이거 게임이 언제적 게임인데 USB 3.0이 있냐? 아 지랄. 아 이런 거 맞아? 드라이버? 와 이거 맞는 칼 오랜만에 본다 이거. 이거 뭐라고 그러더라 이거? 이거 뭐라고 불렀죠 이거?
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
저걸 뭐라고 불렀었는데 저거. 이건 뭐야 이건? 뭐 하라는 거야 이거? 하나씩 눌러. 하나씩 눌러. 하나씩 눌러. 안 누른 거 맞나? 야 잠깐만 1번부터 순서대로 눌러. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 지랄? 이거 비번 같아요. 비번 맞는 것 같아요. 비번 맞는 것 같은데 찾아야 돼 또. 뭐 하라는 얘기야 이게?
Key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
(3569) 그랬나 방금? 자 이제 없죠? 그럼 3569야 이거. 아포톡신 4869인가 설마?
What do we find? A capsule and a smell.
청산가리. 와.
Cyanide.
이 열쇠 꾸러미 하나 안에 이 엄청난 것들이 들어있네.
Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy. So clever. All that evidence and yet no DNA found. The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent.
그래, 일부러 넣은 거라니까. 문신이 있다고? 보건보고서에? 총살 피해자가 신원불명이라고? 어? 22년 사건인데요? 다른 사람이야? 아니지. 2018년에 사망한 건데 2022년에 발견이 된 거지? 잠깐만요. 근데 말이 안 되는 게 있습니다. 말이 안 돼. 자, 이제 납치 사건이, 유괴 납치 사건이 2019년 2월 24일이란 말이야? 그때 몸값을 요구해서 돈을 받았을 거 아니에요? 그 이후에? 그리고 2019년에 몸값을 받아야 되는데 이 시체에 어떻게 이게 2018년에 일어난 사건에 어떻게 저 암스트롱 납치 사건 당시 100만 달러 몸값에 지급에 사용됐던 지폐라는 게 어떻게 가능한 거야? 자, 얼굴이 부서져 있고 손가락 마디가 제거되어 있죠. 신원을 못 밝히게 하려고. 그렇지. 의심 저거를 왜 남겨놨을까? 이 손이 가짜 손인 거야. 이 신원의 손이 아니고. 바꿔치기 한 거야 이거. 그러니까 문신이 남아있지. 저 문신으로 찾게 하려고. 존도 죽었어. 미친. 존도 자살했어. 그러면은 대령이 사주를 맡겼다고 보긴 힘들고 이건 누군가의 복수극이야. 미셸이 존의 아빠라면, 미셸 열차장이 존의 아빠라면? 이후 딸의 살인 사건의 유력 용의자가 스스로 목숨을 끊자. 유모를 말하는 건데? 비극이 덮친 집에서 공허한 삶을 마주하면서 잠깐만, 이거 내용 왜 이러지? 왜 내용이 똑같죠? 왜? 이거 뭔가 이상한데? 번역 잘못했구나. 4월 2일 1년 뒤 6월 7일. 왜 내용이 똑같지? 맥퀸 지방 검사 맥퀸이 검사였어. 일부러 비서를 하고 있던 거네. 일부러 조사하려고 레칫을. 아니네. 이 사건 일어났을 때 유모를 체포하라고 했던 게 맥퀸이야. 와 씨. 근데 수염이 나 있어. 그러면 레칫 밑에 있던 비서의 아빠인가 보다. 와, 아까 그 남자의 아빠야 얘가. 아, 이게 미첼 클락 시신이고 이건 다른 거야? 보스턴 총살 피해자고 이건? 아, 잠깐만. 보스턴? 이거 보스턴 이따가 찾아봐야겠다. 그거 인물도 찾아봐야겠다. 이건 됐고. 여기서 내가 뭘 하라고 그랬지? 나한테? 뭘 연결을 하라고 그랬지? 이렇게 해야 되나?
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are
이게
clearly
아니고.
two different men. I should run facial recognition.
아,
on
이게
my
맞네
computer.
근데? 아, 이걸 찾는 게 맞구나. 보스턴 총살 피해자. 얘가 여고 맞는데? 이 신원이? 근데 이게 팔이 아닐 수 있단 말이야. 이게 지목이 왜 안 되죠, 이게? 하나씩만 내는 거야? 안 되잖아. 아, 얘랑 연결지어서 안 되는 거야? 아, 그래? 얘가 이거고? 아, 아닌데? 뭘 조사하라는, 이거 뭘 체크를 하라는 거지 그러면? 끝난 건가? 끝난 거 같은데? 얼굴 대조. 컴퓨터 어딨니? 컴퓨터 없고. 모비디.
I've read it probably 10 times already. But I can't get enough of it. Don't know why. Maybe because it helps me sleep?
이 방에 또 있는 증거는? 일단 컴퓨터를 찾아봐야겠군.
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
일단 USB 드라이브.
Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board.
여기 있네. 손. 야, 잠깐만 빨리 클릭해봐. 상호작용이 안 돼?
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them and on the wall they go.
이거 왜 안 되지? 이거 손가락 안 잘려 있는데 손에 문신 있고.
Okay,
얼굴 인식
the real
대조한다고
Michael
그랬죠?
Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this
대놓고 너무
several
똑같이
times in
생겼잖아,
the past
저거,
few
레치.
years, but came up
레치.
empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. That could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
Good. That's it.
머리 때문에 이마가 바뀌었다고 하는 거 아니겠지 진짜로?
Come on, Joanna. It's a rookie
아니고.
mistake.
코가 좀 다르긴 하거든요.
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested. Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal
보석 상태에서
statuettes.
죽은
What
거야?
recent information does the database have on you? It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring this call.
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Nope. And okay. Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
너무 아리가토래.
Oh, it's a cookbook.
아, 너무 아리가토. 웃기네. 헥터 맥킨 이거 봐 나왔잖아. 뭐라고? 아 그거 맞지 에드워드 마스터먼 맞지. 자 근데 이거 헥터 맥킨이 예약을 했어. 그러니까 헥터 맥킨이 죽이려고 한 거야.
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
그러니까 헥터 맥킨의 아빠가 맞다니까 이거 검사. 이 로크가 통화했던 그 검사.
Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the...
뭐야 이거 다 조사한 거 아니야?
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board. The event? Some old train. But that face, that man.
앞뒤가 왜 똑같지? 이게 이런 게 있어요. 이제 이 형사들은요, 자기가 이 해결하지 못한 사건에 대해서 지금 미제잖아, 지금까지 오래됐으니까 이제 시간이, 자기가 해결하지 못한 사건에 대해서 이 아픔이 있어가지고 이런 식으로 이런 게 있대. 진짜 이렇게 해놓고 막 그런 게 있다고 하더라고, 경찰 얘기 들어보면.
So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. This tattoo is the same on both pictures.
뭐라 쓴 거야? 예주 유괴범 사망했고, 이거 아니고 에드워드 마스터만 이렇게 가야 되나?
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
자, 맥퀸이죠. 나 이거 여기다
The
연결한다.
person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
근데 이게 이렇게 가야
These
되나?
tickets were all booked by McQueen.
연관점을 이거를 다 이렇게 긋고, 이걸 또 얘를 이렇게
This is
긋고,
Ratchet's ticket.
이거 안 되네. 그럼 이거는 몸값 사진이니까 이렇게 안 돼? 첫 번째, 두 번째 몸값 연결. 이것도 이렇게 연결. 설마 이것도 이렇게 연결돼? 이렇게 되고. 이건 시체 손이 아니라고? 얘랑 이거 연결 안 돼? 안 되죠.
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
아니 근데 노아가 죽었다고? 이게 말이 돼? 잠깐만, 이거 여기가 죽었다며? 총격 사건. 그죠? 2018년 가을로 추정된다. 보스턴에서. 이 사건은 보스턴 총살이잖아. 아, 이거 장소가 다르네. 윈터타운 인근 숲이네. 똑같이 총알 한 발로 죽었어. 아, 그러면 이 돈이 들어가 있는 게 말이 되지? 자, 그러면은 공범은 다 죽었고 얘가 마지막 살아있었는데 얘까지 죽었네. 이거 아니네. 끝난 거지 이제. 끝. 연결 안 된 단서가 있다고? 에드워드 마스터먼. 얜 노아란 말이야? 이게 안 돼? 몸값이 저게 아니고.
I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver.
운전사고. 납치 증거인데 납치 증거가 노아랑 연결해야 되고. 아니네? 이게 안 돼? 이게 도대체 뭘까? 아니지. 맥퀸.
Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week.
그럼 얘도 이거 타고.
Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week.
얘도 이거 타고. 아이고.
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express.
이 정도면 다 한 거 아닌가?
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
와, 근데 얘가 기사였어? 암스트롱의 기사였네. 그럼 이 안에 또 기사가 또 타고 있어? 야, 이거 우연의 일치가 너무 많은데. 총이라. 데이지랑 연결돼 있고. 잠깐만, 그러면은 이 사람 기자인데 이제 뭐가 맞을까? 뭔가 지금 단서 안 된 게 있는데 뭐지? 세 번째, 두 번째, 첫 번째. 에드워드 마스터먼은 뭐 하는 애일까? 에드워드 마스터먼 설마 아니고? 뭐 하나가 덜 됐는데요? 와, 두 개를 못 찾았다고? 이 방 안에 뭐가 더 있어. 뭐가 더 있을 거야.
Help yourself, Joanna. You earned it.
단서 다 찾은 거야? 헥터 맥킨. 그래, 뭐가 더 있어야지. 범죄 이력 없고 지방검사 맥킨 아들. 이거 봐, 맞네. 아들이 맞고.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board. I knew it. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen. This guy works for Ratchet, and if that's
그렇지.
a coincidence, I'll eat my badge.
근데 이 사람 죽지 않았는데 은퇴만 하고. 얘가 원한을 갖는다는 게 이상하거든.
Here's what Hector McQueen looks like.
야, 이거 그럼 뭐가 또 없는데 지금? 여기 뭐 하나 더 떠야 되는데? 잠깐만, 뭐 하나 더 뜰 텐데 이거 뭘 못 찾은 걸까? 아우 씨. 이게 아니라는 게 말이 안 되는데 이거. 미첼 클락이 몸값 상관없고. 데이지 몸값 상관없네. 본 암스트롱이 몸값을 줬어. 상관없고. 자살. 아니 이거 뭘까? 뭐가 연결이 안 됐을까? 뭐가 안 됐을까? 연결이 안 된 게 뭘까? 아.
I've read it. Maybe
다 깎고. 아니 컴퓨터에 뭐가 또 있어야 되는데. 그러면 여기서 뭘 연결을 해야 되는데, 아 이게 뭘까요? 뭐랑 뭐랑 연결해야 될까? 한 개 남았어야 정상인데? 한 개? 두 개나 모자르다고? 잠깐만, 이게 인형이 왜 달라 근데? 인형이 왜 다르죠? 개웃기네 이거. 이게 안 된다고? 아 이게 뭘까 도대체? 단서 연결 안 된 게? 다 한 거 같은데? 님들 이거 뭘까요? 아 이거 다 뭐가 연결이 안 돼 있지 단서가? 두 개가? 지금 두 개가 안 돼 있다고 나오거든요. 두 개. 아 지금 이 조사 시작에 이게 세 개밖에 없어 그렇구나. 어딘가에 두 개가 더 있네. 밖에 나가야 되나? 못 나가? 그럼 어디 있다는 거야? 다시 다 뒤져봐야 되나?
The only
열쇠 번호는 다 깠는데 이걸 또 까? 다 열었는데 이거? 야.
Fluffy.
컴퓨터가 분명히 더 열리는데 이게 단서가 이제 없는데? 아니 이거 아니 옆으로 못 넘겨? 못 넘기고 잠깐만
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
와, 나 여기서 더 이상 모르겠는데? 아, 연결 다 된 거 아니야 이거? 이상하다. 아, 이거 힌트 봅시다 이제. 아씨, 이거 힌트 봐야 될 것 같아.
Goodbye,
아,
Michael
이거라고? 아,
Hello,
그거
Samuel Ratchet.
이걸 빼먹었네.
Stole your identity
아, 이걸
and your
빼먹었네.
life.
아, 요거 하나 남았던 거네. 아,
Damn,
이걸 빼먹었네.
Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week. McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
그래서 그 틈에 죽었구나. 이메일을 보내야겠지 그러면? 아, 표 예매를 해야지 인터넷으로.
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. It's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do? I could try to get on the train without a ticket, but I could end up arrested. And Ratchet could get away or get murdered. No, there's a better way. Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please, you say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
I'll give you twice what you paid for the ticket.
You think I care about the money? You still don't get it, do you? I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
아이라 씨발.
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids. Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much.
하지만 실패했지. 재생목록을.
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
And that's how I found myself on this train. On Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead. I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
아니 근데 아빠가 은퇴했다고 그래서 그게 살인 동기가 되지는 않거든.
Book. Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious
Whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and
그래,
opportunity
미셸이라니까.
to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No, I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
근데 이거 언제 엔딩입니까? 잠은 언제 나? 아이씨. 나 언제 자 이거? 미셸 이놈 어딨어?
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
(301호) 있나?
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
I know you drugged Mademoiselle Locke's tea. Don't try to deny it.
Nevertheless, I do deny it.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have drugged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
I know you have sleeping pills, Fräulein.
I do have some. Do you think I'm the only person on this train who finds it difficult to sleep? I believe the Countess Andrenier takes them. And I heard the Olsen woman thanking Mrs. Hubbard for a pill.
That was aspirin.
If you say so.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had
자,
time.
우리가라고 답 나왔어.
Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl.
데이지?
Fräulein Schmidt is somehow
그래,
connected
데이지랑
to
엮여 있네,
the
얘도.
Armstrong case.
얘 직업이 뭐더라? 요리사인가?
That was easy. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
But yes. I was the cook of that lovely,
자,
lovely
그리고
family. I'm sorry.
암스트롱 가문에
I must
정원사가
ask you
누군지가 안 나왔어.
to-
정원사. 여태까지 안 나왔어요. 정원사
Collect
있다고
myself.
그랬는데
It wasn't supposed to be
유모가
like this. My darling.
정원사가 누군지 안
my
나왔거든.
darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauché, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
미셸 빨리 나와. 아까부터 미셸한테 말을 못 걸게 미셸이 등장하질 않네. 열받게. 처음부터 미셸 조사하고 싶었는데. 계속 미셸
You're right,
얘기하고
Mr.
있는데.
Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes, I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Hotaru,
지금
Freya, and yours
슈미트는
truly are looking after her.
수면제를 먹이라는 임무만 받은 거야. 로크한테 수면제를 먹이라는 임무만 받았어. 자신들의 대의를 위해서. 그러면 여기 301호에 그렇지 여기 있네. 미셸이 개새끼 일어나. 빨리 일어나. 너 뒤졌어.
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Hotaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen.
Right.
야 이게 다 여자라고 가운데가? 와 모로네 아빠네. 그래 그러면은 죽일만 하지. 동기 충분해. 동기 충분해. 모로네 아빠야. 얘가 사이러스 하드원인가 그럴까 얘가? 사이러스 하드원.
Fantastic. That was easy. You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain. And the
맨
reason
처음부터
that
얘가
led you
이상했어.
to
맨
drug
처음부터
Detective Locke.
지금 몇 시간 동안 미셸을 노래를 부르면서 지금 여기까지 왔네요. 아 드디어 조사할 수 있게 만들어놨네. 맨 마지막에 조사할 수 있게 만들어놨네. 아 나 진짜 미셸 조사하고 싶어갖고 진짜 처음부터. 왜냐면 빨리 조사를 해야 배제할 애들을 빨리 배제를 하잖아. 근데 손을 떠는 그 오른손으로 펜을 들고 있는 게 손을 떨었기 때문에 그게 연기라고 생각을 하거든. 그리고 제일 이상했던 건 얘가 20분 만에 잠에서 깼는데 두 번이나 미셸이 그 방 앞에 있었다는 게. 그리고 범인은 허버드 부인 방을 통해서만 나갈 수 있단 말이야. 그럼 그 방에 들락날락을 가장 쉽게 할 수 있는 미셸이 범인이고, 이걸 사위가 이게 그렇지, 사위라고 해야지.
Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now.
I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the commotion is next door.
옆방이라고?
Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh. I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy, Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel.
Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Book.
끝났지 뭐. 끝났어.
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor, Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible! What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home.
It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
뭐야 이거 두 개가 다 오답인데요? 두 개가 오답인데? 이걸로 봐야겠는데?
I'm right again. That happens to me. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning.
그때 허버드는 어떻게 이 남자를 그렇지 맞지 그래서 이상한 사람이 있다고 그랬지 근데 이상하다 그때 시간이 1시 몇 분이었는데 아니지 시계가 잘못되어 있지 12시 15분이지 그게 12시 15분이 맞아 시차가 있기 때문에
Et voilà.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible. My little gray cells did not let me down. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective
겸손하게 표현한 게 세계 최고의 탐정이야?
into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
이게 맞지 지금? 이게 맞다고 봐야겠지?
That's the right answer. Fräulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
얼마를 먹은 거야 이 사람? 접시가 그냥 멈춰 있는데 씨 식량 얼마 없는데 씨. 라운지가 어디야? 골 때리네. 라운지가 어디야? 레스토랑 아닐 거 아니야? 이거 레스토랑이고 이 역한인가? 바가 라운지라고? 아 여기? 아 여기가 있었구나. 왜 기모노 입고 뛴 사람에 대해서 왜 추리가 없어? 이거 이상하네요 게임.
Monsieur Bouc, are the train crew locked
아니
in
왜
their
기모노
quarters?
입고 뛴 여자에 대한 추리가 없냐고.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but 2 possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
2 solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required.
그렇지 저 사람
Now,
있어야 돼. 왜냐면
we all
왼손
know
오른손에 대한
the
거를
facts of the case.
파헤쳐야 되기 때문에.
Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, a dozen wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
이건 근데 말이 안 돼.
That is the first hypothesis.
말이 안 돼, 이건.
But
말이 안
there's
되는
a
게 너무
second.
많아.
For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
출발할 몇 개월 전부터.
Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
이거는 미국 배심원단의 수야.
12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
snow.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads.
이거 이거요. 연관된 사람이 9명이 있잖아요. 이 9명이 살인범 레칫이 바로 요 안에 있는데 우연의 일치로 9명이 다 이 열차에 탔을까? 말이 안 된다 생각하거든? 9명 전원이 한패라면 여기서 우리가 아직 알지 못하는 플러스 3명이 더 있어서 모두가 한패라면? 공범이 12명이라면?
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime.
대위도 충분히 자기가 존경하던 대령이 자살하면 대위도 충분히 그럴 수 있고
The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him.
이거 외투야
The
외투.
conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her.
다음 기모노 이걸 모르겠어.
Woman in a red kimono does not.
아
exist.
금발머리가
We don't
아니고
know which of
모자를
the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce
금발머리가
another
아니었네.
possible culprit to muddy the waters. All these false leads were intended for me, but I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are.
용의자가.
Let's start with Detective Locke.
얘도 찌를 수 있거든 충분히.
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant... No, he could not think that.
아니지.
You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
아 얘는 찌를 수 있는데 충분히. 되긴 찌를 수 있는데 동기가 약간 약해요. 동기가 좀 약해. 얘는 충분히 찌를 수 있는데.
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that
아버지는
monster
믿지
go
않았는데?
free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen.
아빠가
Your father
죽었구나.
is
퇴임이
one more
아니고.
victim of
어쩐지
the
아까
man
그
who called himself
번역이
Ratchet.
번역이 똑같은 번역이 2개가 있다 했어.
Now
게임 잘
I will turn to Ratchet's Valley,
버그라고 해야 되나?
Monsieur Mastermind.
아 번역 갖다 붙이는 거에서 아무튼 미스가 나갖고 그 부분 내용을 알 수가 없었지. 얘는 마스터먼. 얘 찌를 이유가 없는데?
No, Poirot. Remember Ratchet's
아
sleeping pills.
수면제. 아 그러네. 맞아. 얘도 구라를 쳤었고.
Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him
찔렀다가 아니라 찔렀을 수 있다를 지금 찾는 거구나. 찾으라는 게.
You could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant.
야, 암스트롱 대령의 부관이래. 야, 이거 봐. 3명 더
I was
나온다.
his valet in New York.
관련자 3명 더 나와. 기다려. 근데 형사가 관련자긴 한데
suspicious.
형사가 찌르지는 않았을
Is that
거고.
all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
잠들었으니까.
Now,
결국 얘도 관련자야.
leave no suspicious stone unturned. Let us move on to Monsieur Bouc.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
His lofty position as director does not clear him of suspicion. Murderers can come in all shapes and sizes.
아, 하긴. 내 자리를
My
예약해줬지.
friend, of course you are not guilty. You did
계획이
everything you could
있었다면
to
나를
get me
부르지
on this
않았을 거야.
train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conducteur, Pierre Michel.
No, that is
아, 그럼
his
뭐,
motive.
이거 아니면은
I need
수면제를 먹인
real
이유야?
tangible proof.
하긴 그 동기지 이건.
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you. But the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train. Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
충분히.
Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
찌를 수 있지?
Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated.
아, 논리적으로 타당한데 복잡한 상황이 있다? 믿는다고? 지가 믿고 싶으면 내 의견은 무시되는 거야? 아니 주인공 지가 믿고 싶으면은 그걸 면죄부를 주네. 미친놈이네 이거. 이게 무슨 탐정이야 이씨. 지가 믿고 싶대요 그냥. 이유가 논리적으로 타당한데 나는 믿고 싶어. 이 지랄하고 있네. 양심상 찌르는 게 불가능하더라. 찌르기엔 힘이 너무 약하다. 이게 뭐야 이게?
Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni.
얘는 찌를 이유는 없는데.
No, Poirot, you're dreaming.
뭐야, 얘는 무슨 얘가 찌른다고? 뭐 계속 또 이건 또 첫인상이 마음에 안 들었다. 백작부인 대신 찔렀다. 그럴 수 있어. 그럴 수 있어.
A jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli. Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling.
아, 올생이 뭐 하던 애들아? 아예 찌를 수 있어요.
Mademoiselle Olson, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore! I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy.
뭐야 또 여기서 갑자기 얘랑 연결돼 데이지랑.
When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
자, 그럼 3명 더 나왔네. 12명 맞네
Thank
이제.
you, Mademoiselle Olson. You too shed light on
12명 맞아
your
이제.
part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse,
I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
Dr. Constantine was certainly helpful to my investigation, but that does not prove he is innocent.
직업이 의사인 것도 상관없어.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Bouc, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from
12명 맞아,
the
이거.
moment I
대위까지 포함하면
inspected
되잖아.
your room.
만약에
at the
대위가
hotel.
여기서 이제 밝히면
Bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your
그렇지.
relationship.
이거 봐, 여기서
John
나오네. 와,
Armstrong.
이걸 여기서 나오네, 이제부터. 이제 나오네, 씨발. 어? 군인.
I'm right again. That Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There.
이걸 여기서 나오네.
Understand
하지만 나는
now?
계속 의심을 했지.
Calm down, please.
You're right,
AW 아치발드 맞아,
What you
저거.
see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have
나도
caused
얘
me
때문에 머리가 좀
quite a
아파.
puzzle.
나 얘-
Your connection with the Armstrong.
맞아. 나도 얘
was
때문에
not
머리가 좀 아파. 얘는 관계가
Then I remembered the job you currently hold.
조사라면 가능하지 않습니까? 근데 정원사 누구냐? 아, 정원사 정체가 누구야? 정원사가 누구지 대체? 아, 정원사가 아직 안 나왔는데.
You were the teacher of.
데이지지
No,
당연히.
she was the teacher of Countess Andrény.
아, 그런가?
You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot.
찌를 수 있지.
No, his vial found at the crime scene was a
기라고?
decoy.
아, 맞다. 얘를 그걸로 하기 위해서지. 아, 근데 군인 출신이기 때문이다는 졸라 말이 안 되는데. 때문이다. 이유가? 근데 맥킨의 진술이 알리바이가 지랑 얘랑 같이 있었다면 맥킨이 찔릴 가능성이 있다면 얘도 찔릴 가능성이 있어.
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one.
As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham,
충분하지 얘도 뭐. 올슨이 뭐라? 아, 올슨.
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot.
이게 지금 얘네 알리바이도 누구랑 누구랑 할지, 누구랑 또 누구랑 할지 이것도 이미 몇 달 전부터 계획해 놓은 거야 이거 다.
Princess Dragomirov.
이 많은 사람이 전부 다 같이 탄다는 거는 우연의 일치일 수가 없기 때문에. 왼손잡이라 보기도 힘들고 이거 슈미트 진술로 봐야 되나? 아, 왼손잡이라고 이게 왼손잡이라서 이 사람 왼손잡이라서.
You weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very...
야, 그럼 미셸이 오른손 떨던 거는 그냥 그래픽이 그랬던 거야? 진짜 어이가 없다. 게임 그래픽이 수준이 떨어져서 손이 떨리는 거였어? 아, 씨.
You have been very thorough.
전혀 상관없는 거였어?
I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs.
이 사람들은 되게 자랑스러워하고 있어요. 지금 레칫을 죽인 거에 대해서. 야, 이거 씨발 말이 됩니까? 여러분? 이 사람이 소니아 엄마래. 이걸 여기서 알려줘요. 아니, 이 사람이 소니아 엄마라는 걸 여기서 알려주고 있어.
Linda Arden.
진짜 어이가 없다, 씨.
If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told
그래,
me
12명
about
됐네.
her
이
relationship with this famous actress, I
12명이 공범이에요. 12명이.
But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious. Et voilà. Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni.
아니, 이 사람이 엄마라는 단서가 없는데 이거를 어떻게 알았대? 지금 이거 플레이하는 동안 이 사람이 소니아 엄마라는 단서가 하나도 없었는데 이걸 어떻게 알았대? 어이가 없네.
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic.
이런 게 게임의 문제점입니다. 지는 제작을 했으니까 지가 알 거 아니야. 사람들은 모르죠. 이런 식으로 해놓으면. 이런 게 추리 게임의 항상 문제야. 그래서 추리 게임은 100% 안 믿어요.
Everything was meticulously planned.
아까 미셸도 마찬가지고 데위도 마찬가지고 그러니까는 두 개는 의심을 계속했는데 얘는 뭐 단서가 하나도 없었는데 가족이라는 단서가 하나도 없었는데 이거 엄마는 유지하려고
improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided
와, 여기 12명 있는 거 봐봐요. 개소름 돋지 않아요?
Death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried
이 사람들
out. There were 12 of us.
개소름 돋지 않아?
Rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with
그렇지, 이거 주도한 거는 안토니오야. 왜냐면 이 열차에 이 12명이 다 타려면은
Hardman managed that in the end.
이게 우연의 일치가 아니고서는 이걸 다 같이 탈 수가 없거든. 저거 예매율도 높은데 저거.
Then we had a
그렇다는
consultation
거는
with
이
Suzanne's father.
지금 이
Captain
여행을
Arbuthnot
주관한
was very keen on having
안토니오가
12 of
모든
us.
거를
He seemed to
계획했다고
think it
봐야지.
made it more orderly.
주도지, 주도.
He didn't like the stabbing idea much, but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't
이것도 말이 안
only that
되는
he was
게
responsible for my daughter's
이
death
상황이
and her
왔으면
child's, and that of the other child who might have been
이
alive
상황이
and happy now. It
왔으면은
was more than
12명
that.
정도면은 탐정을
There had
죽이지
been
않을까?
other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future.
하긴 근데 이 사람들이 나쁜 사람은 아니었으니까 모두 다 레치트에 대한 원한과 그거에 대한 복수였기 때문에 이 사람들이 다른 사람을 죽일 생각은 전혀 하지 않겠다.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made
뭐 하자는 거야 이거? 사상이 왜 이래 이거?
suggestions.
이 범죄를 숨겨준다고? 아니 씨발 이거 무슨 사상이 무슨 미친 새끼가 만들었나 게임을? 아 게임이 문제가 아니지 이거 아가사 크리스티 소설이 이렇다는 거 아니야? 아니 이 범죄를 이것도 엄청난 범죄인데 이거 지금 이거를 숨기자고? 아니 그러면 씨발 난 이거를 이해를 못하겠는데? 아 그럼 장대호 사건은 그럼 장대호 무죄 쳐줘야 돼? 이게 말이 됩니까 이게 지금?
To wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine
나
the
이거
body
엔딩
and I
와갖고 이거
discovered
기분
a
더럽네
wound
이거.
covered by
그
another.
똑같은 게임이네
The
이거.
blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Bouc. The case is not solved.
씨 반전이 또 있어? 야 크레딧인 척하면서 로딩 넘어간다. 존나 열받네. 언제 자 나 이러면? 나 잠 언제 자? 아이씨. 13번째 용의자 누굴까요? 아 빨리 풀고 잡시다. 안 되겠다. 너지?
Book. I see we are moving at last.
너야 너.
The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours.
얘예요 얘. 얘밖에.
What do we do with the 13th murderer?
너잖아.
Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation.
왜냐면 이 열차 떠나는 거 자체가 계획된 거기
Ratchet
때문에.
said mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment.
설마 아치발드가 아니야?
Enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
야 이걸 어떻게 기억해? 아 조사기 조사기 있네. 아니 22시라며. 아 여기 있다. 22시. 베이컨일. 아 잠깐만. 카이로. 베니스. 아씨 날짜도 봐야 돼? (18일인데) 18일? 아 저 글씨체를 보고 어떻게 알아? 코닐리, 데이 코닐리, 폰타나.
I must admit,
아니 잠깐만,
I'm
나
not
잘못
right
눌렀네.
this time.
브라이트, 알, 뭐야? 폰타나 데일리, 코닐리. 오케이 됐어, 찾았어. 아 이게 어디야? 브라이트, 카이로야 카이로.
No, no, no,
카이로가 아니라.
not good.
오른쪽 샌드 달러 샌드 카이로 18일 아니야? 아 베니스에 도착한다고 돼있구나. 아, 그러네.
My little gray cells didn't.
헤이스팅스가 누구야?
I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. I don't have time for small talk. How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help?
콘스탄틴 일단.
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug of war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself.
동결인 줄 알았는데
to be honest.
자상을 보니까 12개가 아니라 13개였던 거예요.
It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career.
그래서 범인이 하나 더 있는 겁니다. 하나 더 있는 걸 얘가 못 찾은 거예요, 이 주인공이.
I'm not going to ask a murderer to help me catch himself.
얘한테 해야지.
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes, it would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials AW. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used two knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to
아니 그럼 그
deny
칼을
it
찾아야
when
될
they
거
have
아니야,
already
기차
confessed?
안에서.
No, it
안
makes no
그렇습니까?
sense. And
그 기차
I
안에서
do
그 칼을
not
찾아야지,
close the
그러면.
case until all questions have been answered. You of all people must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
이거 분명히 원작 소설 이러지 않을 거야. 이거 게임 제작하는 과정에서 병신처럼 제작했어 이거. 아 이거 씨.
This is the third embarking dock, and no gondoliers available at all. With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
아니 뭐 나중 가갖고 갑자기 소니아 엄마라는 둥 그때 가서 대위가 대령이랑 아는 사이라는 게 그때가 가서 나오는 거랑 그리고 걔 뭐야 아스타몬인가 뭔가 걔
I see a gondolier just over there.
걔도 갑자기 나중 가서 끝에 가서 뭐
Every carnival, my friends and I mask. And every carnival, we lose one another.
이런 것들이 꼭 게임의 문제야. 게임의 문제.
It's impossible to find a gondolier during Carnival.
그래? 없어?
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd. And have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then?
You have my full confidence, mademoiselle. I'll leave it to you.
뭐 때문일까?
Ancora una volta sono dalla parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian.
아, 저 배를 조사해야겠다. 배가 뭐가 문제 있나 보다.
Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers. Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
아, 관광객한테 아, 여자친구랑 싸웠구나. 키아라야.
Sweet. Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
I'm sorry you had a fight with Chiara.
여자친구랑 싸웠다고 일을
I'm
안
a detective.
하더니
I'd like to help if I
성인이
can.
If you have
아니구만.
a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Ah, I see. You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself
저걸
without a
찾아달라고,
girlfriend
씨발?
and without a ring.
아, 씨. 어떻게 찾아? 뭐 수영해서 하라고?
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
장난해? 어떻게 찾게? 아, 이거 어떻게 찾아? 운에다 던졌다며. 아이씨. 그럼 절로 내려가서 들어가려는 건가? 설마? 얘 왜 일로 와있어? 어떻게 찾아 이걸? 여기 있다. 야,
I know
씨.
someone who will be
금방
happy.
찾았네? 그냥 집어.
I don't need an empty soda can.
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
자꾸 말 같지 않은 거를 부탁하고 있어. 지가 바다에 강에다가 던져놓고선 씨 그걸 찾아달라고 하고 있네.
I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
이거 설마 배 이동하는 것도 내가 조종하는 거 아니겠지? 자, 스킵합시다. 아, 갈 길이 멀어요. 자야 되는데 씨. 가자.
This district of Venice is very charming. You will love it.
아, 그리고 또 추리게임의 그 맘에 안 드는 점 중에 또 하나가 뭐냐면 어쨌든 게임 플레이이기 때문에 진행을 하게끔 만들어 놓잖아요. 그러다 보니까 내 머릿속에 정리가 안 됐는데도 불구하고 진행을 해서 알려줘. 그러니까 그런 것도 좀 안 좋아.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here. To find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice.
베니스가 베네치아의
Chiara,
약자구나?
I'm sorry.
베네치아네 여기 완전.
Show me how an American detective would handle this.
분수가 어디야? 아 여기가 분수구나. 혼자 있는 너니? 아니고. 그럼 배심원단의 숫자 12명이 아닌 거잖아. 그러면 하나는 왜 찌른 거야 그러면?
It's 9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
얘 같은데? 아니네. 뭐 혼자 있는 이런 놈 말 걸어야 돼.
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
네가 그걸 만나기로 했다고?
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua mascara?
아 혼자 있는 놈은 찾아야 되는데 이거. 그런데 구석에 있는 저런 거.
I have an appointment.
No, dove.
요런 놈, 요 놈이야, 요 놈,
You have an
100%야.
appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
어? 근데 왜 이렇게 수상하게 하고 있어? 얘 아니야, 얘? 얘도 아니야? 아, 저 건너가야 돼? 건너가서도 봐야 돼? 그럼 쟤지 뭐. 얘야, 쟤. 얘 아니고 얘입니다, 얘. 얘 아니네? 얼마 더야?
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
아이씨. 이거 뭔가 이상한데요? 왜 없어? 네가 아닌 게 이상하거든? 너가 아닌 게 이상한데?
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one. But who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
이상하네? 다 말 걸었는데? 니네 지금 나한테 속이고 있지?
We have an appointment.
I don't think so.
얘는 왜 또 말이 왜 또 걸어져? 다른 애들 안 걸어지는데. 이게 나 속이는 건데 지금 저놈. 아 얘도 벌어지네. 그러면은 내가 말 안 건 이쪽에 요 둘. 여기도 아니고. 어씨. 왜 말이 안 걸어지냐? 똑같이 생긴 놈이구나. 얘일 리도 없고. 저 여자 같은데. 이거 왜 봐야 되는 거지? 저기 왜 보게 돼 있지? 저기 저놈 뭐야? 어떻게 가? 못 가네. 이거 참. 아 여기 열리네요. 아씨 여기가 열려.
Nobody. The desk clerk must be asleep or off partying.
글쎄
If
그럴
there's
리면.
no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself. Aziz Wadi. That's the only name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian. Do you speak English?
Of course, signorina. How may I bother you?
How? What? Oh, I have an appointment with one of your guests.
What is the name?
Aziz
I have
Wadi.
an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
아 씨. 족같네.
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
잠깐만, 내용을 다시 보자. 이거를 어디라고 봐야 돼? 그새 여기까지 왔다고? 야, 뭔가는 좀 그냥 다 가죠. 이거 여기 있네, 고양이. 여기까지 오면서 모은 숫자. 와이씨. 숫자가 어딨어 여기까지? 일단 도착을 해봅시다. 자, 여기인데 여기까지 오면서 모은 숫자라고? 9가 있어? 뭐야? 그런 식으로 있다고? 비번이? 숫자가 어딨지 그러면? 숫자가 어딨지? 지금 OHPIN인데 N까지 가기 전이란 말이야. 그럼 알파벳은 아니고 이게 숫자가 지금 어딘가 써 있는 건데 이 광장에서 지금 숫자가 안 써 있는 게 말이 안 되는데. 멀미 난다 이제 슬슬. 왜 나는 저쪽에서 오질 않았어? 이쪽으로 왔어. 전부 합쳐서 만드는 나무라고? 그래? 더하기의 합일까 저게? 자 4가 있고 일단 여기서 출발했단 말이야? 그럼 4가 처음이라는 얘긴데? 길을 엉뚱하게 왔나? 두 명이 머리를 재고 있다? 여기 한번 가볼까? 누가 말 걸어지는 버튼이 아니었구나. 두 명의 남자가 키를 재고 있다. 여긴가? 그럼 얘가 일로 지나온 거야? 그럼 일로 가봐야 돼? 이쪽으로 뛰어와지네. 이게 일로 와진다고? 아이씨. 잘못 왔어. 자, 광장에서 봅시다. 내가 볼 땐 흰토끼 쪽이 맞거든. 또 오는 게 맞아. 사가 맨 처음인가 본데. 아, 그럴 리가 없어. 여기에 뭐 있을 거야. 아씨. 아, 여기가 4야. 여기가 4고 얘 일로 가는 거고. 여기서 일로 꺾는 게 맞아. 일로 꺾는 게 맞고 여기에 뭐가 있을 건데. 여기에 숫자가 없을 수가 없는데? 여기 왜 숫자가 없어? 아, 멀미나, 씨. 아, 여기도 없는 게 이상하고, 왜냐면 고양이가 저기 있었는데, 이게 길이 이쪽 길이 맞는데, 이거 이상하네. 씨. 아, 비밀번호가 두 자리일 리는 없잖아요. 49일 리가 없어. 아, 일단 눌러봐. 이거 봐. 아이, 몇 자리야? 5개를 찾아야 돼? 이런 옌.
No, Joanna. That
아,
doesn't track.
아직 곤란하네. 아, 씨. 아, 여기서 세이브해. 아니, 이 건물에 왜 여기에 비번이 없지? 왜 안 써있지? 아, 자고 나서 내일 할까? 아, 어지러워요. 아, 멀미난다, 멀미나. 두 개가 아니고 3개를 더 찾아야 돼? 아, 이거 빨리 깨려고 그러니까 더 스트레스 받아요. 아씨, 자고 나서 내일 하자. 아. 막 속이 울렁거려 이제. 어우. 숫자 안 보이죠? 안 보여 숫자. 여기 어디야? 아이씨. 멀미나. 예, 들어가세요. 저도 끄고 내일 해야겠네요. 아, 여기까지 합시다 오늘.